How would I describe Leo in one word?
Oh, man.
In one word?
Man.
Let me look at adjectives really quickly.
I would describe Leo in one word as refreshing.
So one word for Leo, Asian. By improving himself, he also wanted to improve other people.
Leo is very authentic.
He's like a robot. Leo is a freak of nature. He's like a whiz kid. He's very young, yet he has an old soul.
Energetic.
Very confident. Yeah, he's very confident.
Charismatic.
One word to describe Leo is a genius.
Wise.
If I had one word to describe Leo, it would be energy.
Optimized.
It would be energetic.
Phenomenal.
The word that comes to mind is spiritual.
Leo is dedicated.
He's very mellow. He's very calm.
Wisdom. He reminds me of King Solomon. Super wise. He knows how to go about solving a problem. He knows how to speak to people. And most important, he knows how to learn from people.
Andrew in one word?
Oh, man.
That's a good one. Hold on, let me think about that.
He's a genius too, but I can't say genius about both.
I gotta think about that one.
I would describe Andrew in one word as inspiring.
Andrew is very sincere, and he comes with love.
A boss. Andrew's a boss.
Very kind-hearted.
Driven. Yeah, Andrew is driven.
Genuine.
Is genuine.
Authentic.
Authentic.
He also shared the bad stuff, failures, because they're saying you learn just as much as from your failures as you do your successes. And I think that's really important.
Caring.
Brilliant.
I'm gonna say powerful.
Very ambitious, very determined, very smart and creative.
And Andrew is intense.
There's a lot of words to describe Andrew, but if I had to choose one word, it would be expert.
Their values, the teamwork that they obviously have, the yin and yang that they have with each other.
Together, they are just a power dynamic. They add so much to this group, and I can't put more value on one and not the other.
They're kind of like the yin and yang. They're so similar, but yet they're so different. You might see Andrew come out in a suit, and you might see Leo come out in sweats. And I didn't know what they were wearing, and then sure enough, they came out on stage. Andrew had on a suit, Leo had on sweats, because they just be themselves. And they teach you that you could be yourself.
Their values and morals. They have outstanding values and morals.
And if they say they're going to do something, they're going to try their best to do it.
Their harmony, where they work together.
It is not what you would expect. Completely in a weird way, completely authentic and awesome.
Their genuine love and friendship for each other.
They make a fantastic team. They work together excellent.
They both have the excitement.
To everybody in their community.
Their best quality as a team is their synergy. They work well together, they work well off of each other, and you get that balance.
It's just brotherhood, it's family, it's togetherness, it's a clan.
So you can tell that they just have like a level balance, which I think is very great as business partners.
Hello and welcome to day 2 of the Real Estate Wealth Summit. Welcome back. Let's get the energy up. Thank you for being here on time. What a beautiful and jam-packed day we got. If you could just give me a type in the chat, energy level this morning, 1 out of 10. 1 out of 10, how's your energy? I'm gonna do this real quick. I am going to stand up, open my curtain so it's a little brighter. Do a little stretch. If you want to join me, stretch to the right. All right. Stretch to the left. Get the energy up. If you're in a place, if you're driving, then just go with us in your mind. All right. So welcome into day 2 of the Real Estate Wealth Summit. We have a jam-packed day, a lot to cover. I am excited to be here. We have so many great things to go over. We have great guests today. Got the cup of coffee. Tell me in the chat, what are you drinking this morning? Coffee? Are you drinking water, tea? If you're not drinking anything, let's change that. Get hydrated. Have some coffee, some water, some tea. Austin drinking water, good. Connor's drinking water. Jeffrey's drinking water. All right, we got the energy up. Good, so good to see you. And Christy, water. Marlon, coffee, that's my man. I love it. All right, we're gonna dive in, guys. We got a lot to cover today. And I'm going to give you a quick overview of what you're going to learn today. There's certain things that we do on day 2 because those of you who are here on day 2 are the people who are action takers. You're the people who say, I know that I need to make a change. I'm willing to commit my time. I enjoyed yesterday, but I'm going to commit my time another day, and I'm going to be surrounded by people who think in a bigger way. I'm going to surround myself by people who make me sometimes uncomfortable. And so I just commend you guys for being here. So today we're going to be covering a few things, and I want to share this with you. I think it's going to be very important. You're going to meet a couple, actually you're going to meet 4 of our mastermind community members. And if everybody has time to step away from their businesses today, we're going to have a few different panelists on and hang out together, and you can ask questions. Same as yesterday. Every break, when we come back, get your questions ready. Type them in the chat when we come back from breaks or at the end of a guest. If we open it up for questions, great. And get ready to ask lots of questions because that's how we learn. There is no question that's a stupid question. So ensure that you are setting yourself up for success. Ask the right questions. For all of you, though, we're going to be talking today about something that I wish I would have had access to in 2014 when I started this business. I had an old-fashioned, I wish I had it here with me. It's in at the other house. I had an old-fashioned binder, like one of those folders, and it had 30 slots in it, 1 through 30. So if it is the 15th of May, I would follow up, let's say 30 days out, I would agree to call somebody in a month. I would put that on the 15th for June. I would have 30-day folder. I would go out and I would continually keep my 30-day folder out with paper leads. The lead like I shared on my screen yesterday for you guys. I would consistently have that out there. And I think it's such a powerful thing that we can make this happen in any way. Shoestring budget, free and cheap leads, whatever you need to do, except there is tools now that are available to us thanks to AI. By the way, if you believe that the .com crash, if you believe that the internet blowing up, if you believe that social media coming on the scene in the last few years has been big, AI is going to be 10 times bigger, I believe. And so if nothing else, I challenge every one of you guys to, if you don't have a paid subscription to ChatGPT in the simplest form, yes, we go way deeper than that, way more of that than our business. But for any of you who aren't at least chatting with ChatGPT, who aren't at least starting to learn and grow in the AI world, my goodness, you need to spend 10, 15, 20 minutes a day just having conversations with ChatGPT. If you don't know what to ask it what to ask it. It's crazy. The things that start to happen. It's such a powerful and mind-boggling thing, and that's what I want to do is expand every one of your minds, our minds, to continually grow and adapt, because there's going to be people who get left behind, there's going to be people who struggle financially, and then there's going to be people who say, no, I'm going to surround myself by the right people, I'm going to be ahead of the curve, and what is causing others to fail, I'm going to use to help me succeed. And understand that we get to choose the side of the wealth transfer that we are on. It's the biggest takeaway of all. If you're writing it down, write it down, take personal responsibility. Take personal responsibility. This is a key. Over the rest of today, we're going to be talking about how to automate the business. Connor and his brothers, who we're going to be having a chat with Connor, and you'll get to meet some of his brothers at the upcoming live events. And Connor is an incredible heart, number one, an incredible mind. And he's put together this crazy follow-up system that does for you with the push of a button what I used to have to work to do with texts and calls and paper leads and all of these things. I would have the paper lead. I would be driving in my 2015 Acura TL all-wheel drive. I'd be driving and I would have my paper leads. I'd drive with my knee, not suggesting this, and I'd be on the phone dialing, and I'd be scratching notes while I'm dialing and calling on the road when I'm driving, because I lived in a town of 400 people. There wasn't a lot of houses to buy there. So didn't know, virtual wasn't a thing back then. We didn't close virtually. We went to every closing physically. So I was driving across 90 miles each way to go buy houses, to go look at houses. Now we get to do this virtually. From anywhere you got the internet, a cell phone connection, the follow-ups are done for you with the push of a button. It's incredible what you can do now in today's age. So we're going to be diving into that right away. Type it in the chat, automation. Automation will cause you to love this business and it to work for you. Or if you don't do the automation thing, will cause you, like I did, to get caught up in hating this business because it sucks the ever-living life out of you and sucks your time up and sucks away your time with family. 90% of the stuff doesn't need to be done by you. Automation is key. We're going to be talking so much about that. After that, we're going to be talking about how you can get the freaking money. How that after you get the automation plugged in, you get set up. Every one of you are going to want to use this system at some point that Connor's going to be talking about today. And something that I think is going to be powerful for you is to dive in with both feet. Say, I'm all in. That's why you're here on day 2. You say, I'm all in. And we're going to be talking about how to get the freaking money. Once you get the deals, how you're going to sell the deals, how you're going to turn them to cash, how we sell creatively, how we lease option properties. Again, we go way deeper than this. In the live event, we talk about funds. We talk about all of the things that we're doing, institutional monies, private lending, the PPMs. A lot of people there who are doing that. We talk about a whole lot of other cool things at the live event, but the purpose of today is to get the baseline down for a business model that can get you to your freedom number so that once, it's a theory I have, I call it feed the chickens while hunting elephants. What does that mean? I used to go hunting elephants and then my bills were not paid and I was overchecked and I was stressed the heck out having to go rush to take care of today's needs again. I call it feeding chickens while hunting elephants because every month you got to get this month's needs taken care of. How do we get to our freedom number? How do you make sure I'm not stressed about the grocery bill? How do I make sure I'm not stressed about the mortgage payment? How do I make sure I'm not stressed about the car payment? How do I make sure everyone around me is cared for? That is what the single family house boss flow method can do. And now how do I make sure that once that baseline is cared for from doing a deal every month or two, once those 20, 30, 40, $50,000 checks are coming in occasionally, now how do I start to live my mission? How do I start to get bigger? How do I plug in with the guys who are running private placements? How do I run it with the guys who are looking to set one of a guy who we work with has a $101 million real estate fund? How do we plug in with these guys who have tens of millions of dollars they're needing to put to work? How do we plug in with the guys who know how to find deals more rapidly than anything? Do what we do best and pay others to do what they do best. Then this afternoon, or for my Eastern time folks this evening, we're going to be coming back after my lunch break when I do the daily live show. We're going to be coming back and I'm going to show you how to type it in the chat, GTFM, GTFM, get the freaking money. I'm going to connect you up with a guy I wish I would have known. This guy is a complete magician when it comes to your credit. Now, to clarify, you can go buy houses tomorrow without your credit, contract the freaking house from the Facebook leads you messaged last night. Like you can do it right now. But as you grow, as you buy 3, 7, 10, 15 properties, as you grow, as you build, I want you to understand the credit game. Because here realizes that if your credit score is in the 700s and you have access to $300,000, $400,000, $500,000, $600,000, $700,000 in business funding opportunity, you can a lot more quickly move into playing the money game. Because now you can find somebody else in the mastermind and say, hey, you have a deal you need funded for. You have a deal that you're buying for $150 that you can sell for $250. Shoot, I'll put the money up. Count me in. I'll take 20, 30% of the deal. Now, imagine that somebody comes to you and let's say Marcel, who you're probably going to meet today. Let's say Marcel comes to you and says, hey, to Alicia or to Marlon or to Ruth, says, hey, I got this deal. I just found it. It's in Savannah, Georgia. It's $300,000. I bought it, taking over a debt. The seller needs 20 grand of moving money. And you say, hey, I got a bunch of business credit lines. I'll pay for the 20 grand. I just want 30% of the deal. Now, out of leverage, which we talked about yesterday, you're able to get the deal. Also, some of you, like me, we use our credit. Now, some of my people, I understand, are those people who have the 850 credit scores and make sure that they only get one inquiry per year. But some of us choose to use our credit, which I think is smart. That's what it's there for. And you get it used. You use it to buy maybe a dream house like we did here, one of our studios. Maybe you use it to buy a car. Maybe you use it for whatever reason to go get the business credit lines and they got a few inquiries. And now you're going, crap, everybody tells me I have to wait 2 years for the inquiries to fall off. Not anymore. When you hear from David this afternoon, not only is he going to talk to you about how to get credit funding, he's going to talk to you about getting hard inquiries removed, getting your credit in shape so your score can be high, so you can use it. It's another asset. This is the list of things that I want you to, if you're writing down, write this down. Number one, high income skill. That's an incredible asset you have. High income skill. Just write down my assets, high income skill. Number two, your credit. If you need it, if you want to use it, you don't have to, but you can. My credit, high income skill. You get to choose what high income skill in. My credit, that's another one. Write it down below my credit. My expertise. What's another thing that you have? What's some expertise you have? You go, well, I'm a data analyst. I'm an engineer. I'm a salesperson. I'm whatever you are. There's a skill that could be plugged into this business that I suggest might make you a lot more money. If you use your skill, some of you are very good at talking, you said yesterday. Imagine you know the different words to say that cause money to be attracted to you. Every one of you, I can guarantee you, the world has been trying to give you money, and we've been missing it. We've been missing so much of it. I know because I used to be the guy who missed every single opportunity because I didn't understand how to attract it. Stop chasing, start attracting. So we're going to talk today about attracting money. We're going to talk about getting the credit right. We're going to talk about getting access to business credit lines. We're going to talk about how to get the freaking money. And some more of you are going to be having chats with Caleb today, I know. And some of you are going to be joining us at the upcoming live event. And we're going to be choosing a couple of you to work hand in hand with us as we guide you through the next year of growing your business. Now, something I often get asked, and we haven't made any offers on this summit, something I often get asked is this summit where you're going to sell something? And my answer is yes, I'm absolutely going to sell you on becoming a better version of you. And I say it that way because sometimes for me, I know I was very resistant. I remember going to my first seminar and they offered a program, and at first I was resistant. I'm like, crap, why are they selling something? And then I remember what happened when I shifted that and said, wait a second. I understand enough at 21 years old to understand if I can be in the presence of people who have done it and gone further than I have. I, from one connect, have made 7 figures before, multiple times, all from one connect, boom, 7 figures, another, one connect, 7 figures, another. And this happens because you're one call, one connect away from your next 7 figures. And so to invest in myself is actually a privilege. And I share that because while, yes, we do have a mastermind community, a $55,000 a year mastermind community. Yes, we do host events that cost us a lot of money. We spend 6 figures a year hosting events, and we sell tickets at about a break even, normally $500 to $1,000 for tickets for those events. Yes, we do have products and services for sale. Our objective is to bring together high quality people. Remember I said yesterday, no risks, no goodies. Our objective is to bring together high quality people and find our extended family who we work with, do business with, and it's the beginning of a lifetime relationship. And of course, we're always putting out free value, always putting out incredible value where you can go succeed. But some of you, like me, say, hey, I wasn't meant to do this business alone. So my prayer is by the end of today, you're absolutely set on becoming the best version of you. You're absolutely set on hitting your freedom number as quickly as possible and realizing that whatever shortens my time, we can get more money, yes, but we can never get more time. We only got so much allotted here on this earth, and we didn't get to choose when we came in, and we're not choosing when we go out. but we do get to choose what we do while we're here. And we can shorten the time, shorten the curve by surrounding ourselves with people who are closer to where we want to be than where we are, and make the needle move more rapidly. So that's my prayer for you. I didn't get to share yet. I'll be sharing a little bit more today of my story being in the hospital in ICU when they believed I wouldn't make it when I was 19 years old, right after my 20th birthday. I started having challenges and I ended up in ICU, and it was such a powerful, transformative moment for me because it took me from thinking, I'm young and my life is before me, to realizing what I just shared with you guys, which is we're here for a season. And again, my prayer is today that impacts you and empowers you to take more action than you've ever taken before, to say, I'm going to do the uncomfortable. I'm going to position myself in the path of progress, and I'm going to set up a business that can take me to my mission, that can be the fuel. This business isn't the thing. This business isn't the mission. This business is the fuel that drives the mission. And yes, we get to help a lot of people while doing it. We get to help people who need to sell, people who need to buy, and everywhere in between. We'll talk more about that. But I want to see, do we have Mr. Connor Ruecka here? Connor, are you here with us? Connor, what's up, my brother?
What's going on, brother? It's beautiful here in California. Sunny.
Man, it is gorgeous, isn't it? What part of California are you in today?
I'm in Southern California, just 45 minutes up from you right now.
Heck yeah. I love that, man. What's a win for you today?
Ooh, a win today. So I have a new routine where I'm waking up as early as possible, usually around 5 a.m. And the hardest part is to get out in the cold and go on a walk. My morning routine is a 25-minute walk, and today I walked for an hour.
Heck yeah. Way to go, man. I love that. What do you do on the walk? Talk to God, meditate, think, right? Talk to ChatGPT. What's the practice?
That's exactly what happened. So the first 25 minutes, no phone, just phone in the pocket, just walk, just think, get those thoughts out, ideate. And then I work on marketing right after. So I just went to ChatGPT. I was like, I'm gonna just keep walking. Went to ChatGPT, just started ideating with it, creating new marketing strategies. So that's what happened today. But yeah, usually for walks, it's just no phone, and just straight thinking, and just trying to get better and strengthen my mind.
I love that, man. So thanks for hopping on today. I know you and your brothers run the real estate investing business. I know also you've made this beautiful automation system that blows my freaking mind. Oh my gosh, I can't imagine. I bought 50 houses in the calendar year 2015 when I was 22. If I would have had this type of follow-up system, I would have been dangerous. And I was doing all of that from handwritten notes on papers that were stacked on my desk and throughout my car. And I wonder how many deals I blew because I lost the paperwork. But incredible timing. So just before we dive into what you've built, tell us a little bit about you. Who the heck is Connor? What do you and your brothers do? What's life like for you?
Yes, so my name is Connor Ruecka. I'm a 22-year-old real estate investor. We've been investing for around 3.5 years now. Our main exit strategy is wholesaling. And I get to do it by the grace of God with my 4 brothers. We're 19, 22, 23, 26, 29. So we're all in our 20s. And we just mainly wholesale. And I heard Andrew talking earlier about, being able to do deals outside of the area. You don't have to drive to your deals anymore and close deals. That's exactly what we do. We live in California, but we do all of our deals in the Midwest and the South, mainly Georgia, Tennessee, Florida. Okay, so that's kind of what we're focusing on. The 4 brothers operate that business, and I'm right now operating the closer control automation CRM business. And yeah, that's pretty much what we've been up to. You guys are extremely smart for being here and being in Andrew and Leo's world. I had actually joined around like 3 years ago was when we first met Andrew at a charity event you guys were doing. You guys are such good people. I'm so glad that, I'm around people who do charity events. But yeah, ever since that, like, just things have changed, business, personal life, personal development. Yeah, so I'm blessed. And also, I just want to say we're also believers of Jesus and followers.
Thanks for sharing that, man. I love it. So share with me a little bit what this thing is you built. So first off, what's the wholesaling business look like? Your older brother Alec runs that now, right?
Yes.
So what's the wholesaling business look like? And then let's start diving into this beautiful automation you have built out.
Yeah, so the wholesaling business, we have been virtual for the past 2 years. We have bought a couple houses. Last year, we bought 4 houses. We're still buying houses today, and we have never seen any of our properties. So we're doing wholesale deals, cash deals. We're offering cash. We're offering creative finance. When we do get a creative finance deal that we want to take on, we'll buy it, whether it's on a wrap or subject to. And then, we'll sell at lease option, exactly what Andrew coaches on and mentors for. So that's what we're doing. And there's 4 of the brothers on there right now, 2 on acquisition, 2 on disposition. And they are just, in terms of marketing strategies, we're doing pay-per-click. So we're doing some ads with Google. We're doing pay-per-lead, right? And then we're doing some emailing to county record data and also some cold calling. So we're doing a little bit of outbound and inbound at the same time. And yeah, it's just so fun. It's so fun.
Now I'm seeing, I think Marcel is going, I'm waiting for confirmation from him, kind of impromptu. But Marcel, who I believe is going to be joining us in a couple of hours to say hello to everybody and intro himself. You have now through the community met him and partnered up with him to be your boots on the ground in Savannah, right?
Yes.
What's that look like?
Yeah, so we did meet Marcel through the world of Andrew and Leo. The first day we met Marcel, we had a couple wins, and Marcel was like, dude, come to Savannah, Georgia. You guys will kill it here. At first glance, we didn't believe it. And then we were like, 1 week later, we were like, all right, let's just do it. Let's just try virtual, because we were doing deals in our backyard. And we went in there.
California, you can do them, but there's a little different market, isn't it?
Little bit different market. People are not as nice like the South. Everyone thinks they own the White House. So they're saying, oh, I want $1.5 million. I want $2 million, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, so we went into that market knowing Marcel would be there. And the reason why we chose to follow what Marcel had said is because we trusted Andrew and Leo. We knew that, they wouldn't connect us together if they didn't trust us doing business, and, we're good people and no one will get, messed up on the behind. So we just went straight in with faith, and now we're doing a bunch of deals with Marcel. We're even joint venturing on some marketing. So the Google ads that we do, me and Marcel, we go half and half. Sometimes we wholesale, sometimes we take them down. And yeah, that's what it looks like. And even like last week, I was with Marcel for a whole week. We went to Charlotte to go check out a new market. We never done a deal in Charlotte, never done any marketing. But we went there, met some really cool buyers over there, met some wholesalers. And yeah, that's a lifelong relationship now.
That's incredible, man. And I think that's just the connectedness of the world we live in. And I think it's a powerful thing that is such a gift when you can lean into that. And that's, there's something you guys are going to notice. You're going to meet Judy, who's 73 years young, here this morning in a little bit. You're going to meet, of course, Connor, who's 22. And you're going to, of course, see everywhere in between. And I like to surround myself by the wisdom that is a few levels above me, and by the youth who is brilliant. And I love your heart, man. I think it's incredible what you and your brothers are doing and the purpose behind it. But I love to surround myself by people who are on the cutting edge of technology and AI and what's going on. Because I think all of us have the danger of either A, getting caught up in our old ways and not adapting to the change and getting left behind, or of course, on the other side, getting caught up in just the new things that are coming and forgetting the old principles that work. And so when we marry those two together, guys, I'm telling you, it is magical. And I'm very excited to be here with you. So share with us this thing that you've come up with, this automation, this follow-up sequence. I know that you have gotten, I think, 25 or 30 of our Freedom Life family mastermind folks on it. It is incredible. The feedback I am getting is is crazy. And by the way, this is the first time we've had Connor on a summit or something like this, because I'm very, as Connor's already made mention, we're very cautious who we bring in, because we want to make sure that it's things that are getting incredible feedback and tested. And if we ever test something, we're going to be transparent. We're testing it. But I get incredible feedback of Connor. He's in the early stages of this, and the reviews we've gotten from the first several dozen people who are on it are loving it. So share with us what is closure control, is what you call it, right? Closure control.
Yes, closure control. And before I jump into this, I just want to say thank you, because around 20 plus people from Freedom Life Mastermind are part of closure control. And what's cool about that is we want you to be in this system if you're doing deals. And that just shows that there's so many people in your mentorship that are freaking doing deals. And we track what they go through all the time, because we're trying to, gain KPIs, try to build our AI to make it better so it can track what happens, what are like the regular buttons that are being pressed. And yeah, you guys are freaking doing deals. I'm so happy to be part of the community.
Did you pay Amanda to put that in the chat, or is she one of your users?
Amanda is part of the
Amanda, it's so good to see you on here, my friend.
Amanda. Yeah, so the CRM, it was birthed out of experience, meaning we were doing wholesaling for around 2.5 years now, and we had a CRM that we were paying just an absurd amount of money for, that just wasn't doing like all the stuff that we needed it to do. We were still doing some admin stuff. We were still like tagging people. We were still just pressing a little bit more buttons than we wanted to. So if you had 5 Andrews in your business, you'd be like, hey, one of you guys need to get kicked out. So we made like an executive family decision, Connor as CEO, Connor, why don't you take a step out of the business and have Alec run the business? Because there's 4. That's better than 5, in my opinion. So I took a step aside, and I had built a CRM for the business, for capable house buyers. And it just helped us so much in terms of saving time, buying our time back, and just making sure the salespeople are on calls and only calls. You know what I mean? And they don't need to be like tech geniuses. They don't need to know how to start an automation. They don't need to know how to start a tag. They don't need to know the little things that that automation can do for you. So I literally built one, and I was like, hey, this is going to help so many other people. And Andrew, being in the community, really helped me launch this thing around like 1.5 years ago. And it's just absolutely blown up. And it's helped pretty much, like I would say like 90% of our clients give more than 2.5 more offers every week. And that's the metric that we're consistently seeing. People are giving, for example, if you're giving an offer a week, with our system, we speed up the sales process. So a brand new lead to offer given, it's sped up by 2.5 times. And that leads you to give 2.5 more offers every week. It's extremely cool. And the whole thing about the CRM is you just have to press, you just get to press less buttons, right? There's so many other CRMs out there, and many of them make you press a couple buttons before you move to the next lead. We've tried to dumb it down so you only have to press 3 buttons. And simply put, it's call the lead, put a follow-up due date, and then change the sales process stage. So like, is it a need underwriting now? Does it need an offer now? Did they reject the offer? We've dialed it down to specific stages rather than hot, warm, and cold, right? Andrew, for the longest time, were you basing your leads off hot, warm, cold?
Oh yeah.
So we were doing that as well. And most of the people that we work with, they were also doing it like that. We've made it so it's a lot more specific, where it's like, this is a brand new lead. This is a rejected offer. This one's a closed deal. This one's signed with another buyer. And then there's automations within each stage. So that's like kind of like a really quick, from a couple thousand feet high on that. Andrew, what should I share more about?
So if you could, I want to share this with everybody listening, because we're going to be diving in, and this is all going to make sense and come together here in day 2 as we talk about selling the properties and getting the cash. And follow up, type it in the chat. Follow up is key. Follow up is key. Randy, the deal I played you yesterday that I closed and showed you the numbers on, that was 2 years after. There has been countless deals that when I used to follow up with manually, I would follow up with for months and months and months. And then finally one day, the dam would break and somebody would come through and buy. And so getting a system that will follow up without you thinking about it just simply increases close rate. Now, for each of you, my desire is that you understand the follow-up sequences, because every one of you can take what Connor's about to show you of what he calls 10 days in heaven, but it's a follow-up sequence to continually bombard people to remind them that you're there. There's something, if you're taking notes, write it down, be the first one and the last one to follow up. What do I mean by that? If somebody calls you off of one of your ads, or you get on the phone with somebody and they're a hot prospect, they're ready to go, by golly, get the contract signed. Except many times they're going to say, oh, I'm farming offers, I'm just seeing what's out there. They're going to be having all these wishy-washy answers. By the time they're done farming all their offers and everybody else has fell through, you still want to be there. By the way, those sometimes are the best deals. And so maybe there was a title issue, a problem, a lien that popped up. So everybody else fell through, and yet you're still here following up. So you can take this blueprint, this 10 days in heaven, this mind map that Connor is going to show you. If you don't mind, I'll just have you screen share that in a moment. And just show everybody the follow-up sequence that they should be doing. And you guys are going to be taking massive notes. If you're like me, the first 70% of this, you're going to be taking massive notes saying, I can do this. Oh yeah, I can text people that. I can do this manually. And by the time you get done and Connor shows you what the heck he's doing, you're going to go, I got to be real with myself. I ain't going to do a darn bit of this. So I probably should have AI to do this for me. And so take massive notes, because some of you may want to go implement this for yourself. And then you're going to be like me and realize that it's way easier to push a couple buttons than it is to remember the next 92 days to text 1,000 people. And the snowball is going to build. You got 1 or 2 leads, you don't need a CRM. But if you are talking to 5 leads a day, even 2 or 3 leads a day, you need somewhere to house these things. And so the follow-up sequence, I think, is what's so magical about this. And if you don't mind, Connor, just share your screen and start going through what this follow-up sequence looks like.
Sure. Awesome. And thank you, Andrew, for prompting that. Yeah, so I'm going to share my screen with you guys, and I'm going to be looking to the right. Can you guys see the screen and hear me well?
I can see it.
Awesome. Cool. So before I jump into this, this is the logic behind this campaign. So this campaign is called 10 Days in Heaven. Industry name is 10 Days in HELL. Like I said earlier, I believe in God, I believe in Jesus, so 10 Days in Heaven. Now, the logic behind this is it's a campaign, or it's an automated follow-up text campaign to sellers when they raise their hand that they want to sell. For example, if you guys are doing PPL, pay per lead, what they're doing is they're filling out a form and they're submitting, I want an offer. And then ideally, you guys will do 10 Days in Heaven and apply this campaign to them. Let's say you guys are cold calling and you guys are talking to a seller and they raise their hand, yes, I want to offer. This is going to go out. So the 10 Days in Heaven is a campaign that goes out to all brand new leads. Now, here's where the logic comes in. This is an intense campaign, and I'll show you why it's intense. Because if they answer a cold call from a person in the Philippines or from Pakistan and talk to them about their house for 20 minutes, there's a reason they're spending time with that person talking about their house. They're really trying to sell their house, or they're really trying to get a good offer. In addition, when they do it with your person, they're doing it with 5 other people. Right? They're answering all the other cold calls as well. So this campaign is so you're the first one to get in front of the door. You get in front of the door and say, hey, here's my hand. We can help you out. We can give you what you need. Okay? So I'm going to take this, and it's just going to look like a little bit like a funnel. So we're going to start up here to the right. New lead gets into CRM. For you guys, maybe it's not a CRM. Maybe it's just your phone. A new lead comes into your phone. Okay? Immediately, guys, immediately you guys want to text the seller, right? You guys might have jumped on a phone call with them, cold called them. You immediately want to also create a communication line with them through texting. I'm not sure if this is just me, but with like your loved ones, you guys, if you guys use social media, you guys might have a conversation going on in regular text messages, and you also have another conversation going on in Facebook DMs, and you guys are talking about two different things. But you guys are, keeping that conversation related to this topic and this one related to this topic. This is what you're doing. You're building a relationship with the seller subconsciously through another channel of communication. Okay, so whether they answered a phone call, because guys, Andrew will say this, SMS is amazing, but the best is calling the seller and just having that real conversation with them rather than text message. Calling is the best. So a new lead comes in, you're going to call it, and right away you're going to send an SMS, something like this. Hey Jacob, it's Connor. I just got a notification you're selling 123 Banana Street. I'll be reaching out in a minute. And then you call. Okay? What's really cool about this is when we say it's Connor, I'm not sure if you guys have seen this on Apple phones, but if someone texts their name, it'll say when you're calling, maybe Connor. Okay? It won't say just a random number from 650. It'll say maybe Connor.
That's pure gold right there.
Mm-hmm. So if you guys are going to send any type of text message, just make sure you say your name. It's Connor, it's Judy, it's Andrew, it's Marcel, because when you do call, it's going to say exactly maybe Marcel, maybe Judy. Okay? So what this text is we're trying to get them to also open communication on text message. Because we might call them, Andrew, and they might not answer. We might call them again and they might not answer. And the best investors, guys, call 3 times. Do not ever be scared to call 3 times. You might call them the 3rd time and they won't answer, but they might answer your text message. Why? Because they might be driving. They might be at a doctor's appointment. They might be at their kid's soccer game. They can text, but they can't have a conversation over the phone. So we're opening up that new communication line. We're giving them an opportunity to also text us there. Now, here's the catch about 10 days in heaven. It's 10 days long. Meaning if they don't answer the first text and they don't answer our phone call, they get the text for day 2. If they don't answer that and they don't answer our phone call on day 2, they get text message 3, and so on for 10 days straight. Okay? So this is the first text. We're going to wait for the client's or the lead's reply for 23 to 24 hours. Okay, it's really specific like this because this is how the automation is made. But if you're doing it manually or you're doing it in another CRM, make it wait around 23 to 24 hours. Okay, 1 full day. If there is no contact with that seller for that first 24 hours of them saying, yes, I want an offer, you're going to wait 2 minutes, right? Because you don't want to be texting them at the same exact time, right? If you text them at 10:30 today, you don't want to text them at 10:30 tomorrow. You want to text them at 10:32 or 10:34 so it doesn't look like a robot.
And I want to interrupt you there.
Yes.
Guys, type in the chat, position yourself for success. Nothing's guaranteed. I can't guarantee you're going to do a deal today, tomorrow, next week, next month. I can guarantee you some of you won't because you won't take action. Except some of you are going to absolutely begin making a move. Position yourself for success. Position yourself for success. How do we do that? We automatically set ourselves up. We set ourselves to a new level of opportunity. Used to, of course, the market was different in 2014 when I started this, but used to, I would manually, me and my lead acquisitionist, we would sit in the office from about 8 p.m. after dinner to about 10 p.m. at night going, oh, we should text this person. Oh, what about that person? Oh, we should text this person. And we would sit there for 2 or 3 hours, remembering people that we've talked to in the last 2, 3, 4 weeks, flipping through a notebook just like this, texting random people. We bought hundreds of houses that way. I'm telling you, I guarantee you we lost. I remember panicking one time. We bought a new house. It's easier to find a house for a buyer than a buyer for a house. And I remember sitting there and Robert says to me, we're sitting there at night. We got a new 3-bed, 2-bath home we got negotiated and was going to go contract. And he goes, "Oh, I talked to somebody yesterday who had 50,000 down looking for a 3-bed, 2-bath in this area." And I'm like, "Let's go get the freaking money." And he goes, "I don't remember who it was." And I go, "Oh my gosh, bro." And for the next between 3 and 4 hours, we was there at the office till past midnight, looking through his calls, trying to find the $50,000 person. I share that because this happens. And the AI, the automations, the systems, count on the systems. You're either going to count on your memory or you're going to count on systems. The foundation of this business is, how do I move things from my memory to my systems? You ever notice people who are so extremely busy, yet they're always on time, they're always showing up for the appointment, they always keep their word, they always text when they say they're going to? It's because they have stopped counting on their memories and started counting on systems. Every wealthy person I know notes stuff down and schedules follow-ups and counts on systems and automations and assistant to be able to keep their schedule. I wouldn't know when to show up and who was showing up where and what my appointments were today if I didn't have an assistant texting me 19 times while I'm on this Zoom, telling me what my next appointments are on breaks and on lunch break and on after meeting calls. If I didn't have that, I would be in chaos. We're running 3 companies, doing multiple ventures, developments, projects. I think we have 5 or 6 new deals going under contract, and I'm talking big deals, developments, opportunities going under contract in the next week. It's crazy. The only way we can keep up is by counting on systems. So going back down to the single family house business, I challenge you, put down, ask yourself, how do I begin to think like a wealthy person would think? How do I plug the people in and stay ahead of the curve? Because there's going to be another 100 people call them that they're never going to hear from again. But you, they're going, "Oh, that Connor guy I talked to, I remember, he's the guy who texted me yesterday. Oh, and he texted me again today." And so every one of you, just like me, we get busy. We get texts, we get calls, we miss stuff. I get texts and calls every single day from all sorts of places. I have every one of our Freedom Life family saved in my cell phone as Freedom Life family. So those go to top priority, along with my dad, whose birthday is today, and my mom, and my brother Leo, and a few other people. And so asking yourself, hey, how do I position myself to stay ahead of the curve? And setting yourself up, whether you use this sequence and plug it into your $1,000 CRM like the CRM I used to use, which, by the way, is just a magic cheat code that you should screenshot and take and use this. Or you say, hey, it's going to be worth it. I'm going to have a chat with Connor. By the way, if you don't mind, Connor, I'll just tell everybody that because you're in our community, it's $197 a month. And this is a system that you're going to have an opportunity to connect with Connor when this is over and have a chat with him and sign this up for your business. And at best, you're going to have a new connect, and you can have this in your follow-up system for once you start getting leads. And at worst, and at best, you're going to end up using this to start following up with your leads later on today or tomorrow. And that's what I want to see for you guys. How do we position ourselves for success? Keep going, brother.
Thank you for that, Andrew. Yeah, you were saying a bunch of things, and I wanted to relate what I'm about to jump into is like us as investors and business people, we get so many text messages every day, right? And it's crazy. Like a text message from only like 3 hours ago will be like 20 to 30 text messages down, right? So when I was creating this workflow called 10 Days in Heaven, with AI, I was thinking, okay, we have a busy day. I'm going to assume that the seller is also going to have a busy day, right? So we used to have text messages like so this is day 2, question mark, question mark. We used to have a text message that was like, hey, you talked to us yesterday, can we jump on a phone call? But we've made it so like, okay, I think this is just like so much more personal. It's not robotic. For day 2 to get a text message, just question mark, question mark. I use this on everyone in my life. Like Andrew says, when he's texting Leo, when he's texting his dad, his mom, his sister, his business partners. Sometimes you just need the text message to get to the very top. So what we did is the best way to do that, we can send another big text message like day 1. And it just be looking weird, like, oh, dude, they just want my house, blah, 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 blah. You know what I mean? I don't want to give them any time. We moved forward for day 2 to go just question mark, question mark. Just bump the first text message to the very top of their text message threads.
And by the way, I've ignored so many texts that I get from I know what are automations. And then out of the blue, somebody will text me, Andrew, did you get my last message? Or question mark, question mark. And I'm like, who just texted me? And I'm like, I go back and read the stupid text that I skipped the day before. Incredible brilliance. Because our objective is how do we get eyeballs on people? How do we get people's eyeballs on our offers, which is the way we get to an offer is a phone conversation. We got to get to a freaking phone call. And everything we're doing here is to get attention. You realize people are getting 3,000 plus messages a day? Few dozen years ago, my grandpa was born in 1914. He was getting maybe a few dozen messages a day, and that was from the neighbors in the country as they was farming. Now our brains, the same brain, is getting thousands of messages a day. So we've got to figure out how to break through the noise and the bull crap that everybody's dealing with. And this is such a powerful thing.
Yes, exactly. We got to break through. And today, I think SMS is the most used communication line, or texting is the most used communication line in the world right now. Right? It's probably that in social media, right? Hardly any people are calling anymore. You're calling just to either for business, for money, or you're calling your loved ones. You're not calling random people anymore. You're just texting them. So this is us staying ahead of the race, like Andrew said, and even making it automated, right? Just like not having to worry about it. You know, on day 2, since they didn't reply to day 1, they're going to get day 2 text. They didn't reply to day 1 or day 2 text, you know they're going to get day 3. There's some confidence there. So what 10 days in heaven is, guys, I'm not going to go through each text message, but essentially it's a text message to the seller 1 time per day for 10 days straight until they reply. Okay? We've noticed that if we do not get a contact on day 1 or day 2, we're getting a contact with them on day 6 and day 7. Okay, so that's why it's specifically 10 days. It's a safe keep. It's so that the net catches them and make sure that we get in contact. But like Andrew said, all of these text messages are meant for them to reply positively or neutrally. Okay, so like it really, this we're gonna get a little bit technical. This is in closure control. If they reply to 10 days in heaven positively or neutrally, AI gets unleashed. Conversational AI gets unleashed and starts texting them back and forth, trying to get the 4 pillars: condition of the house, timeline to sell, price they want to sell at, and why are they selling, their motivation. So the 4 pillars: condition, timeline, motivation, price. AI is going to try to gather that as fast as possible, just using a set of questions and in its language. And that's going to set you to a call where you already have all the 4 pillars. And now you're just talking, really building, you're just really building rapport at that point, because you know what they're going through. You know what their reason for selling is. Maybe you dig deeper into there. Maybe you know where the cut is. And now you're just kind of like twisting it around and saying, hey, how can you benefit from this situation of me buying your house? But that's like what it ends up looking like with a campaign like 10 Days in Heaven. They reply positively or neutrally, AI gets unleashed, and then they're conversating, trying to get 4 pillars. Now for you, if you're doing it manually, you want to just stay on top, maybe make some reminders for yourself, maybe create some alarms for yourself to make sure if you have not reached out to them, if they have not gone back, if they haven't texted back or called back or answered your phone calls, make sure to send day 3, make sure to send day 4. And I can guarantee you will either get a reply on day 1 or day 2 or day 5 or day 6.
That's powerful.
And there's so many different, so this is what's cool about closer control, and just working with us and being in our sphere, is you will start to know that the text messages have to be different for different stages. So like 10 days in heaven is for all brand new leads. What about for Andrew, like rejected offers? You can't do a 10 days in heaven. You know what I mean? They're gonna have the same number.
Right.
Some campaign like that, it's gonna be wait 3 days, not just one day, text message, email. Wait 4 days, text message, email. Wait another 5 days, text message, email. And it'll be the copywriting or the text message language will be surrounded around the actual situation.
If you're
Or-
taking notes, write it down. Time and circumstance changes every seller's mind. Time and circumstance changes every seller's mind. There is deals, something happened. There is what I call the most underrated tool in business is momentum. And something happens. 2014, I went to a seminar. I learned I could buy houses, and I started doing it. About 12 houses in 2014. I was 21 years old. And I am going to houses, I'm buying houses. But year 2, 2015, April 23rd, 2014, I launch my real estate investing business. 2015, I start buying, and I start averaging almost a house a week. And I'm going, what has happened? I'm putting out the exact same amount of output. What happened was, type it in the chat, momentum. Don't ask me how to spell it. I was homeschooled. Momentum. Type it in the chat, momentum. Why? Because that is a powerful tool, guys. Momentum is a gift. Gotta make sure everybody's still awake here. Momentum is a gift. And the same amount of effort in 2015 got me way more results because of that little known tool called momentum. Now, here's the gift. Here's what's powerful. When you lean into the momentum, when you lean in to what begins to happen, you're going to notice more and more results come from the same efforts. What really made me realize this was I'm sitting there. There's a guy who I know whose name is Andrew. Good name. His name is Andrew Lopez. He's a doctor, Dr. Lopez. And I remember going to his house on Negley Avenue, Connor, in 2014. I sit down. We was talking about doing a deal. We ended up never buying the house. I get a call the next year on another house, one street over. And I always ask, which by the way, you should too. That Connor's system tracks it as well, for those of you who work with Connor. And what happens is, I get a call and I said, how did you hear about us? Was it a bandit sign? Was it an ad? He goes, oh no, my neighbor told me that you come and looked at his house and that you was a really good guy. And if we can come to numbers, I'm ready to sell it to you. Boom. Momentum. Lean into momentum. So although I didn't buy Dr. Lopez's house, who, by the way, is still a friend of mine, I met him in 2014. It was crazy because he's a guy who I've stayed in touch with over the years. And from that one meeting, other connects have happened. I just got a call I missed from Yvonne, another lady who I met in 2014. I done a mailing. I didn't buy a single house from that mailing because I didn't know what the heck I was doing. I blew every single deal. Except Yvonne since then has bought probably a dozen houses from me over the last 11 years. And I've probably bought dozens of houses from her. And she's a realtor. She lists properties for us. We do a lot of business together because she's actually buying a house from us right now because of momentum, because of a conversation I had in 2014. And so understand that what Connor is describing here is, type it in the chat, build my snowball. That's what momentum is, build my snowball. You're going to hear me talk a lot about the snowball effect as we work together. For the couple of you who we end up working together for the year, for those of you who come to the live events, you're going to find that it is building your snowball, build my snowball. Why? Because I remember growing up, Belle Rive, Illinois, Connor, there was one year, I think it was 2000, and I may have the year wrong, I believe it was 2000, and it snowed sometime right around Thanksgiving. You ever seen snow yet, brother?
Not where I'm living.
Bro, we gotta get you to Belle Rive. So It snows, right around Thanksgiving. Beautiful white covering. And it comes along, and every time it starts to melt between Thanksgiving and Christmas, like an entire month, and I don't ever remember it happened before or since, it would snow again. And so we'd go out, there's 6 of us kids. We'd go out, we had a toboggan, we called it, and we would go sled down the hill and onto the icy road where cars hopefully didn't come. And come to think now, that was probably a dangerous go around, but it was a fun time. And we was kids, we didn't know no better. But I would go to the top of the hill, I would start rolling, I'd build my little snowball, and I'd start rolling the snowball. And we'd build a snowman. And I think about that in terms of business, because today, some of you are already doing business, some of you are new to the business. We are building the first little baby piece of the snowball. We've got this little snowball in our hands. And we can either sit there and hold it, and if we just sit there and freaking hold it, it's going to melt. That's how it works. But if you start to build the snowball in a matter of minutes, in this case, in a matter of months or years, you can have a big, beautiful snowball that is impacting and can't be stopped. It's crazy because of the fact that you was willing to lean into the momentum that you're building. And every tool we can get along the way. You remember, as a little guy in 2000, I was 8 years old, Connor. And I remember as a little guy, I would build the snowball so big, I couldn't even move it.
Yeah.
And I would build that big snowball. That's why we have systems. I'd have to get my dad to come help me move the snowball. So we have systems to come in and to come behind our momentum and to push it. Guys, I'm telling you, you can do this business the hardest way, the most manual way possible, or we can lean into momentum and tools and automations and AI and lean into the wave that's happening and continue. And that there's nothing stopping you, if you want to, in the next couple of years, from collecting dozens or even hundreds of deeds and changing the legacy of your family, all from what is starting to be the beginning of a lifetime relationship here. So, what additional things, Connor, go through your mind? Common questions that come up. How long is the follow-up sequence? What's your expertise say in some commonly asked questions that you want to share before we open up for questions here in about 10?
Yes, I want to add onto what you were saying, building your snowball. I want to add on to that and say also become an authority, right? Become someone likable, become someone easy to say yes to, right? And I was thinking about this myself, and I go, who in my life do I really enjoy being around, or at least connecting with on a communication, on like a virtual communication level? The people who show up on my feed in my social media all the time, right? You know, those people that are always liking your posts, always commenting on your posts, always sharing your post on their stories, edifying you, right? Those are like the best people. And to relate back to real estate, the follow-up that we do and us being consistent and sending text messages 1 time per day for 10 days straight, we're becoming that person for that seller.
Absolutely.
This is the person that keeps showing up. This is the person that keeps texting me. This is the one that keeps going out, not forgetting about me, even though we just had a 60-minute conversation. So as you do that, as you follow up, you are becoming an authority of a real estate professional in their life. So that's something that I wanted to add on. In terms of AI, I think AI is so important. I was talking a month ago to a really high-level tech startup AI professional who's like building real ChatGPT kind of stuff. And he goes, Connor, for small businesses, 6 months ago, a business without AI could compete with a business using AI. He says today, they're incomparable. A business without AI does not even exist in the world of a business using AI, right? It's and the reason being, it's not because the businesses are different or better. It's because AI is getting better every single day, and it's a hockey stick growth. It's not like linear. It's truly exponential. And what they're saying right now is they're like past the curve. So now it's real exponential, and who knows how much it actually goes straight up And I think it's still the beginning.
I
So
want to throw this out there just because we're on this track, and then got a couple more questions for you. By the way, how many of you have a at least paid ChatGPT account? Give me a yes if you do. If you don't, just put not yet. It's okay. I just want to see, because I have something here I want to share that I think may be transformative for you. If you have a paid ChatGPT account, yes. If not, just not yet. And I ask this because I want to find out, there's something that happens. I know Elizabeth does. You've been in our world a while, my friend. So good to see you. So for all of you, this is going to be a powerful thing. And this blew my mind. I just had a chat with my attorney. We have an in-house attorney that we use on all of our projects, our developments, all the stuff. And he's incredible. And I was talking to him the other day, and he said to me some things that got my wheels turning. And so he was my attorney since 2015 and still is to this day. Used to be $680 an hour. Thankfully, he started his own firm, so now he's on retainer. and incredible guy, in-house counsel, but great guy. And he's brilliant. He stays on the cutting edge of things. And he was working with multi-billion-dollar companies, representing them. And I asked him, I said, Joe, what do you think about AI and how are you using it? So we start discussing, and he starts telling me in his firm, in his practice, he's like, we used to have a situation. He helps also veterans get their benefits. So a lot of veterans have been waiting for years and various challenges they're having getting their benefits, and he helps them do that. And he says, what I used to have an assistant that would take X amount of hours to go through, I now have AI systems that can go through it in a matter of minutes. And it can go through like 50,000 pages of documents. And he was giving me exact numbers, and I'm going, oh my gosh, mind blowing. I said, well, what should I be thinking? So I took what Joe told me as we were sitting in his kitchen talking here a few weeks ago, and what Leo, brilliant AI. He's the first one who told me about ChatGPT before anybody hardly knew about it. And I started to marry that together, and I said, okay, let's do something. I know not everyone is going to go become a AI guru tomorrow, and neither should we. Except, how do we stay on the cutting edge? Guys, I'm telling you, that is what our whole objective is in this community. How do we stay on the cutting edge? How do we surround ourselves by people who are expertise? How do we surround ourselves by people who are building funds and our expertise in that regard? How do we continue surrounding ourselves by people who, like Robert, who you're going to meet at the live event, who has a $30 million fund, who's doing the build to rents, or many millions of dollars he's raised? How do we surround ourselves by the John Ortners who's raised and deployed over $4.2 billion into single family capital? How do we surround ourselves by these high level people, by the AI guys, by the people who can help us grow? So here's what I took away from that. If you guys haven't already got one, I challenge you should write it down. Plaud, P-L-A-U-D. It's a bit archaic in terms of what is now possible, but it works for me. Because you can notice what I tend to teach and do is not just what you can do, but what are you actually likely to do? I know me. I'm not likely to go into some $1,000 fancy CRM and learn the 96,000 buttons to push to make it do a bunch of cool stuff. However, I can type an email address and a password into a CRM that Connor has done and choose a contact and hit send 10 days in heaven sequence. I can figure out 3 or 4 buttons. I was raised by baby boomers. I am not as tech savvy as Connor and Leo and some of the other crew, but I can figure out 3 or 4 buttons. So I went and bought a Plaud, P-L-A-U-D, and it records your conversations. It's AI device, it's size of a credit card, and it can record your conversations, audio, or your phone conversations, or like you can lay it down while you're on a Zoom like this, and you can transcribe. It will give you the bullet points. Plaud alone will give you the bullet points. What was the conversation about? Let's say Connor and I have a meeting tomorrow. I'll be plotting that meeting. I'll have the plot going. And then after that meeting, it will give me the bullet points. You and Connor discussed X business, X strategy, X, X, X. His brother this, his brother this, his brother this. It will lay out a whole bullet point and it will say, here's your to-do list. It does all that by itself. All right. Now I said, okay, that's cool. But what do I do with all this to-do list and all of this stuff? So I started grabbing the transcriptions. I grabbed the Plod transcription and I copy and paste it into ChatGPT. Now ChatGPT knows a lot about our Freedom Live family members. Our ChatGPT knows who my closest friends and brothers are, who my parents are. ChatGPT knows about our business. It knows about our revenue models. It knows about the developments we have going. It knows who our attorney is. It knows who our partners are. It knows who runs the funds that we are in business with. It knows all of these things. So now when I am making business decisions and I'm on a scratch paper, I have assistance from someone who knows my business better than anyone. And it's such a powerful thing because now I can go to a mentor. Leo and I spend 6 figures a year being in various masterminds. I can go to, for example, one of our mentors and friends, Dan, who his mastermind is $100,000 a year. Now, instead of going to him and asking him the questions that have already been answered by ChatGPT, I can ask him the high-level questions that can only be answered by a human. I can connect with him on a deeper level on the projects he's running. And I can get the lower level answers from ChatGPT, Dan. You can get the lower level answers from ChatGPT, Andrew. And I think this is such a powerful change because as you start to implement just conversations, hey, ChatGPT, I run X business. How do I better format myself for successes with this way? How should I be thinking about my customer acquisition model? Hey, I just got this CRM called Closer Control, and here's the follow-up sequences. How can I better use this to get more leads? You can be discussing these things with ChatGPT. And now anytime I go to ChatGPT, the information that it gives me and the ideas we create together are incredible. So I share that with you because that is just that is 0.01% of what you can start doing today that will give you that power. And this CRM, this follow-up system, this AI, the sequences that Connor's going to give you is frankly mind-boggling to me, but again, scratches the surface. So I want it to be something you're likely to use that will likely increase your business, that positions you for success. So I want to open up for questions, Connor. You're going to be able to give them a way to reach you, right?
Sure, yes.
Okay. Questions. Any questions for Connor, type them in the chat. And when it comes to Closer Control, what's something that you want to share that everyone doesn't yet know?
Yes, so one of the aspects of AI that we've created in Closer Control, it's a private model that we've created, and what it does is it takes notes for you. What I've noticed, so I sent a poll out to all of my users, and I sent them, and I said, how many hours per day do you think you're spending taking notes? And I started to notice there's some people who take more time taking notes than actually on the call. Like they might be on a call for like 20 minutes and then they're kind of just like they're not multitaskers, so they're having the conversation, a great conversation, and then after they're like taking notes for like 20 minutes, and I'm like, no, like I need to fix that. That's my problem. So that's when you guys work with us, like your guys' problems become my problems and I try to solve fast. So when we did this poll around two months ago, we immediately put into place like, hey, we need to get an AI that 1, records the call, 2, takes notes, and 3, gives some feedback. So after the notes are taken, it's going to say, hey, speaker 1, who's the seller, said this. Speaker 2, who's the investor, or Andrew or me, says this. Says it in summary. In addition, at the bottom, it goes feedback, and it's essentially a sales coach saying, hey, you did not get the condition of the house. We still need to talk about the roof and the HVAC. Hey, you did amazing going into their motivation, but you didn't get the price that they wanted. So it gives like active feedback, which is amazing because you just have to read it and you know what you have to do on the next call.
So on your sales calls now, you can copy and paste your transcripts and put that in ChatGPT.
Yes.
Incredible. And that's when, because you dial through your closure control system as well, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So I think this is very powerful. Something I want to do, by the way, would you mind, everybody who connects with you, go ahead and put your link up. Team, put Connor's link in the chat so anybody can connect with him who wants to. Connor has generously agreed to hop on and answer any of your questions around the follow-up automations and sequences he set up. And he has not agreed to do this, but if he doesn't mind, would you mind offering everyone who you connect with the PDF you were just sharing on the screen? Would you mind giving that to everybody on here for free that wants it?
Yes, please. I can.
Amazing.
Let me put it. Can I just put it in the chat?
Yeah, that's perfect. That's perfect. So go connect. If nothing else, you just need to connect with this guy. He's a wealth of knowledge in automations and AI and in getting your systems set up in your business so your business doesn't run you. We're going to be hanging out with you in Louisville next week, right?
Yes.
It's going to be a lot of fun. So guys, download the script, or excuse me, the PDF that Connor has given you, and get on a call with him. You've got the link there in the chat. And give him a great, I know we can't see or hear you, but give him a great big virtual hand for being here. Anything, oh, I think we have a couple questions, but great big virtual hand for Connor for being here. We'll get to the questions and then we'll wrap, because I am going to, let's see, 10 o'clock PST. Yes, so we're gonna go into a break here shortly. Question 1. By the way, any questions you have while we got him here, we'll hang out for 5 more here just so you can get them through. Elizabeth says, I like the AI summary of the call, wondering about the assessment of my part, which is pretty accurate. Although it doesn't allow for seller's attitude, which is the reason I didn't get information I should have. How did you set up this investor feedback? Oh, AI doesn't know about the seller's attitude. That's a good twist.
Yeah, so this is good because we want to make it as easy as possible for the next person to know who they're talking to. Because Andrew, you might be sick one day and you can't take a call to one of your leads. I'm going to have to come in as maybe a partner or another acquisition manager and call your lead. What's cool about closure control is it'll actually identify through the recorded call using AI what type of personality is this person. So is he an amiable? Is he an expressive? Is he a what are the other ones, Andrew? I totally just blanked right now. Amiable, expressive, let's just say direct, or analytical. So there's 4 different personality types for sales, and in the assessment part, it actually says, hey, this person is an assertive, this person's an expressive. And that's how we're kind of garnering the seller's attitude. But yeah, that's one of the ways that we've helped so many sales teams, because we got some really big sales teams, for them to know who are they following up with, what type of person, how should we approach it, what's the tonality we should come in, should we be super loud when they answer the call, or should we be kind of timid and be calm? So yeah, like the seller's attitude, it won't get sarcasm unless it's very, very identifiable, like that's sarcasm. I just want $1 million and live in a castle or something like that. It can get that. But if they're kind of just saying it with a regular tone, it's definitely like it'll maybe make a assumption, but it won't say, hey, this person is this attitude, if it won't actually identify it. That's my answer to that question.
Very cool. Thanks for sharing that. By the way, it's getting smarter all the time. It's crazy what's happening and how rapidly it's learning.
Yes.
Any other questions? Keep them coming in. I want to just shout out for you guys being here. You know, we have so much to cover over the next several hours together. I am giddy about what we're going to be covering together. I'm going to give you a sneak preview before we go to a 10-minute break. Connor, thank you again so much for being here, brother. I'm excited to see you. You're going to be at my birthday party, right?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. You bringing Alec?
Alec, he really wanted to come, but he said he has to finish up some of his classes.
We don't do excuses. Tell him.
I know, that's what I said. I was like, you're not coming? He's like, dude.
Tell him to get off the classes. Just do it online or something. But all right, cool. Well, I'm excited to see you, man.
Okay, thank you guys. God bless.
Thanks, Connor. All right, talk soon. So for all of you guys, we are going to be diving in, and I want to show you this because as we are coming into a day 2 here, we're getting deep into day 2. There is a power that comes from scheduling your day right. If you're not doing it already, we're getting ready to talk about selling. We're getting ready to talk about getting the freaking money. We're going to be talking about how you can get business lines of credit. But I want to share this with you because this is something I didn't do for so long. Type it in the chat. Eliminate distractions. Eliminate distractions. You know, I commend you guys for being here and hanging out and interacting and having a blast. Because seeing you in the chat, you know, I love being in person together. As we're going to be in Louisville, we're going to be connecting and hanging out with the crew. And I love being in person because I feed off your energy. When I'm sitting here talking to a screen, I feed off of your comments. I see the dot coming up. What happens is many times we get distracted. I ask you this because how you do anything is how you do everything. I remember going to the gym and going to get my workout in and then finding myself answering texts and calls the majority of the time. Well, I went to the gym for an hour, but I only worked out 15 minutes because I was working. And so I start to realize, wait a second, I'm getting distracted. I would find myself going on the computer to do an email, and then crap, I got a text. I got to handle the text. And then crap, I got this phone call. I got to handle the call. And now I had 7 unfinished tasks outstanding. So eliminate distractions. If you don't already have a system for doing this, I challenge you. By the way, every one of you will soon have a assistant. Aloja, one of my incredible assistants, is on here today. Aloja is awesome. Great big hand clap, round of applause for Aloja. I love Aloja, and Gail helped me build my system and my calendar and my life in a way that eliminates distractions. So why is this important? Because you're going to be getting on the phone with sellers. You're going to be having conversations with private lenders. You're going to be having discussions with partners. You're going to be having all sorts of conversations and connects. And before long, what now is just busyness that maybe makes your brain a little chaotic suddenly loses you millions of dollars of opportunity if it isn't brought under control. So myself and Leo both run our calendars in a way that causes us to be able, Sunday, of course, is a slow day for us by design, but we run our calendars in a way that causes us to be productive. We schedule things, we live and die by the calendar. On rare occasion, there'll be a mistake. One of my team members had scheduled me an appointment yesterday over the summit without realizing that it was double booked. So had to reschedule that appointment. So on occasion, there's still going to be something come up. Somebody has to be rescheduled. Something has to change. But 98% of problems are eliminated by the fact that I live, eat, drink, breathe, and die by this calendar. I get up most mornings between 4:30 and 5:30. I wake up without an alarm or with an alarm. I usually just wake up. But I set an alarm quite often for between 4:30 and 5:30, depending on the schedule for the day. And then I have that morning time because I, for years, got up and I'd just be up running and gunning, wake up, grab the phone, text, call, and just start running and gunning and putting the pieces together and making crap happen. I'm busy and I'm making stuff happen, except I am being reactive. If you're taking notes, write it down. Become proactive, not reactive. So I'd become reactive to the email and to the phone call and to the text, rather than being proactive to say, what is my income generating activities today? There's something you're going to hear from Leo and myself a lot. I want you to type it in the chat. MIDAS. MIDAS. That spells MIDAS, most important daily action steps. As you're in our world hanging out with us, you're going to hear us consistently refer to your MIDAS. What are your MIDAS for today? When you're part of the Freedom Life family, for the couple of you who we work with, you're going to find when we have conversations, It's going to come back to what are your MIDAs? I feel overwhelmed or stressed or this or that. What are your MIDAs? What are the most important daily action steps? What are the things that I can do today that move the needle for my business? What are the things you can do today that move the needle for your business? For, depending on the projects, you say, hey, if you're in the early stages, the needle moving action is, did I message people on Facebook Marketplace? Am I having conversations with sellers? That's my most important daily action steps. No leads, no business. As your business starts to ramp up, did I follow up with title on the deals I'm closing? Did I call back the buyers that were taken in my answering service? Did I go in the CRM and find out where my leads are? Your most important daily action steps, because it's so easy to get caught up in, oh my goodness, and I had to learn this the hard way by running 3 companies and having, oh crap moments 96 times a day. Oh crap, I forgot to call them. Oh crap, I got to hit that lender up. Oh crap, I got to get that deal contracted. Oh crap, I got to get X done. Rather than eliminating distractions and delegating everything possible. Now, if you don't yet have a team, you're going to use systems, your calendar, but very shortly, you're going to get you an assistant. You're going to get you an assistant in the very near future who's going to run your calendar for you. Gail, incredible girl, keeps me on track. Texts me every day, 15 minutes before my meetings to make sure that I'm on track with everything. Helps me with so many aspects of my life. It's a powerful thing when you can have something right now, a system, and very near future, a person as well, personal assistant who keeps you on track, because that's what happens. Imagine that there's one action you do every day and it's talking to 5 sellers. Imagine that like we talked about earlier, that it takes 50 calls to get to a deal. Say your average deal is only $30,000. You talk to 5 sellers a day and it takes 50 calls to get to a deal. That's 10 days of 5 calls. Who here realizes if those average of 10-minute calls 5 times a day, 50 minutes a day is scheduled out, that is your needle moving action. You or someone else has to be on the phone talking to someone in order to buy a house. So guard your time ruthlessly, eliminate distractions, and get control of your time. Become proactive, not reactive, so you run the business and not the other way around. All right? We're going to be talking a whole lot more about business, about life, about getting the freaking money, about how we do the lease options, how we structure deals, and a whole lot more when we come back in 10 minutes. My team is going to share the timer, and I am going to go have a break, grab me another beautiful coffee. And I put, by the way, you guys may know this, someone just taught me if I put butter in the coffee, it stabilizes the energy for a long period of time. I know I've told several people that and they've knew it for a long time. I just found it out and I am loving it because I am a coffee fanatic. So I'm going to go get me another cup of coffee and I will see you guys back here in 10 minutes. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. All right. We're going to dive in. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about how to get the freaking money while we have wholesaled. We do wholesale. In fact, we have 2 or 3 wholesale deals in the works right now as we speak that are going to be paying us in the next couple of weeks. We're actively doing this business, which, by the way, is something I probably don't talk enough about, but staying on the cutting edge, working with people who are in the business, people who do this business is such a powerful thing. And I want to get into the weeds a little bit of the lease option side and show you how we consistently get big non-refundable deposits, how we, excuse me, turn deals to headache-free cash flow. I'm going to share with you for my Thinkerbrains a couple of screenshots here, or a couple of slides that you're going to want to screenshot, and then we're going to dive into the lease option side. So on the buying side, there's 3 things to do. Get contracts. Number 1, get leads. Number 2, follow up, get contracts. It's the 3 steps. Get leads, follow up, get contracts. Now, something you're going to see, it's the wrong slide. So docs to sell, I'm going to show you. Docs to buy, I'm going to show you. Follow up, get leads, follow up, get contracts. That's a whole business on the buying side. On the selling side, it's the same thing. Get leads, follow up, and get deposits. Something that is very important that will transform your life. And for all of you who have bought event tickets, you're going to be getting all of this for free, or you have got this for free. If you haven't already got it, you will be getting it for free. It's all in the Circle community there. Something that is a lifesaver, a game changer. And before we close enrollment tonight for the community, my desire is that you have clarity of what your objective is in this business. You understand what your freedom number is, that you understand what your goals are and how to build to those goals. So, documents I need to buy properties. Number 1, purchase and sell agreement. You can screenshot this. I'm going to go over this fairly quickly. Number 1, purchase and sell agreement. Number 2, authorization to release information. These are the things you get signed at the house or virtually whenever you have come to a verbal agreement. So you have a verbal agreement. Said, hey, I'm going to buy the house from you. I'm going to buy it for nothing down. I'm going to pay you $1,000 a month until it's paid off, or $1,000 a month for 5 years, and then I'll owe you the balance. Whatever you and the seller agreed to gets written on this 2-page purchase and sell agreement, front and back, super simple. And you get an authorization sign. Purchase and sell says we have a legally binding agreement that allows me to buy this house exclusively. And if I don't buy it, I lose my earnest money, which is either $10 or $100. And if you was to back out, that you have to give, you have to provide us rather clear title as the seller. And so it locks us in. So we're not paying for title searches and all this stuff just for them to ditch and run. Purchase and sell agreement is a legally binding document of what you verbally agreed to. Number 2, authorization to release information. That is a document that says, hey, title company, you can talk to my lender. Let's say they have liens on it, or they owe Wells Fargo money, they owe a bank. They are going to be able to get the authorization, your closing company, your title company, your attorney, and be able to find out about the liens and the information, the loan docs, all of the information they need. It's authorizing your company to talk to the lender or lien holders. That's the only 2 documents you're going to get signed up front. Really simple. Everything else the attorney's going to handle. Now, here's the documents we get signed at closing. For my Thinkerbrains, you're going to want to screenshot this. Just know if you're an action brain, you're like, I just want to get on the phones and start negotiating deals. Don't be overwhelmed by this. This is something the attorney handles. You're going to download it out of the Google Docs or the Circle app. You're going to download it onto your phone or your computer or whatever, and you're going to forward it to your attorney, and you're going to say, hey, make sure these are good for my state. have your attorney to add anything he or she wants to add, and then use them for closing. All right. So don't be overwhelmed by what I'm about to tell you. Mortgage. Number one, mortgage is the document that ties the note. The note is something that says Andrew Schlag's entity owes, let's see who we got on the chat. Andrew Schlag's company owes Jeffrey for the house he bought $100,000 at the terms of $1,000 a month until it's paid off. For example, that's what the note says, the terms of the debt. The mortgage says, and by the way, Andrew Schlag's entity owes Jeffrey $100,000 for the house he bought, and it's attached to the house. It attaches that debt to the house. So the mortgage is, if there's a debt on the house, it's going to be a wraparound mortgage. If there's no debt on the house, it's going to be a first position mortgage. And plain and simple, again, you're just going to send all this to your attorney and they're going to do the work. So don't overthink this. You're going to have a mortgage signed at the closing. You're going to have an alternative dispute resolution. It's just a document that my attorney says I need to protect me and them, and everybody wins. Really simple. For sake of time, we won't get too detailed into that. We need a note that explains the terms. This is the recorded mortgage that attaches the note, the terms of the deal that was originally verbally agreed to and on the purchase agreement. So view it as 3 steps. We verbally agree, we put it in writing so we can start the paperwork, and then the attorney puts it in long form writing and it gets recorded. So everybody's protected. If God forbid you died in a plane crash, the seller could come and take the house back. If the seller ever got wonky and tries to be a pain in the butt and change their mind on what they agreed to, you're protected. Everybody wins. It's why we always close with an attorney. The wrap notice to the buyer and the seller, if there's a wrap, meaning wrap is if there's already a debt on the property and the mortgage. Let's say that Jeff owed Wells Fargo $100,000 and I agree to pay Jeff $100,000. It says Jeff owes Wells Fargo $100,000. Andrew entity owes Jeffrey $100,000. That's called a wraparound mortgage because it wraps around the debt that's already on the house. A CYA letter, seller's acknowledgments. This is a list of things that come up, believe it or not, that you always want to get signed at closing. This is things like, I'm not on drugs. I understand. When I sell this property, it's final. I am not renting this house to Andrew's entity. I am selling it. I understand that I am giving up rights to this house, and Andrew now owns this house. All the legalese that bankers have you sign when you borrow money from them, all the legalese and the things that I've gone through over the years as things happen. I remember years ago, somebody come to me. I bought their house in 2015, and they come to me in 2019 and said, hey, I want my house back. And I said, well, I paid mortgage for 3 years and I gave you money and I bought it out of foreclosure and I spent $30,000 rehabbing it. So I would need my money back. It's worth more money now. It's because it's appreciated. And she said, no, you're going to give me my house back for free. And I said, that's not how it works. You know, I made over $50,000 into this house. And so we had to go back to these documents. So just to understand, because that was her excuse. I didn't understand I was actually selling it. I thought I could get it back if I wanted it. Never was that ever verbalized, believed, seen, given anywhere. She just talked to somebody who told her to try it, and she tried it. But thankfully, we had closed with a real estate attorney, and everything was done right. Now, don't be afraid by that. That's out of over 500 deals, and a couple have been a little crazy. So just understand that. It's just the nature of doing business. There's a letter to the lender. Just says, hey, all future correspondence, all future mail will now go to Andrew's entity's P.O. Box. Satisfaction of contingencies says, hey, outside of this agreement, there's been nothing verbally promised, and we've agreed on everything that's in writing here. It's satisfied. So again, there's no one who can come back in 3 years and say, oh, I thought that they, outside of the agreement, was going to pay me an extra $10,000 that wasn't noted down. Again, sounds a little overkill, but believe me, it's not. And then there's a limited power of attorney. Unfortunately, out of, again, hundreds and hundreds of deals, I've lost contact with a few sellers. A few sellers have passed away. We keep sending, of course, the money to wherever it has been sent to go. But in some cases, I remember in one case, the lady died, and so we started escrowing the money. We sent it to an attorney's office because the checks weren't getting cashed and they started getting returned. So we sent it to an attorney's office every single month and was able, because we had all of these documents, to find her heirs and to pay her heirs. And so whenever you go into a situation where there's a loan on the property, let's say Wells Fargo is owed money, and God forbid you lose contact with the guy or the lady you bought the house from, you need that limited power of attorney to be able to continue operating with that loan that is still on the property. All right. I'm not going to spend much time on that because we got a lot more to cover in a little bit of time. You can go back and watch this on the recording if you would like. And for those of you who desire, you're going to be hearing this in great detail at the live event. All right. Docs to sell. These are the two things we get up front. We get an application, which is the name, phone number, email address, social security number, address, all of the items that we need from the prospective tenant who desires to buy the house. And we get a deposit. And when we get a deposit, we give them an application receipt agreement, which is also in your Circle Access for all of those of you who are in the community or have bought tickets to the event and got that as a free gift. Step 2, after we get the application, we've ran their background. We use something like screenthetenant.com. We run their background and we approve them. Then they bring the remaining of the non-refundable option deposit. Type it in the chat, NROD, the NROD, non-refundable option deposit. This is where you get paid up front on every single deal. And understand, you are finding people who have money, but for whatever reason can't yet qualify for a loan. We'll talk more about that in a moment. I just wanted to go over this documentation piece before it gets too late in the day, because some of your brains might glaze over if I did this late in the day. So I want to cover this now and keep the energy and momentum rolling. All right. So long form lease agreement. This is a lease with an option. Number 1 is the long form lease agreement provided to you in the circle. Number 2 is the option agreement, 2 very separate documents. Number 3 is the CYA leasee acknowledgement. So the same thing we have when we have seller acknowledgements. This is for the leasee. This is for the person renting the house from you. Says things like, if I go to work on, because they're responsible for maintenance and repairs, the tenant is going to take care of the leaky toilets or any problems that arise. It also says if I go doing stuff to this house that's going to need permits, I'm going to contact the owners before I do, because I don't want to go out to one of my houses and find out they put in a new unpermitted deck that wasn't up to code and I have to pay to tear it out or something. So it's very clear on all that. Again, you just don't run into many problems with these tenants because they're giving you a chunk of money down the day they move in that's non-refundable. They are committed to the process. Lead paint disclosure, if your attorney says you need it. And then if we sometimes, I'll give you an example. One of my students in Pennsylvania just talked to the other day, incredible guy. All year long, I have him to ask this question. We do it in our business sometimes. Say, hey, if I can work with you, this house, you told me you have $10,000 down. It's a $190,000 house. We normally work with a little more down than that. If I can work with you on the 10 now, would you be able to put additional monies down at tax time? By the way, if you're taking notes, you should write this down. This is pure gold. One of my students said he got over $70,000 in 1 year in the first quarter of the year from asking the question the prior year, can you add more money at tax time? Certain number of people will gladly commit to get in their new home to give part of their tax refund when it comes back. When you do, when they promise more, then I get a promissory note signed along with that. All right. So how does a lease option work? Number 1, we simply ask, we put up a ad. We put out what appears to be handwritten signs. They're 18 by 24. We get them at supercheapsigns.com. If you're taking notes, you might want to write that down. We get them at supercheapsigns.com and we put them out, a couple dozen per house that we have for sale. And it says rent to own across the top. In the middle, it says your own beautiful home in smaller letters. Then below that, it says bad credit, okay, and it has a phone number. We put out as many of these as possible from every main road leading into the house. While the quantity of calls is not the highest from these signs, the quality of calls is by far the highest. We post it out on Facebook Marketplace. We don't buy like we sell. We don't sell like we buy. Here's when we're buying, we ask, what's the least you'll take on price? What's the least you'll take a month? And usually we buy nothing down. And then what's the least you'll take down? When we're selling, it's what's the most that you can put down on your new home. What is your monthly budget? And then we set the price. The third question we ask them is, how soon are you looking to move? So you put up signs, say rent to own your own beautiful home, bad credit, okay. You put up posts on Facebook, Craigslist, Zillow, everywhere you possibly can online where there's houses for sale. You put out word to any of your current tenants if they have friends or family looking. You can put out flyers in the neighborhood, pick your own neighbor, hand out flyers in the neighborhood, all sorts of ways to get this done. But the objective is, how do we get people who want to rent to own a house calling us? And when they call, how do we pre-screen from the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds who want to buy a house? And I say this sincerely because I know Amanda and some of you guys on here, Judy, various ones of you are going to know this is the truth. When you put out a rent to own ad, you're going to get a couple hundred calls potentially. And out of those couple hundred calls, you're going to have about 180 of them that are looking for a 12 bath, 10 bedroom, beachfront view for $495 a month. And I say that a bit tongue in cheek, but that is the majority of the calls. It is people asking. I remember last time I was on the phones with tenant buyers and I was calling everybody back, and I had tons of people looking for $300, $400, and $500 a month payments. There's not many places in the country where $300 a month rent is available. And so understanding that that's going to be the majority of the calls. So either you have to prepare for that mentally and know you're going to be talking to dozens and dozens and dozens of people who can't afford the house that you aren't likely to do business with, to get to the minority who you're likely to do business with, who have $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 saved up and just can't qualify for a bank loan right now. Or you're going to use a system like Pat Live. You're going to use a system that answers calls for you and let them talk to all of the people who you're not likely to do business with and pre-screen them out so you can talk to the minority that you are likely to do business with. That's the whole business, guys. How do I cut past the majority of people who I'm not likely to do business with? I struggled with this when I started because I thought that sounded harsh. But I very quickly realized that there's only so much brain power and hours in a day. And you cannot have 300 or 400 productive conversations a day, I don't believe. At some point, your brain shuts off. At some point, you got to sleep. At some point, you got to go take a break. At some point, you realize, wait a second, if I am having 20 meaningful conversations, then how do I cut past the other 100 conversations and just spend time on the 80-20? If you've not heard of the 80-20 rule, it's a powerful thing. How do I spend my time on the phone with the 20% of people I'm likely to do business with, not the 80% who I'm not likely to do business with? This is business. And once we can cut our time back on dealing with people who we're not likely to do business with, we can now spend our time on IGAs. Type it in the chat, IGAs, income generating activities. So, every one of you, I'm going to challenge you to do the uncomfortable. As we're hanging out, you're going to consistently notice that I am pushing you, as I push all of our people. I'm going to consistently be pushing you to get past your comfort zone, to do what you've not yet done, to do what you've never done before. You remember Suzanne coming to the mastermind. You guys will, for those of you who are with us in person, you'll meet her. And she come to the mastermind and she says, Andrew, I just don't enjoy doing these calls. And she is a smart woman, brilliant, but she was not enjoying the calls. And I like to find what I call non-traditional revenue streams. I like to find NTRs, non-traditional revenue streams. And so I am talking to her and we decide, hey, look, you are a pro at this segmented piece of knowledge over here. Let's plug that in to make it make you money while you travel the world. So for the last year now, she's been traveling the world and she's now in the, partnering with business, funding deals, business, and she's crushing it. But more importantly, she is enjoying her life. Guys, that's what this comes down to. How do we cause this business? I don't get excited about a box on dirt. I've been through many hundreds of them. And 3 beds, 2 baths, all look the same. Next. And duplex, triplex, cool. Next. You go through these over and over and over again, and it suddenly becomes monotonous. And I say, this is not the end all. Yes, we get to help sellers who need out. Some of them would not be able to get money out of the house except for us. We are doing them a huge service. So yes, we are a service to the community. Yes, what we do serves the community. Yes, the development we're doing is bringing a development to a community that the city wanted for years and the community wanted for years and hadn't been able to get someone to come in and do it. It's a gift to be able to do that. So yes, it's a service. Yes, we're finding people who can't qualify for a loan and without us. I remember lease optioning a house, and I'll share this with you before we go to the next segment. I remember getting a house back. A lease tenant had moved in, and they had pets, and the house, a whole situation going on, and they moved out. And I said, well, let's put it back up as a rent to own. It was one of the rare ones that we got back, and it was in less pretty shape than when the previous tenant who had gave us a $20,000 non-refundable deposit and moved in. So I said, well, crap, we're gonna have to use that to bring it back up to speed. And my team says to me at the time, this is years ago, former team says to me, hey, we're gonna have to spend $40,000 plus bringing this up to speed. And I said, heck no, that's crazy. And so we went back and forth, and I finally said, you know what? I am going to sell this thing. And so I went, and long story short, I won't get into all the details for sake of time, but I went out there, and essentially the person had just left the furniture, left clothes, left stuff, and the dogs had ruined the carpet. So it's minor when you look at it, but it also can be a bit frustrating. So I walk a gentleman through. He calls about one of our rent-to-own homes. And I walk a gentleman through, and long story short, he gives us $44,000 down, non-refundable option deposit on a $220,000 purchase price, $44,000 non-refundable deposit. And I share this because this really changed my perspective, because we attract people who are great hearts like us. We love to do good. We love to do charity work. And I had a little turmoil when I started this business, saying, am I going to have to do something unethical? And that bothered me. And what I realized is, actually, number one, when we buy on terms, people net more by selling to us than any other way. Because if this business was going to cause me to do something unethical, I would not do the business. I couldn't allow myself to do the business. And so I realized that I was doing a service to people who are needing to sell by netting them more money over time, or if they need quick cash, being able to provide that to them when sometimes they might lose it on taxes or other ways, rather than getting a check, which we're able to provide. So I said, okay, that makes sense on buying. What about selling? I sell Mike the house. He gives up $44,000 down, and he calls me back and he says, Andrew, I just want to say thank you. And I said, for what, Mike? He said, me and my wife had lived in this certain mobile home community for many years. Our dogs were cooped up in the house trailer. And he said, I'd been dreaming of owning a home. He said, I just didn't think it was possible for us. My score doesn't allow it. He said, and then I found your house, and now this house on I think a 3/4 acre lot with a huge fenced backyard. He's like, I'm happier. My wife's happier. Our dogs are happier. He says, thank you so much for providing us the home of our dreams. And I share that because that is the thing that happens when we're doing this business every day. Yes, there's money. Yes, of course, it's not a not-for-profit organization. Yes, you got to do it with an attorney. You got to run it like a business. All the things I didn't understand when I started, you have to run it like a business. It's not a not-for-profit program. If this business turns to a not-for-profit program, it will suck very quick. Okay, I love charity. I love churches. I love God. I love doing good things. But this business is meant to feed, to fuel the vision and the mission, not to be a not-for-profit. So it has to be ran like a business. And at the same time, we get to do well for us while doing well, doing good, doing great things for others. And I think that's the gift of this business and the tools. I want you to see this business as a tool that can fuel your purpose above all else. So we ask the tenant, the potential tenant for the house, what's the most you can put down on your new home? Understand on the technical side, every penny of their non-refundable option deposit will go toward the purchase when they buy. 15 months later, Mike went down to the bank and got a loan to pay us off $220 minus the $44,000 non-refundable deposit he gave us. So he owed us at the time $176. $220 minus $44. Next, they pay a base monthly rent amount. Rent is rent. Every single month, the tenant rents the house from you. They take care of maintenance and repairs, and they pay you a rent payment. That payment pays your mortgage, your any expenses, taxes, insurance, etc., and the rest goes in your pocket. That's the cash flow. And then there is the upfront money, non-refundable deposit. There's the monthly cash flow, the difference between your mortgage, your payment on the house, and the rent they pay you. And then there's the back-end payday. There's the difference between the debt I had on that property and the $176 that he paid us off the 15 months later. All right? So there's 3 paydays to every Bofslow deal when done right. Front end, middle end, cash flow every single month. That's the recurring, residual. And then the back end. The front ends can be beautiful paydays. The back ends should usually be beautiful paydays. The middle end, it depends. Now, how do we structure the deal? Well, I view it as a pie. The bigger one piece is, the smaller the other two can be. So in other words, I'll share this with you. I think this will help it make sense. All right, imagine the bigger one piece, the smaller the other two can be. So we need 2 to be really good or 1 to be crazy great. So let's say we had to put a down payment down and we had to have a monthly payment that didn't allow for any cash flow. The only way I would do that deal where I'm not going to get paid up front or on the cash flow is if I had a huge payday on the back end, right? Because if I'm going to make $100,000 on the back end, I'm okay with not making anything on the front or middle. Or maybe I won't make anything on the back end, but I can make 50 on the front end. And I'm okay with that. So as long as 2 are good or 1 is great, we'll do the deal. So if they need a big down payment, you need more cash flow, lower monthly payment, and more equity, lower price. If they need a big monthly payment, or maybe there's a high interest debt on it that you got to cover, then you need low or no down payment and a low price, more equity. Or maybe they need a good price. Maybe they need full price for the house. Then you need low or no down payment and a low monthly, allowing you for bigger cash flow, right? Now understand, in this business, many people get caught up in going, but how do I structure the deal? It comes down to 2 things. Number 1, having conversations. Number 2, asking questions. If you're taking notes, write it down. Ask great questions. We don't make offers. We let the seller make us the offer. Remember, this business is a tool meant to serve your life, not you serving the business. So if we're having conversations and we're asking great questions, we're asking the big 3, what's the least you'll take on price? What's the least you'll take a month? And usually we buy with nothing down. If they need something down, what's the least you'll take down? When we're selling the house, we're asking the tenant, what's the most you can put down on your new home? What's your monthly budget? And how soon are you looking to move? Those are the 3 big questions when buying. Those are the 3 big questions when selling. This business, yes, there is hundreds of ways to structure deals, but it comes down to the big, simple way, which is the seller going to get paid when we close, cash, or is it going to be payments over time? 80% or so of our business is payment over time, so we can pay more money actually. And 20% about, give or take, depending on the month, is cash deals. The seller gets cash, private money cash, partner cash, our cash, bank cash, somebody's cash pays the seller. But when we pay cash, we get a great big piece of equity, bare minimum, 30% equity. If we're paying cash for a deal, we make sure we have at least 30% equity, meaning if it's worth 200, we're going to be in it for no more than 140. That includes repairs. So if it's worth 200 and it needs 20 in repairs, we're going to give no more than 120 for it. Now, some people go, oh my gosh, this is awesome. And probably a couple of you said, wait a second, are there really those deals out there in this market? And the answer is absolutely yes. I remember doing a video about owner financing online a little while back, and somebody commented and said, there's none in my area. And I replied and said, there's none in mine either. Why? Because the houses we buy, it's not usually people out there shouting from the rooftops, hey, I'm looking to sell my house, nothing down, $1,000 a month principal only payments. These are people who need to sell that you are either finding by calling or they are finding you by reaching out to you, who are willing, they're off-market deals most of the time, who are willing to give you time, and they don't even know it exists. Some of them have been trying to sell it for months. They don't even know the opportunity exists to sell to somebody like you and net more money over time. You are the answer to their prayer. And that's such a powerful thing when you start to understand that and step into that. Next, I'm going to be, by the way, just a quick test. We've been going for a while here today. We got a lot more to cover this afternoon. I want to ask you guys, how's your energy? 1 out of 10. How's your energy? 1 out of 10. Give me an energy check in the chat. All right. And you can type any questions that you have as well. I see Tara said, I've been struggling with opening conversations. I'm coming from another marketing methods that leads with the low cash offer and then offer seller financing and debt very reluctantly as a possible solution. I'm struggling to overcome this. Can you talk about why we don't go for the no first? Just help me overcome this mindset. Man, I love this. Elizabeth is a 9. Ruth is a 17. Ruth, I love your energy, my friend. I know we have not yet met, but oh my gosh, way to go. Marlon's a 10. Tara's an 8. Christy's a 15. Heck yeah, I would be too if I just got... How many deals did you contract in the last 2 weeks, Christy? I just want to get the number right, so I'm not saying anything that is incorrect here. How many deals did you contract in the last 2 weeks once the dam is broke for you? 4. Give it up for Christy. 4 deals contracted. First 4 deals ever in a series of a week and a half. Guys, this is what happens when we get together. We met with Freedom Life family every freaking day last month, Monday through Friday. And I helped some of them on the weekends. And we just contracted deals together. And oh my gosh, the freaking energy coming out of that is crazy. Now, I don't know if my team's going to be able to do it or not, but I would love if we could track, Michelle, if you want to talk to Paul about that, I would love if we could track every one of those deals and the potential profit from them. I bet there was 7 figures of potential profits created in the Freedom Life family last month alone. Step into the flow of money. Frankie's a 10 plus. All right, this is good. I like it. So Tara, I'm going to answer your question, and I'm going to bring on the one, the only Judy Sweeney here in about 3 minutes. Judy is an incredible friend. I'm going to talk more about her in just a moment. But, you know, the first thing I ask, I heard somebody once say, if I told you, if you can get 23 no's, the 24th one that you get, I'll give you $1 million. If I made that offer to you, how many no's would you go for today? I'm guessing 23 because you go 24. If I can just get the first 23 out of the way, somebody please like freaking tell me no already. If I can just get the first 2 dozen, the first 23 out of the way, I can get to the yes. I think the biggest thing is, and I remember getting on the phone with the seller And I remember being told no. I remember being told things like, you can't afford my house. I remember being told things like, oh, you're wanting to do one of those payment things. I want you to have skin in the games. I remember being told all the things. I'm 21 years old. I'm broke. I'm terrified. I'm insecure at the time. And I finally just started verbally talking to myself. I used to call it praying and dialing. I would pray they didn't answer while I dialed. I would just start talking to myself and I'd say, this is going to probably be a great call. I'm probably going to make like 30 grand from this one. And you can't help but smile if you say that out loud right now. Like if you're in a place to do it, you should just say it out loud. This is probably going to be a great call. I'm probably going to make like 30 grand on this one. Like if you just say that to yourself, you can't help but start smiling. You're like, 30 grand. Yeah, I'm going to do this call. Now what's going to happen? Somebody's going to say, no, you're going to get cussed out. You're going to get told something. You're going to go next. This is probably going to be a great call. I'm going to probably make 30 grand on this one. And eventually I was right. Somebody would say yes. And I would get ready to get the contract sent out. I'm like, I knew it. I knew I was going to make 30 grand on this one. And I would validate that feeling. And so for me, I always offer, type it in the chat, terms first. I always offer terms first. What did I mean by terms first? I always ask the terms questions. Will you take payments over time? And then I only follow up with a cash offer. All right. We'll talk a lot more about that this afternoon, Tara. Thank you for your sharing that. Thank you for your sharing your feeling there. And this afternoon, you are going to have a major breakthrough. This afternoon, after my lunch break, when we come back, I'm going to be talking more about your next steps, every one of you, your next steps in this business. And Tara, get ready for an incredible breakthrough. Very excited for you. This next person who's hopping on here with me, impromptu, I just texted Judy this morning and I said, hey, would you be willing to hop on and share with everybody for a moment? And I want for you guys to hear from Judy's perspective. You know, we had the privilege to meet several years ago. Judy's part of our mastermind family that me and Leo launched here a few years back, and just became such an incredible part of the family, doing deals with a bunch of the other members, and someone who I think is going to be an inspiration to you, not only closing over 100 deals, but being a brilliant teacher and chemist and having kids and grandkids and just so much fun to be around. By the way, you're going to be at my birthday party Monday, right?
Absolutely.
I love you too. All right, awesome. Judy, who are you? Where are you from? And what do you do? Just give everybody an intro.
Well, my name's Judy Sweeney, which you can see written on here. I grew up in a small town in southern Kentucky, have lived most of my adult life in Frankfort, Kentucky, but we now winter in Florida, which that's kind of one of the things this business has enabled us to do without having to stress over how are the bills paid. So like this year, we usually are down 3 months. This year, we're still here and it's approaching 6. And we really don't have our plans for sure for go back. So what does this do? It gives you options. So I'm excited about all of that. I grew up when I got out of, I knew when I was in, let me back up a minute. You'll appreciate this being from rural area. I knew early on I was not going to milk cows as an adult. I grew up in a family, my mom and dad milked cows. They were tenant farmers, and that was not in my horizon. So I knew the only way to get past that was to get to college. And so I worked hard because they couldn't afford it, got a scholarship, got to college. When I was in college, I was going through to be a teacher, which I did do that. But somehow I got on the path to become a chemist. And so I am a forensic chemist also. And I worked in a forensic lab for the Kentucky State Police for 10 years until we had our second child. That was great. I could tell you a lot of stories about that, but we won't go there right now. Then I was home with my husband and I started a business and I did a lot of work there. Then we had, I taught school for a little while. You know, you do what you do to check up on your kids. And then after that, we were kind of doing some things. We decided to retire. We came to Florida. I wasn't real happy in a 55 plus community with him fishing all time because I'd fish a couple days. Well, the standing joke is he likes to fish, I like to catch. And we didn't catch every day, so I didn't want to fish every day. But then I came across some real estate classes and I started doing that because I'd had real estate back, but I sold it all when we were going to do that, some investment properties. And I got started in this. And then it wasn't long after that till I met you and your world. And we got together, and it's been moving forward with investing with creative financing ever since.
You didn't like me at first, though, Judy.
I did not. He was this young kid, kind of smart aleck, and I wasn't real sure he knew what he was talking about. But I must tell you now, he does.
I love you
It
too.
doesn't matter how old you are, you can learn from somebody younger, and you can learn from somebody older. Somebody said the other day, you can influence people 10 years older or younger. I don't buy into that, because he's a little bit more than 10 years younger than I am. And I pay attention to what Andrew tells me. I pay attention to what Leo tells me. And I also paid attention to what my grandmother told me, and she was more than 10 years older. So I don't quite buy into that's where your influence is, but pay attention, listen to people. You can learn from anybody. As long as they are growing, you can grow.
Thank you for sharing that. And I think it's a powerful thing. You know, you're such an integral part of the Freedom Life family. One of the very first people who joined us whenever we opened enrollment the very first time. And, you know, something I've always seen about you is and I actually appreciate it about you a lot, because many times, you know, once you make up your mind on something, you're in. And I love that about you. And I think it's such a powerful testament, because everyone on here, you're going to hit roadblocks. You know, I realize I'm not everybody's cup of tea, but I'll grow on you. And I realize that as you hit roadblocks, you know, this business is going to throw some curveballs at you. You're going to have a deal fall through. You're going to have somebody who seller lied to you. Something didn't go right. A title company screwed up and didn't close right. Something's going to fall through. Something's going to go sideways. It's business. And the tenacity we have and willingness to say, hey, this is the thing that can bring me the financial freedom that I know I've been praying for and I know I've been needing. When I see that thing, I know that's it, and I am all in on this thing. What a powerful place to be. What's one of the most common challenges you see people facing in today's markets, Judy? Because you're one of the coaches in the community too. So you hear boots on the ground opportunities and feedback every single day.
It camouflages itself in a lot of ways, but I think it's a low self-worth or a low self-esteem. One of the biggest ones, because people feel like what they're offering may not be adequate for who they're talking to. And so they're afraid. Fear is the biggest thing in speaking with people and how to talk to someone. And so as they're talking to them, they'll begin to regurgitate everything they know instead of listening. So one of the biggest challenges is overcoming that fear and learning to listen. But part of that comes from just, I think a low self-worth is what a lot of people come in with, and they don't realize it, because they don't value themselves. And so then they don't value what they're saying to the seller.
I think it's such a powerful thing. You know, every one of you, I can guarantee you, is undervaluing yourself. You know that you were meant to make more income. You know that you know how to work hard. You know that you were meant to have more impact in the world, yet the bank account doesn't always line up with that purpose you know is in your heart. And once you can step into your power as I believe, the king's kid that you are, as you can step into that next level of serving and begin to have that confidence in self and God and be in that alignment, then everything changes. And I speak that, Judy, to your point from experience, because I used to be that insecure person. And I would get on the phone and I would feel the need to brain dump to a seller just to prove myself. And when I decided that stop doing that and I started asking great questions and listening to what they needed and solving their challenge rather than trying to give them seminars, then my gosh, the whole world opened up. That's when I started closing on, depending on the lead source, 1 out of every 5, 6, 7, 10, 11, depending on the lead source. Every few calls I did, I'm closing a deal. Why? Because of the conversations I'm asking and the questions that I'm asking. So how does someone who maybe has struggled with insecurity showing up in some way, business or life, what's an action that they can take to have a move of that needle today?
My recommendation would be get to our event if they can at all in Louisville. Just
Absolutely.
because you're going to get yourself around like-minded people. You're going to get around people that are succeeding in what you're wanting to do, because the majority of our Freedom Life people will be there.
What a
And
powerful thing.
as you're talking to people that have done this, they're going to tell you things they've encountered. And, all of a sudden you're going to realize they're going to say, and I had this, and then I did this, and it was no big deal. You start to realize that all of those things that you were fretting over, you were building up in your mind, at the end of the day, they're all no big deal.
What a powerful thing, Judy. And I don't know how else to describe that, because when you're in the right rooms with the right people, and by the way, the numbers in the chat there for those of you who want to have a chat with Caleb and talk about getting to the event or being one of the 2 people we choose this week to work with. Such a powerful thing, I say, because I don't know how else to describe it. Because when you're in the right room with the right people, Judy, I see you just the other day put 5 deals together because Judy's one of the people. She's actually, since we've launched Freedom Life Family, Judy, actually before that, Judy has never missed a single event that Leo and I have hosted. And she's just someone who is always there and always serving. And I think it's such a powerful example because, Judy, when you say just be there around the right people doing the actions, I've watched you make 6-figure checks from just being there. So you're speaking from experience. And
Absolutely.
what a cool thing, that you can go in there and provide value to others, because the person who brought you the deals got paid. The person who's buying the deals from you, they're going to get homes they want. The people along the way, the title company got paid. I don't know if there was an appraiser involved, but every bunch of other people along the way got paid. And now, if you got to get work done, contractors are getting paid. And of course, you get to get a big, beautiful payday. And I think that's the beautiful part about this, is that as we serve at higher levels, more income floods toward us. What would you say for someone who's here? And by the way, just so we get a read on it, an update, so we can talk about it with Judy, put your freedom number, the freedom number you wrote down yesterday, put your freedom number in the chat. I want this to become real to you. Repetition is key to making it real. So put your freedom number in the chat. And I want to break something down here. Yesterday, I know we got a 10K, we got a 5K, we got a 50K, we got a 3K. All right, we got some 10Ks rolling in. So let's take 10K. What's the first thing somebody needs to do to get from where they are to their first 10K month? Let's say in 90 days. If you was drawing out a map that was greatly improving somebody's likelihood of making 10K a month within 90 days.
My first advice would be, if they're halfway decent on the phones, then go for a terms deal. Find something they can buy with nothing down and put a lease option tenant buyer in it, because they're going to get that as that in rod right off the bat, that much or more. If they're a little bit more shy, it may be easier to ask for a wholesale, and they're the in-between person, or they're the referral. Be connectors. No matter where you
That's
are.
a writer downer. Be the connector.
You can connect people. You're right. Sometimes you're the one that's going to wind up just getting the check on the back end from referring somebody else, that they may have gotten the big check, but you weren't in the position financially or mentally to structure and do the big deal. So those are where I would start, is either as a wholesale or as a lease option, and go for putting a tenant buyer in there. Now there's people that go other routes. Some will buy something. If you can find one that you can buy for a low entry and then turn around and sell it as a work for equity, that's a great way too. But number one, if I needed to get it quickly, I'd find me a mentor. I'd find somebody that I can hang on to their coattail. I would be asking questions and just stay plugged into what they're doing, because you're going to always have questions. And if you've got somebody that you feel like can cover you or bail you out, then you're going to be a lot. Have you ever watched Two Dogs? And there'll be this little bitty dog out there. And I mean, it is just going, rah, 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 and it looks like it could take on the world. But you look behind it and there's a big dog back there. He's not saying a lot, but he's back there. If you said something to that little dog, if you tried to overcome it or hurt it, that big dog is going to come out and woof, it's got you. Well, you need your big dog behind you. You need somebody that you can fall back to.
What a powerful illustration.
I grew up on the farm. I have illustrations like that.
I love that. Good analogies. Judy's always got good analogies. Something I want to point out for you guys. You know, it's a powerful thing when you start to step into your next level. And I share this a lot, and I am purposely being repetitive, because my prayer is that by the end of today, you realize, and again, I realize I'm not everybody's cup of tea, but I would pray that you realize that there is more opportunity in the world, and that there is an additional way of operating in this world, and it works. There is a way that you can use this business to make that extra 10, 20, 30K a month or more. There is the way that you can use this business to build up your wealth. There is a way that you can step into a new opportunity. You know, I have done deals that have paid me $3,000, and I've done deals that have paid me $100,000 plus. And they were very similar to the same amount of time in both of those types of deals. So when you can detach the outcome from the time you put in, and you can use systems and conversations and your superpowers by adding value, type it in the chat, add value. When you can add value to the marketplace, how do I add value? By being a connector. Add value. I see some people connecting me with deals, connecting Judy with deals. They're adding value and they're getting paid. I see Judy funding deals. Me and Leo, we love to partner with our mastermind students and fund deals. We love to connect. Everybody gets paid. We get paid. Student gets paid. Community gets paid. Title company gets paid. Sometimes realtors are involved. They get paid. Seller gets paid. So many people win. But it all happens when we start to add value by becoming that connector. And in this business, yes, we hold a lot of properties. Judy holds properties. Me and Leo holds properties. Lots of the community holds properties. And we are still really just matchmakers. We are matching our solution to a seller's problem, and we get to own the house. We are matching our house to a buyer's need, and we get to rent the house out for a while until they buy it. We are matching our tenant with the proper lender who can help them fix their credit and then get paid. The economy of money, the flow of money begins to shift the whole environment that you're in. There doesn't have to be a recession in your household. I know there's a lot of unknown around the economy right now, and there is a new opportunity, a new wave of opportunity coming in with AI, with systems, with processes, and you can either be on the side who is getting nudged out, always looking for a way to only improve you, and that's a lonely journey, or you can be a person who is saying, we're better together. How do we win together? And that's the whole objective of what we do here. You know, we often will do a challenge or an event, and, you know, the event coming up, we've got well over 100 people coming to that event. It's going to be an incredible time. And we're going to be hanging out with Judy and a bunch of others. We have challenges. We commonly get many hundreds of people on the challenges. We wanted, though, to come together here. Something we'd not done for a very long time was go to our emails, go to our people who have been in our world or come into our world in some facet and say, we need to do this training. How do we do this training? And let them show up and see behind the scenes and just freaking connect. Because our people always show up and show out, and we end up connecting, and we all get better for it. I win, Judy wins, you win, everybody wins. What would you say has been the biggest shift, Judy, since being a part of the Freedom Life family, since building up your real estate investing portfolio and empire that you build, and all the cool things you got going? What's been the biggest shift for you mentally, physically, financially? What is it that changed, moved that needle for you?
One of them was the mental shift that I am not too old to do something new. That was probably the biggest thing that happened, because I was past the official retirement age. I mean, we're living in a 55 plus community, but we were past that. And I'm thinking, well, I'm supposed to be like everybody else. I'm supposed to be old, but I didn't feel old. I didn't want to be old. And it was you that kept telling me, you don't have to be, you're not old. And I finally believed you. And now my husband and I were just talking earlier today about some other people around here and what we're doing and different things. And you're like, we don't think about how old we are any longer.
Yeah.
It's just a number. It doesn't have anything to do with really how old we are. So that was probably my biggest overcome. And then just understanding self-worth. And that I still don't totally understand. I know I'm probably worth a whole lot more than I give myself credit for, but it has improved tremendously to what it was 5 years ago.
What was the action that caused that, besides being around people who constantly remind you of your greatness? What was the habit change?
Well, it was being around people that put stuff into my head, that made me start to realize I'm not there. I've always had reading habits and things, but I reignited like a morning routine, and made that more consistent.
That's amazing.
That's one of the things. And going back to keeping better list. I'm a work in process for putting systems in place. But it's happening. My systems used to all be between my ears or on notebooks. And I'm doing much better at moving things toward data and AI. I'm starting to find out that's my friend.
That's cool.
I think just that mind shift and, realizing that my worth improves. It's not just me. My worth improves every time I learn something else that I can bring to the table and give to somebody else. It doesn't all have to originate with me. I just have to internalize it enough to teach it to somebody else.
I think sometimes we teach what we most need to learn. And there's a couple of ways when I show up and you see me do this, and all of you, getting to know me, or some of you have known me for quite some time. But I show up unashamedly, letting everyone know about the hundreds of deals I've closed and structured and all the fun stuff. But then when I talk about developments, when I talk about the capital raises, when I talk about the big projects, I explain, hey, I've done the 666 unit mobile home park and I'm learning development. We're currently in the process of a 280 unit development and acquiring 3 additional developments if everything goes as planned over the next couple of weeks. Now, that being said, when we work, we build together, we grow together. And I think it's such a powerful thing when we surround ourselves by people who are like-minded, but who have different areas of expertise. You're talking about the AI, you're talking about the way systems and automations grow. And I know, Judy, you, like me, struggled with multiple other CRMs and AIs and systems and crap that it's just a lot to learn.
Mhm.
And when we can simplify, I want you to type in the chat, simplify everything. And this is what, Judy, you're so good at, is you just simplify things. And I love our conversations because when we have chats, number one, you're always inspiring. And that's amazing. Today is my dad's 74th birthday. And every once in a while, I ask him something, or somebody will mention something about getting old. And he'll say, well, I'll let you know how it is to be old if I ever get there. And so I love what you said earlier because it really is a mentality. Like, I think my dad could climb ladders better than I can. And it's incredible what you and Bruce, your amazing husband, but what you have done and are doing and are building. And just thank you so much for inspiring. But in the simplest terms, this business, I've been explaining Bob Slow, buy, owner finance, sell, and lease option. If you could just walk us through a recent deal or portfolio or some exciting thing that you've done recently, just kind of beginning to end, so everybody can see a glimpse of one of your recent deals. The repetition is helpful.
Probably one of my most recent is, in fact, I just got a call from the attorney today that we will be closing it right after our event in Louisville on Friday. But this deal came about from a friend, a recommendation. So that's what I tell people. Listen, put out what you're doing to those around you, because they'll know of somebody. They don't know anything about real estate, but they're like, well, my friend is getting ready to sell. And so friend called and she said, I have a friend that I go to church with. She's going to sell her house, but she doesn't trust realtors and it needs work. I'm like, okay, I'll give her a call. I'm never real, yes, let me have her number. I'm like, okay, I'll call her. So I got her number. I gave her a call and she's like, well, yes, I do. And I said, well, meet me over there, because it was local to where I was at the time. I go meet the lady because she's rather insecure and cautious about other people. We walked through. It did need some work, but not that much. And so we got down to price and I knew what it was assessed at. She said, well, here's what I'd like to have. And I looked through and I said, well, if I gave you that, I would need a little bit of, could you give me time to pay you out? And she goes, oh, I need my cash. I'm like, okay, I get it. So what are you planning to do? Well, she's taking care of her husband, but he's in really bad shape. I think he's already gone into hospice. But she said, I want to travel later. And I'm like, so you're probably not going to need it for the next 6 months or so. She said, no, it'll probably be at least 1.5 years before I'm traveling. Ding. I said, okay, well, what if I did this? Because it's one of those I'm not going to keep. I'm going to do a little bit. I'm going to put it out for sale. I'll probably make a quick 30, 40,000 on it, just right off the bat. But I said, well, what if you, okay, I could give you this. And so I lowered the price by 20,000. I said, I can give you this, but I'll pay you out in 18 months.
Guys, I hope you're taking notes on this. Judy just agreed to pay this woman over 18 months. She turned that lady into her private lender. So now she doesn't have to go raise the money or write a check.
And so she's like, well, can I get 10% down? I said, you told me you don't really need it right now, do you? No, but I just want you to have something in it. And I just smiled at her. We're sitting at we pushed a little spot over on her kitchen table to barely get the contract in between all the stuff. You know the picture.
Yeah.
She said, yeah. I said, you just don't know me yet that well. She said, no. I said, but I'm a friend of your friend. And I gave her name. She goes, yeah. And she recommended you. I said, okay. I said, so let me tell you this. What if I paid you nothing down up front and I started paying you $1,000 a month until I pay you out in 18 months and I'll pay you the balance? She thought for me. She said that could work. I went from 10% down to no payments for 6 months, which will give me enough time to either get it sold or get somebody in. And I've still got a year to carry on it after that. Not the best terms, but it's sure not the worst.
What are you gonna sell it for, and what did you agree to buy it for?
Don't remember the exact numbers. I'll make when I sell it around 40. If I
Okay.
just sell it out like it is right now. I may go in and update. It does still have fuses in the basement. And I'm going to get an electrician to look at it and tell me what that would be to update. I don't have any problem with the wiring, but that's the main thing. And a couple of the cabinets are missing doors. So I'll pick up doors and put on those just so it looks a little better. And I may put somebody in there for a 1-year work for equity and let them get it picked up. And then at the end of the year, either they pay me out or I refinance it.
It's powerful. Guys, Judy is a CTG. Type in the chat, CTG. She's a creative transaction genius. She just puts deals together. And this is the kind of way I want you thinking. I see, Christy, you said Judy's advice on control over excitement and listening to the 30 days calls when we was with our mastermind every day last month have been the biggest help. CTG. This is powerful because, every time I used to get a seller said yes, I went on an emotional roller coaster. Oh my gosh, I got a deal. And then if they didn't sign the contract, my emotional roller coaster was to the floor. This business sucks. And then they would sign the contract. Oh my gosh, I'm going to make a bunch of money. And I would have this roller coaster up and down and up and down. And before long, I was living in this roller coaster world because I was doing a deal a week and I still had that mindset. And then a check would come in, I was giddy, and then a title problem would come up and a deal would fall through and I was sad and I hated the business. And it was an emotional roller coaster. Now, when we have a win, when Leo, when Judy, when we have a win, Connor, David, Ashley, it's a high five, maybe dinner together. One of us is paying. We're having a good time, but it's a win. It's part of the business. And if you can treat this as the business it is and allow it to support your lifestyle, as Judy does, it's another chunk. Our average profit is just over $50,000 per deal. All good if you don't. Do you know your average profit on a deal right now?
Mine runs a little less than that. I'm probably more like 35 to 40.
Okay.
But I've done a lot of small deals. I've got to calculate one that is closing out one of my very first, and it wound up going from a lease option to an owner financed. And I need to calculate it before the weekend, but it'll be a good bit above that, probably more in the $75,000 to $80,000 range. When I include the interest that I've collected on the payments for almost 5 years.
I know this is impromptu and not planned, but if you could do me a little favor and share with everybody. I know we are going to be we're going to go to break here in 15, and I'm going to do the daily live show. We're going to have fun there and then be back here after that. But before you hop, one other thing, do you have any words of wisdom for everybody?
Don't try to be a Lone Ranger. Because you will say things that sound good to your ears while you're there. But they're the very thing that puts doubt in the seller's mind.
I know we already have a couple of interviews on the calendar for those of you who've been talking to Caleb, but you can text the word call to the number there in your chat if you want to be one of the ones. If you want event tickets while enrollment's still open for the event, have a chat with Caleb. He'll get you hooked up. And for those of you who want to apply to be working with us, for anybody who is applying, who we're about to have a conversation with to be a part of the mastermind family of the couple of spots that we've opened up, Judy, or for anybody who's not yet applied and is on the fence thinking about having that chat with Caleb to set up an interview or at least find out what that looks like, what would be your advice to them? What do you have to say about the Freedom Life family, Leo, myself, and what it looks like for you?
It has been it's where my family is. Right now, this is the ones that we're close to, if anything's going on. It's where I've learned a lot that deals with mindset, with self-confidence, with moving forward, and just overcoming some of the obstacles and mental hangups that I had coming into this. So I don't think there's any mastermind group out there. I've been a part of a couple of other groups and they paled compared to this. I've had people invite me to others and I might do one preliminary thing and then I'm like, no thanks. They just pale to what you all put together and do with this and what our community as a whole brings to each other. Whether it's deals, whether it's support, it's all right there.
For anyone who's been a part of other things, because many of us, like myself, have been a part of other things at other times. What would you say was the difference between not other things are good. There's a lot of other good groups out there, so nothing down on them. But what's the thing that's different about Leo and myself and the family here?
And probably think of two things. One of them, some of them that I have set through their training. They want to give you a training, get a check, and they're gone. There's not support on the back end. The other one is this one addresses the whole body, the whole person, as opposed to just, well, here's the mechanics, 1, 2, 3, go do a deal. If we've given you the mechanics and 1, 2, 3 is not working, then let's dive a little deeper and see why 1, 2, 3 is not working. Maybe you need 1.5. Maybe you're in a position you need to back up to -1 and start there to get to 0 to get to 1. So we're going to dive into the whole thing and look deeper. That's where I've seen it being so beneficial as opposed to a lot of the other trainings that are out there.
Thanks for sharing that. And while you're sharing, I just see Alicia said community and support. She's part of the family as well.
Yes.
Christy, Alicia, feel free to put your favorite things in there about the mastermind family. One other question, because I get this one a lot when people apply to be a part of the community. How's my accessibility, Judy? Am I really available for the Freedom Life family?
You are. A text, and I usually get an answer very quickly. I mean, I'm not talking immediately always, but sometimes, but I get it quickly. For somebody that has as many people reaching out to him, he gets back to his Freedom Life people quickly.
Thank you for sharing that. And I think it's such a powerful thing, again, guys. And that's what I want you to do. I want, if I could gift you, hypnotize you, empower you in some way to just know, to sell you on being the best version of you. Because I believe there's more in you. I believe you are meant for more. I believe you are gifted and you are meant to build a business that can support your lifestyle. Just like Judy, wintering in Florida and having a beautiful life with the kids and grandkids and such a beautiful life. I don't like to call it balance because I think that's an overused word, but I love the way you manage your priorities in your life, Judy. You're at the events, you're doing deals, you're getting checks, yet you help your granddaughter write a book and publish it. Like, what a beautiful thing. You do all the things, and I think it's such a gift to the world around you when you can fully be yourself. And money is the fuel that allows you to do that. Because, guys, if you make a few calls a day, if you allow yourself to really step into that version of you that you were called to be, there's a new world that opens up. I never knew hundreds of millions of dollars was out there looking for deals. When I tell now the family, like, there's literally millions of dollars inside of this family looking for a home, like, that was mind-boggling to me. There's deals looking for money. That was mind-boggling. I didn't understand the flow, the velocity. Type it in the chat, the velocity of money, the way money ebbs and flows. And if you can put yourself in the path of money, you can put yourself in the room with players who are running the 7 and 8 and 9-figure funds. If you can put yourself in the room with the players, the institutions who have access to billions of dollars of capital that are looking to get out the door, it opens a whole new gateway of things I didn't know existed. Prior to this business, I did not know so many of these opportunities that exist in front of us now existed. I didn't know that. I didn't know you could go buy houses, nothing down. I didn't know you could go get access. And something I'm excited because I know, Judy, you haven't got to yet meet in person John and Willie and the crew. I know you've seen some of them on our mastermind Zooms. And Tyler, I think you're gonna do a lot of business with Tyler. We're doing multiple deals together with him right now. But it really is about becoming that family and connecting. This business is about connection. And I want to drive that point home before we go to lunch, before I go to lunch, before you guys go to your pre-dinner or whatever you're going to do. I want to drive that point home that the connection in this business, it really is a relationship business. It really is a relationship business. Any final thoughts, Judy, before we wrap and go to our lunch break?
Well, you're so right in saying it's a connector business.
Mm.
You're going to connect people one place or the other, and some of those connections you get paid for.
Yeah.
Others you get paid for later, and you won't even realize that it's coming back, but they come back, and they come back multiple fold. So, I might connect somebody over here, and then, okay, that's it. But then that person that I connected them to down the road will connect me to something else. So don't always expect your payback to come from the person that you served.
Wow.
But just always be that helper and be that person that's ready to serve. And if you're willing to serve in any way, then things do come back to you. And I can't say it enough. Get to the event in Louisville. I'll be flying back for that. That's the reason I'm coming back right now. I did schedule stuff. I will close a deal while I'm there, just by convenience. But do these things to get there. Do whatever you have to do. If it's hop on a plane last minute and get there, and you leave on Friday afternoon, do whatever you can to get there. Don't use an excuse, well, I've got something planned and I can't.
Thanks for sharing that. And I just want to point out, I call it the butterfly effect. This afternoon, we're going to get into getting the money. We're going to get into how to set yourself up to get hundreds of thousands of dollars of business credit for 0% interest. If you guys could use a few $100,000 at 0%, give me a yes in the chat. Let's see who's awake, who's listening. So I want for you to know how to structure deals, how to put deals together, how to connect, but I call this the butterfly effect. You constantly hear me talk about this in some way, but it is the fact that, every year, I don't know if I told you this, Judy, every year or so I get a text from a gentleman named Kevin. And he's a guy I remember meeting in 2018. He was drunk. He was on drugs. He was losing his family, and he was crying in a hotel lobby. And I remember meeting the guy. I was in an event, and I meet the guy, and I just put my arm around him and said a prayer with him. And every year since 2018, he texts me, usually around the end of the year, and says, I just want you to know I'm still clean. I went to rehab, and that night that you said a prayer with me, I will never forget it. Thanks for being my friend. And it's those connections, it's those moments. And I know that's non-business related, but when you give in generosity, it always comes back. It's the butterfly effect. I connect our Freedom Life family with so many connections, lenders, funds, opportunities. I just sent Judy a portfolio the other day, which, by the way, we need to meet on that with the crew here in the next 48 hours if you have time. And I just sent Judy a portfolio the other day. I said, look, we have so many projects going. Do you want to take this one out? And she's going through the data now. All of this just happens just by the butterfly effect. Judy's going to probably send me more deals in the coming future. Maybe fund some more deals or something. Who knows? We're going to do some more fun stuff together. It's just the way it flows. All right. So figure out how to get in the flow of money. We got the yeses rolling in for as much 0% interest funding as we can get. So we're very excited about that. I'm going to go get me some lunch. What's your plans the rest of the afternoon, Judy?
Well, we're going to grab some lunch here in a few minutes, and then I do have a coaching call coming up a little later.
Yes, you do. I am excited because I know that the community loves your guidance, and I appreciate all you do for the community, Judy. And thank you for being here. Impromptu, I know, but I appreciate you showing up on a moment's notice and hanging out with us. We have a lot to cover this afternoon: where to get the money, how to close deals, and your next steps. You do not want to miss it. And if you've not already done it, text call to 940-468-7852. I'll see you guys in an hour and 15. Everybody give Judy a virtual hand.
Thanks for inviting me.
My pleasure. Hello and welcome back. Welcome back to the last half of the last day of the Wealth Summit. Congratulations, you guys, for being here, for being part of the crew who sticks around and who gets things done. And first off, I just want to commend you for that. A lot of places you can be, a lot of things floating around on the internet, a lot of opportunities, yet you choose to be here with us hanging out, and I appreciate that. My prayer is that you're rewarded with success, abundance, and connections to the right people because of that. So thank you for being here. What a beautiful, beautiful day it is. I want to give you guys the opportunity to, for those of you who know that you're meant to be here, you know that this is an opportunity to connect with the right people. You know that this is not just another event, but this is a turning point, a pivotal moment for you and your business. I want to challenge you to get your pen, get your pad, and get ready to take notes, because this afternoon, I'm going to be talking about what your next steps are, how to implement the things we've learned, and something that you're going to hear from Mr. Prosperity, David Selvin, who's about to join us as we're talking about how and where to get the money. You're going to be hearing from him a lot about that, a lot about this business. And before I just turn him loose, I just want to say thank you guys for being here. And I have a little favor to ask of you. It's the last tab of the second day. If you've gotten tremendous value out of this, this helps our SEO. I would just request that you click the link that I just put in the chat there and go give us a 5-star on Trustpilot. Go give Truca, myself, Leo, the team, the mastermind community, everyone a 5-star. So I put that link in the chat. If you would do that favor for us, it would mean the world to us. I'm going to share with you this afternoon for my Louisvillians, for my East Coasters. We're going to be sharing this evening, I guess. Here the next few hours we have left together, I really want to drive home the action points, because many of you come in here, you've heard other events at other times, you've heard information. I could buy houses, I could go get a bank loan, I could go buy creative financing, I could call, I had you messaging last night, Facebook Marketplace, doing all of these things, but it's all theory until it's put to action. And so this afternoon is all about, type it in the chat, action. This afternoon is all about action. I want to see, by the way, who's awake post second day lunch. Austin's here. Glad you're here, brother. Jeffrey's here. Glad you're here, brother. Marilyn's here. Glad you're here, my friend. Joan, welcome, welcome. Welcome back, Marlon. All right. Today is about the action. What's the actions you can take to position yourself? People of wealth don't ask how much it costs. We ask, how much can it make me? If you're taking notes, write it down. People of wealth don't ask how much it costs. We ask, how much can it make me? I used the example yesterday of if I was selling a $100 bill for $10, or I was selling $1,000 for $100, or I was selling $10,000 for $1,000, which would you pick? And everyone chose the $1,000 for the $10,000. And of course, that's a no-brainer offer. And sales, when done right, is serving. My desire, again, is that you begin to see your value in the marketplace, because every single one of you, I guarantee you, is undervaluing yourself. But it doesn't just come to saying, hey, marketplace, value me more, right? It comes to saying, what's the action I can take? What's the thing that I can give to the marketplace that causes the marketplace to be attracted to me, to my service, to my thing, to, in this case, the real estate investing business. Many of you had the misconception prior to this 2 days that you were in the real estate business. What you now realize is you are in the marketing and money business. You're in the marketing and money business. Why? Because you're finding people who have a problem, AKA attached to their house. You are solving the problem with your knowledge and sometimes capital that you get from David or his connections or other places. And you are taking that problem that you solve for them to the marketplace, repositioned with a value add proposition, buy on payments, sell on payments, and getting paid the difference, the arbitrage. You heard yesterday about Airbnb. How are you going to set up your Airbnbs? Who are you going to partner with? How are you going to structure it? You heard yesterday about finding deals, how we find deals, how we market for them, how we get them for absolutely free. You heard today about automation, how you build. And of course, you heard Judy about networking her way to 100+ deals. That woman is just incredible. I love Judy. And she was so generous with her time. And this afternoon, you're going to get to hear, before I go into actions, my amazing friend and brother, David Selvin. Mr. Prosperity, how you feeling today, my friend?
I'm awesome, brother. How you doing?
Man, I am so good. It's good to see your smiling face. And I know you have your real estate investing business running. I know you have your credit repair company running. I know you have your business credit funding company running. And I am just grateful you offered to come spend the next hour or so hanging out with us and sharing your knowledge, your value, and giving everyone a chance to connect with you. But what's been a win for you today so far?
Well, a win today. We're locking up more deals. We got another person funded. We got we had 2 closings this week. I got the closing docs here. So
Heck yeah.
it's pretty cool, man. So life is good. I got no complaints. I'm just grateful. You said you thanking me to be here. I'm thanking you to be here because you've done so much for myself and my family that it's a no-brainer. When you ask me to come do something for you, the answer is always yes, and you know that.
I love you too, brother. And thank you. Something I didn't understand until we connected was the power that, we talk about playing the money game and the asset of someone's credit. I'd learned to buy houses without credit, thankfully, so I didn't need it for that. And I was doing that, except I kept getting turned down for credit cards. I kept getting turned down for business funding. I tried the SBA loan route. I tried all these different things and I kept getting turned down. And I didn't realize for you, they're simple, but for me, it was overwhelming amount of information out there on how to get your credit up, on how to set your business up to get it what you call bankable, and all of these strategies that can take someone who either has a low credit score, maybe too many inquiries. If any of us that are using our credit, as I believe you should be, it's an asset you have at your fingertips, that it ebbs and flows. And so you help people become intentional about their businesses, about their credit, and the money they have access to. So I'm just excited for you to share your knowledge with everyone today at the end of the segment. If you have time, I know we talked before this, you offered to give everybody a beautiful free gift. So if you guys like free gifts like me, just type the word gift in the chat. Anybody that doesn't type the word gift will not get a free gift. I'm joking. He's got a gift for everyone.
I'm watching who's going to type gift in the chat.
He's got it coming. Going to get 27 gift types. All right, good. So keep the gifts coming in the chat, and thank you again in advance for all of you who went and done the Trustpilot review. So Mr. Prosperity at the end is going to be giving you guys a beautiful gift to help you know what your next steps are to get your business set up for funding. Some of you are probably bankable now, and others of you, it's going to be coming weeks or months before you are in your business. But that's going to be stuff you're going to learn today, and we're going to dive in. So where should we start, Mr. Prosperity?
Well, we got to start at the beginning. It starts with this here. It starts with mindset, because the things that I can teach you, the things that Andrew teaches you, and Leo, and everybody else that may have been on here, I don't know how many different guests. I know Ashley and Connor, they could teach you all of these strategies, but you got to first become the person you want to be to take the actions you need to take to have the things that you want. You got to be, to do, to have. And that's the first step. And so we're going to peel back the onion. Business funding is a layered onion. It's simple. It seems a little overwhelming to those that are not in the know. Yet once you know, you realize it's super, super simple. And this is just another tool in the toolbox that you can utilize for your real estate investing, or for any business for that matter. So I'm excited to teach this.
Well, thank you so much. And if you don't mind, as you're getting ready to share your wisdom, just give everybody a quick background of how you come up, because you're crushing it in the business.
Thank
And I
you.
want them to know the backstory of who David is, your beautiful wife, your amazing kids, and what part of the country you're in, and all the good things. So just give everybody a quick brief, bring them up to speed.
Absolutely. So I'm in the Houston, Texas area. I have an amazing wife that's been my wife for 27 years, and I have 3 children. I have 2 daughters, and I have a son that's in high school. My daughters are grown, and they're still my babies. And so we just started a group chat that says Daddy's Angel and Daddy's Warrior. So it has my son and my daughters in the group chat. But you know, it wasn't always peaches and cream. I live an amazing, as you know, Andrew, I live an amazing life right now. I live a crazy, crazy life where some people just think it's like, what, you really live like that? And yes, I do. Yet it wasn't always like that. You know, I came from a good home. I can't give you the story of, you know, I came from, you know, a mom that was on drugs and things like that. I had really, really good parents. I was just a knucklehead that was a rebel, rebelling against life. And I ended up getting myself in a lot of trouble at a very young age. You know, I was in jail. I was homeless at one point in 2008. Got involved in selling drugs and all the negative things of life. And I just realized that didn't serve me one bit, and decided to change my life around. And this is why I said it's important for the mindset, because with that mind, you can create your reality. And that's exactly what I did once I realized that. And, you know, the credit and business funding, it helped me to get started in real estate. So I've been investing in real estate for quite some time now, yet I only knew 2 ways to invest. And that was, you know, flipping houses and wholesaling, right? That's all I knew. And I wanted to get into flipping, and I didn't really, you know, people were telling me at the time, hey, open up your phone and call everybody in your phone book and ask to borrow money. Well, my lifestyle, I didn't have those kind of people I had. So I had to figure out another way to come up with this money. I refused to accept defeat. I refused to accept no for an answer. And that's how I stumbled upon business funding and business credit. And I bought my first house like that. And it wasn't until I wish I met you back in those days, Andrew, because life would have been so much easier. It wasn't until I joined Andrew's community about 2 years ago when I started learning about this other strategy where I don't even need money or credit or anything. I could just go ahead and buy, like the house that actually I wish I could go, because it's a very nice house down the street. We're buying well, here it's Texas, so here it's a few $100,000 house. If it was back in California where I used to live, this house would be 1.2 million. It's a beautiful house, beautiful community. And my wife and my daughter are going to do the walkthrough today. And we're buying it just from taking over what they owe. We're just taking over the mortgage. That's it. And so, you know, I wish I knew those strategies back then. I didn't. And that's how I stumbled on this credit. Yet it's just another tool in the toolbox when I need it.
I love that. Well, I want to just, and thank you for sharing that. Before I just flat turn you loose, if you don't mind, what's the interest rate on that deal you're taking over down the street?
Oh, you know what? So we were listening to the recorded call because my wife's going to send it to Ahmed recently. I think it was 2.5 or something like that percent interest.
Who here would love some 2.75 interest debt on some real estate? Give me a yes in the chat. They ain't putting it out that way no more. So that's what we do very commonly. So, well, I want to just turn you loose. I want you to share with them kind of the nuts and bolts of getting started, how you fix the credit, and how you become bankable, and how they can get prepared. And I'm going to just turn you loose, and then I'll pop back in here a little bit as we start to ask questions and open up the floor here shortly. So the floor is yours, my brother.
Thank you, Andrew. Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, I want to start off by saying, who could use more money? If you could use more money, just type a yes in the chat, because everybody could use more money, right? Doesn't matter the interest rate. And we're going to get into that. I'm going to show you how the interest rate doesn't matter. It's not about how much it costs you. Always remember that. Write that down. It's not about how much the money costs you. It's about how much can it make you. I think Andrew just said that as I was getting on the call here. You know, he said, you want to think about how much can something make me? You know, if something costs you $5,000 and you can get a $50,000 return on that, then that's a no-brainer. So you want to make sure that you guys understand that and shift your mindset. So I'm going to get ready here to share my screen and show you guys some slides. And and welcome you to my world. And this is going to be fun for the next little bit of time that I have you guys here. So, okay, if you guys could see my screen, just give me a yes in the chat. Just want to make sure you guys can see my screen and we could get going. Ooh, let me go back, actually. There we go. All right, everybody can see the screen. Perfect. Because I'm going to show you today on how you're going to be able to access over $50,000 in secured fund and unsecured funding. What does that mean in unsecured funding? That means it's not collateralized. It's not, so, okay, we could get that low interest debt and take over that house that I just talked about, right? Yet when something happens, if something happens, because it's not, but if something happens, worst case scenario, what's going to happen? The bank's going to take back that property if I stop paying on that debt. Unsecured means it's not tied to any property, it's not tied to anything, and you can utilize it any way that you want to. If you want to use it for down payments, you want to use it for your marketing, you can do all of that. And I'm going to show you exactly how I utilize this type of funding here. Because access to funding, it changes everything. What I'm about to teach you changed my life, you know, but I had to learn the rules of the game. And that's very important. You must master the rules of the game. You know, like I just told you guys, I went from rejection to what I call prosperity. And this proves that if I can do it, anyone can do this. I don't have a college degree. I'm not some super genius. Actually, I am a genius. I take that back. But I'm not very book smart or anything like that. I just know how to think outside the box. And that's what's very important for all of you guys to understand, right? But the key is that you have to stay ready. Because if you stay ready, you don't have to get ready. You want to have the money before you need the money. So here's the thing. A lot of times, you know, a lot of people, they'll get a deal on the contract. Then they're like, all right, where do I go find the money? You know, and sometimes the money might take a little longer than they expected, and they might lose out on that deal. If it's a smoking deal and you're not ready to pull that trigger, that deal's going to be gone to the next investor that can pull that trigger very, very quickly. So like I said, this is just another tool, another strategy, just another tool in your toolbox. So remember, if you stay ready, you don't have to get ready. This is a little bit about me. We threw this picture up here just so you guys can know a little bit about me, what I'm into, and what my life is like. You know, at the top left here, this is when I was invited by the Los Angeles Tribune to speak on finance and funding. So that was a very proud moment. That was one of my first big speaking gigs there. So I was very, very proud of that. And the other top right, that's my beautiful wife, Euasia. That was at a charity gala. We do a lot with charity, and we're going to talk about that as well, right? I do a lot with charity, so I'm fortunate enough to be in the position I'm in. That was a gala that, with Black Tie Gala that I attended, where we were donating money to help kids go to college, which was pretty cool. Because like I said, I never had that opportunity to go to college. Now you see me sitting there looking all serious there in the middle with the white shirt on. That was a special moment. That was at one of Andrew's mastermind events that I went to, Andrew and Leo's Freedom Life Mastermind. I'm a part of the Freedom Life community, and it was great. I'm locked in. I'm looking so serious there because the stuff we were talking about was game changing in my business. So that was a special moment. But the most special moment here on this picture, I got my family at the bottom. Those are my children there, my 2 daughters and my son and my wife. Got my classic cars. I'm into lowrider cars. I have fun. That's what I do in my spare time is myself and my son, we build these classic cars. And so that's a good way that I spend time with my son. And of course, we got the big checks. What would this be without showing you guys the big check? But none of that matters. What really matters to me is that picture at the top with those boxes. Right? Those brown boxes there where I'm on the back of that wagon there. And what that was last November, we paid out of pocket, and Andrew and Leo donated as well. So I'm grateful for that. And we paid out of pocket to buy 150 turkeys for Thanksgiving for families in need that were going through some challenging times. And so that really, really it's bringing tears to my eyes because that was when I realized, wow, look how far I've come. And this was really all because of business funding, because I was able to take advantage of opportunities that I normally might not have been able to take advantage of. So it's just near and dear to my heart, that picture. Every now and then when I get down, I look at pictures like that. You know, you'll have ups and times in life, no matter how high up you get, you will have a little bit of downs. And, sometimes when I'm feeling a little down, I look at some of these pictures to remind myself, look how far you have come. And of course, I'm on the stage with Andrew over there on the right. That was a cool moment as well. So what you going to learn today? I'm going to show you the keys to unlocking your credit potential. See, your credit is a tool. It's not what everybody thinks. A lot of people, we walk around here wearing our credit score on our shoulder. Well, I'm a 750, I'm a 780. Oh, I'm nobody. I'm only a 520. Any of that. No, this is just another tool. And I'm going to show you a guarantee strategy for you to secure a minimum of $50,000 or more in unsecured business funding for your business. You're going to learn how to build this business credit the right way and how to get access to these business credit lines. See, we got to start with your credit score, right? Write this down. Your credit score is your financial reputation, right? It's how lenders view you. It's how they view you to pay back. It's the best way for me to explain it is, Stan calls me and says, hey, Dave, I need to borrow some money. All right, how much you need to borrow? I need to borrow $1,000, Dave. All right, Stan, let me think about that. Now, I was hanging out with Josh the other day, and Josh tells me, over a cigar, and we're smoking cigars, and Josh says, I lent Stan $1,000 a year ago. He said he was going to pay me back in a month. He still hasn't paid me back. So now I know that his reputation is no good. So will I loan Stan money? No, I won't. And that's exactly what your credit score is showing to the world, right? And it's not a big deal. It's an algorithm. And good thing is this algorithm could be manipulated in certain ways where you can boost it and build your financial reputation a little bit better. And now here's the thing, when it comes to business funding, banks classify you as bankable or non-bankable, right? Bankable means your business is going to be able to stand up on its own 2 feet and handle business. And basically they'll lend to the business without you being in the picture. Non-bankable just means, simply put, if my son says, Dad, I want to go to the dealership and buy the new Hellcat. All right, son, let's go. And we go down there, and in my head, he's on his own. I'm not signing any paperwork for this kid. And then we get down there, and the guy's like, you need to co-sign for your son. Well, basically, that's non-bankable. My son is non-bankable. So with your business, sometimes they got to look at your personal credit report and your personal credit profile before you become bankable. And basically you're co-signing on behalf of your business. The good thing is, though, that even in that situation, when they do that, it never reports to your personal credit. So the goal and the strategy is to eventually get yourself to a position where you never need to rely on your personal credit and you're just building out credit on the business. So as long as you keep your utilization low and you keep your personal credit low, and when I say utilization, I'm talking in regard to your personal credit low, then now you could utilize this funding any way you need to without it hurting your personal score. So that's very, very important to know. And now, one thing a lot of people don't know about is FICO SBSS. And this is going to be the new gold standard. It already is. They started implementing it here in 2025. It's been around for quite some time, yet now banks are utilizing FICO SBS more than ever. And we'll talk about that later on as I discuss what FICO SBS is, right? But it's very, very important for you to understand this because now you know how to build your business out on paper and how to build yourself out personally on paper. So that way you can get the best limits and the best lines of credit. Now, are you even on the radar, right? So key business agencies. Of course, everybody knows about Dun & Bradstreet. Everybody knows about Experian, but you got Equifax Business, which is also the Small Business Finance Exchange, and you got Credit Safe, right? So, and of course, SBSS, right? Now, SBSS, let's talk about that. That's the Small Business Scoring System, right? And now with FICO SBSS, they're looking at your personal and your business together. So you might think, and they're looking at any other business that you have started and may have defaulted on. As long as your name's tied to that business, they can see that. It never was like that before, right? It used to be where you can go and start a business, build out lines of credit, and then maybe some negative stuff happens, and then you go start a new business and build that out. That's no longer. And that's why it's very, very important to do the right thing. And we'll talk about exactly how you need to position yourself to do the right thing. So this is the gold standard in business, like I just told you guys. Right? Now, what's a low 5 bank rating? Does anybody know what a low 5 bank rating is? Sometimes I get a little nerded out on this stuff, and stuff that I think is normal. A lot of people's like, no, we don't know. If you don't know what it is, just type a no or type a yes in the chat. I just kind of want to see who knows what a low 5 bank rating is, right? So a low 5 bank rating, for those that don't know, no. Okay, so we got some no's in there. Okay, so we explain. Well, I was going to explain it anyways. But a low 5 bank rating or business bank rating is basically, it shows like best word I'm looking for here, the pressure of the business, like how can it stand, right? So how do you get a low 5 bank rating? It's basically as long as you have $10,000 or more in the bank account sitting in there for 3 months or longer. The good thing is you can just put 10,000 in there, have it sit for 3 months, and now your business gets a low 5 bank rating. And when you have that bank rating, it's a must-have for bankable funding, right? Because it basically shows that, hey, this business is not stressed. This business is not running on a shoestring here. They have a little bit of reserves in there. But there's ways to manipulate that, right? So for example, you can take from a business credit card and transfer that. And somebody said, why is my response always changing to, I don't know. Well, I'm sorry. Now, you could take that, right? You could take a business credit card and you could transfer those funds from that business credit card into your bank into cash and just let it sit for 3 months, right? On a $10,000, you'll pay minimal. I mean, it's minimal monthly payment. That is something that's doable, and you pull out a little more to pay that. Then once you get that bank rating, you pay that money back. So these are ways you could get a low 5 bank rating. But again, we have to start with your personal credit. So let's break down your personal credit score, because it's very, very important if you're not bankable, right? And there's going to be a way where you're going to be able to tell if your business is bankable, and we'll discuss that. But if your business is not bankable, again, you personally are going to have to co-sign. So we want to discuss here the 5 FICO factors first that's in regard to your personal credit. So the biggest thing that hurts your personal FICO score is your payment history. You do not want to have any late payments at all, right? And if you do have late payments, there's ways to clean that up. But you do not want to have late payments. That makes up 35% of your score. It's very, very important. So you don't want to have any late payment. And it only goes back 2 years. That's all they check. It's for the past 2 years. So as long as you haven't had any late payments in the past 2 years, you're good. The next is your utilization, which is the amounts owed. That makes up 30% of your score. And ironically, you don't want to go over 30% of your utilization. What does that mean? If you have a $10,000 credit card, you do not want to have a balance on there over $3,000. 10% is preferred. 10% will put you in an A+ category, 10% or less. You also don't want to keep a zero balance. Creditors don't like that. They make their money off the interest, right? So a lot of people get the notion that, oh, I'm just gonna swipe this card, run it up, and then I'm gonna pay it all back at the end of the month. And that's gonna put me in a better position. And in fact, it takes longer to build good credit doing that than if you was to run that card up. Yes, run a high balance to show them that you are responsible with the balance and pay it down, because now you're showing, okay, you can handle those high balances and you're responsible, yet you don't want to pay it to zero. Pay it down to $1,000. If it's a $10,000 card, pay it down to $1,000. Pay it down to $500. Something where they could still make a little bit of money on it. They could make a little bit off the interest on it. But when you pay it to zero, they didn't make any money on the interest, right? So they don't like that. So that makes up 30% of your score. Next is your credit history. How long have you had credit? So a lot of my cards, right, that I have, I still have, where's my book of cards here? So I got a book of cards here. One of my first cards that I've had here is only a $300 credit limit. Now I have cards in here with $90,000 credit limit. I have a card with $100,000. I have a card that card's in my wallet. I have a card in my wallet here that has an unlimited amount that I could charge on that card. Yet why would I keep this $300 card that they charge me a fee every single year and I don't even use the card? The reason being is it's my very first credit card that I've ever had. So if I cancel that card, it's going to ruin my credit history, which in turn is going to lower my credit score. So it's very important to keep those old cards and just keep them active. You don't have to use them, but keep them active. It's very important. Next, let's talk about your credit mix, right? Your credit mix is your mix of installment accounts and revolving accounts. So for example, a credit card, that's a revolving account, meaning you spend money, you pay it back. So the money's always revolving. An installment account is something like a personal loan, where they'll lend you the money, a full amount of the money, and then you pay it back to a certain time that's agreed upon. That's an installment account. So you want to have a good credit mix. So you can have 10 credit cards on your personal profile with no installment loans on there, and you could still, you'll be wondering like, why is my score not jumping? Why am I not in the 800s? You can have, let's say, 8 personal credit cards revolving. You can have 4 personal loans, and you know it's well within your debt to income ratio, so you can more than handle that debt. Yet you don't have a mortgage on your personal profile. You will never get to an 850 FICO score without that mortgage. It's just the way it is, right? And I'm not saying you need that mortgage. I'm not a big fan of having mortgages on my personal credit score, so I'm not saying that you need that. Yet you will never get to that all the way to the 850, or it'll take you a long time to get to that 850 without that. So that's very important. Now, the thing is, you can boost your personal credit score. So the first step you want to do is by pulling your personal credit report. And you know, I'm gonna give you guys a link. It's gonna cost you $1 to pull your personal FICO report. You want to pull your FICO, not a Vantage. So you want to get your reports from Experian, or for one that I like to use is MyScoreIQ, and I'll get that to you guys here in a second. And you want to avoid using tools like Credit Karma because they're not accurate. In fact, us guys in the industry, we call Credit Karma a FACO score, not a FICO score, because it's a fake score. Credit Karma is an affiliate marketing company. So what they do is they give you this fake it's a Vantage score that they give you, and it's not an accurate score. No banks really use Vantage scores, very few. The ones that use it are for bad credit type of credit cards, like secure cards and things of that nature. So they don't really care about your credit. But you'll look at your Credit Karma score and you'll say, oh man, I'm a 760. Then you'll go down to the dealership. Hey, I'm gonna buy that new Audi I want. And you go down to that dealership and they say, yeah, your rate's 20%. Why? You're 5'8". No, my Credit Karma says I'm in the 7s. And they'll say, no, but that's a Credit Karma score. That's not a FICO score. Here's your FICO. They'll give you the report. Here's your FICO score. So it's very, very important to understand the difference and never pull from your Credit Karma. Pull from a FICO score. So let me see if I could. Here we go. Got one right here. I'll give you guys this link here. So you guys, if you guys need to pull your credit, you could pull it right here. Which you could pull your right there for $1. Now, once you got your credit report, you want to start identifying all the negative things that are on the report. You want to identify hard inquiries, right? So if you're an entrepreneur like myself, you're constantly going for funding, you're constantly going after money. So you're constantly getting hard inquiries, which is constantly dinging your personal profile. That's okay. We could sweep those off and we'll discuss that. You want to look for anything derogatory on there. You want to just print out that report, get a highlighter, and start highlighting anything that's negative on your personal report. Charge-offs, collections, judgments, things of that nature, late payments, foreclosures, bankruptcies, things of that nature. You want to get all of those items off of your credit report. Now, there's hacks to remove these stuff, right? So one thing that we do, we call it the Experian backdoor hack. When people work with us, what we'll do is we'll file with Experian and remove all outdated addresses. The reason being is that's what they're tying a lot of that old debt to. So somebody that typically has a lot of derogatory stuff, if they have multiple addresses on there, so say for example, I lived in California, now I live in Texas. Well, now if I had bad debt, it will all be tied to my California address, right? So now we remove that California address, I'm in Texas. Now you're telling them to validate it. They can't validate that address. Therefore, by law, they have to remove it. And this is what we call Metro 2 disputing. And it's been around from the time that credit's been around, but a lot of people are not hip to it and haven't learned about it until recently. And in fact, you know, the crazy thing about personal credit is that credit was never really a thing until the 50s. Isn't that something? Prior to the 50s, people were doing business without credit bureaus, credit agencies, and credit scores and things of that nature. So that's a fun little fact. Now we have a CFPB hack that we call. With a CFPB hack, CFPB stands for Consumer Finance Protection Bureau. And basically what we do is we file complaints with the CFPB to hold the bureaus accountable. The first thing you want to do is you want to send them a report. You want to send them this dispute letter, right? And you want to send them a dispute letter that says, hey, prove that this is mine. They have to validate the debt. Then you got to validate the amount of the debt. They got to validate the dates on the debt and things of that nature. And that's what Metro 2 disputing is. Basically, they have to validate everything about that. Because say, for example, you owed $9,000, yet they're reporting that you owe $9,200. That's grounds for deletion because it's not the right amount. Say if that debt got charged off in December of 2024, but they're saying that debt was charged off in January of 2025 or November of 2024, then now that's grounds for deletion. You see, so everything has to be reporting accurate. And then when it's not and they refuse to remove it, that's when you go to the CFPB and you file a complaint. And 99% of the time, they will remove it, right? So very, very important, very important. Now, once you get all of that stuff disputed off, one quick thing. I want to talk about the dispute letters. So the credit bureaus have a system called eOscar. eOscar has been in place probably over 20 years now. And it's actually was first AI, it was like an AI system. Basically what it was doing is everybody who sent it a letter, it would scan that letter to see if the letter was exactly the same as somebody else's letter. And if it was, so a lot of people, they will buy a book or they'll buy some kind of credit course or something of that nature. And if that letter looked exactly like the other person's letter, they would just rip it up and that's the end of that. And they won't dispute it. They won't even investigate it or anything of that nature. So what we do is we use AI to dispute this, right? So everything is strategic to the client. And this is what you guys want to do is you guys could use ChatGPT. You guys could go on your credit profile, right? Pull out your credit report, highlight everything that's derogatory in your credit profile, and then tell ChatGPT to craft you a letter that is Metro 2 compliant, and it will do it, right? So these are things that you could do on your own to go ahead and remove all of these negative items off your personal credit report. Now, this is very important in the grounds of business funding because, again, if you're not bankable, they're going to look at your personal credit. So we got to put your personal credit in place. And that's why I'm starting with this first, right? Now, let's talk about your business. You got to make sure that your business is bank compliant, right? And this is how you become bankable. So you want to use a good name, professional name. You don't want to, unless you're the brand like basically an influencer or a coach or music artist or something of that nature, I wouldn't necessarily use David Selvin, as my business name. I would use a business name, Selvin Enterprise, Selvin Financial, something of that nature. You want to make sure it's an entity. An entity now, it becomes its own person. I remember when I was living in California, it was a big thing on the news probably about 10 years ago. And a gentleman was driving in the carpool lane and he gets pulled over. He gets a ticket. He says, I don't need this ticket. I'm not supposed to get this ticket. And the cop says, what do you mean? You're in the carpool lane and it's just you in the car. He said, no. It's me and my entity docs. My entity is a separate being. It's a separate being. Therefore, it's two of us in the car. And so I'm allowed to drive in this carpool lane. Well, the cop gave him a ticket. He fought it, went to court. It went to Supreme Court. And guess what? The guy won. So that's just to show you that your entity is what separates your business from you. So it's very important not to be doing business as a sole proprietor under a DBA. You can have DBAs for your S Corp or your LLC or anything for your entity. You can have DBAs if you want to do business under different names. For example, we have Selvin Financial, we have Guaranteed Credit Lines. These are just different DBAs, but it's an entity that owns the company. So it's very, very important that you set up your entity the right way. Your NAICS code. Does anybody know what an NAICS code means? Well, your NAICS code is your North American Industry Classification System. This is how the banks are going to classify you. This is how the banks are going to classify your business. It's very, very, very important because if you get classified in the wrong industry, your business is going to be deemed high risk and you won't get any funding. You'll get red flag. Ask me how I know. I've been through it all. Ask me how I know. And certain forms of real estate is deemed high risk, right? The worst thing that they could put you into is property development. Property development is one of the highest risk categories, right? A low risk category for real estate is property management. Right? So if you're renting out properties, property management is a really low risk category in regards to your NAICS code. So you want to make sure that you're assigned the right code and they don't classify you the wrong way. And a lot of times when you're going to open a business bank account, what's going to happen is you're going to go in there and you're going to ask to open that bank account and they're going to start asking you 1,000,001 questions. And you think that they're asking you because they're interested in your business. The reality of the situation is they're asking you because they're trying to figure out which classification code to put you in. So you could go on the NAICS code's website. You could just type in NAICS code search. And their website will come up with a search where you could search your classification. So that way, when you're at the bank opening your bank account, they start asking me questions. Oh, you looking for my classification code? It's 532311 or whatever it is. And then they will do it accurately in the right way. Right? You want to make sure that you have the right location. This is a big one. A lot of people, they will use a P.O. box or a UPS store address or something of that nature. You want to use a real brick and mortar business address or office of that nature. But if you're like me, even though I have a brick and mortar business address, I like working from home too. Maybe you just want to work from home. Maybe your business doesn't require a physical address. When you get into real estate, it actually really doesn't require you to have a physical address unless you want sellers to meet you there, right? But you don't want to put a UPS store address. We used to be able to do that before you could Google map and Google search everything, right? Then we'll just put a UPS store address as our business address and I'll go check my P.O. box there every week for mail and things of that nature. I use them for privacy purposes and that's about it. But if you don't have a physical address, you don't want to use your home address. That's a no-no. That'll get you red flagged and you won't get funded because now you're not looking like a real business. So what you want to do is use a virtual office. But here's the important thing is that not all virtual offices are created equal, right? So you can use a virtual office, but if that virtual office is just a mail drop, you're going to get red flagged. And they already have a list of them. So how do you find a virtual office that you can use, a virtual address that you can use that's not going to get red flagged? Well, the key is making sure that there are brick and mortar businesses there. So virtual office that I use, when I'm getting ready to use a virtual office for any of my businesses for business funding or anything for that nature, I check and make sure are there businesses there. It's typically going to be law firms. It's typically going to be accounting firms, things of that nature. So now when I see these actual businesses that are actually doing business there, and I can actually rent an office there if I wanted to rent an actual office there, those are the addresses I use because the business bureaus cannot tell the difference if you're going to be a brick and mortar or if it's a virtual address. So that's very, very, very important. Your phone number is very important. I had a gentleman I helped get business funding. He was in Atlanta, one of the biggest developers in Atlanta. I mean, this guy was building houses for superstars, movie stars, and rappers. And I mean, these houses were amazing, huge $5, $6, $7 million homes. And he was making millions every single year. Yet he was operating his entire business out of his pickup truck and on his cell phone. He had billboards with his phone number on the billboard off the freeway, and it was going to his cell phone. I was like, man, you're crazy. I wouldn't want to do that. But that's what he was doing because he was really good at what he do, which was building these designer houses. He wasn't good at all the minutia and all the things in between. So we had to get him in compliance and build his business out the right way because he was making all that money and still could not qualify for not one business card. He said, I keep getting declined. I don't know when I'm getting declined. I said, all right, let's peel back the onion of your business. Let's do a business scan and let's see what's going on with your business. And that's exactly what we did. So he had to go and get a dedicated business phone line, right? So a good company to use is Ring Central if you need it. I know, excuse me, I know Connor was on here earlier and Connor offers phone numbers in the CRM. Those are good to use, things of that nature, but it has to be a business line because they're going to check that. So very, very important that it's not a cell phone and not your personal number. And your email and your website, they're gonna check it. In this day and age and the information era, what they're gonna do is they're gonna go online, they're gonna go on the internet, and they're gonna check what your business is about. They're gonna look up your domain, look up your website. The last thing you want is for your file to hit underwriting, and then they go and look up David's Real Estate Incorporated.com, and it says parked by GoDaddy. They're gonna be like denied. So it's very, very important that you build out your website the right way. Your email gotta be done the right way. You don't want davidselvin@gmail.com, davidselvin@selvin.financial.com. That's what you want, something of that nature. So that's very, very important. Then you got all that in place, you go get your EIN, your employee identification number. This is basically your social security number for your business, right? So now you're gonna start applying for everything with your EIN and not just social. And you get your business bank account. Now, and in regards to business funding, the business time clock does not start until you open your business bank account. And a lot of people get that twisted. So a lot of people, they say, well, I have this company, we've been in business for 2 years. In fact, what they did is they started an LLC 2 years ago, did nothing with it, never even opened a bank account. And then we come to me and I'm like, well, the reality is the business just started a month ago, because that's when you open a bank account, because they're going to check that. All of that is reported and they're going to check that. So that's very, very important. Now, once you build your business out the right way, you need to start adding trade lines to it. So a net 30 vendor is basically somebody where you can buy something from their company or from whatever it is they got going on, and you pay them back in 30 days or less. Now, net 30s, in my opinion, suck. And here's why. Net 30 vendors, you can't really do much with it, except for Home Depot. I use them a lot in my business. I use Home Depot a lot in my business. But besides that, you know, Uline is one that you can use. Quill is another one. You know, you're going to order boatloads of printing paper and different things of that. They're good for the fact that they're going to help you build out your business trade lines. That's what they're good for. They're not good for the products that they offer, but the fact that you could build out your business trade line, that's what you want to use the net 30 accounts for. So they're very important for building out trade lines. It's one of the easiest way to start thickening up your business profile and build it out. And you can also purchase business trade lines. You know, we have a company we work with that helps us with business trade lines, where we could get you a trade line on your business up to $250,000 reporting on your business profile. And why is that important? Because here's the thing. If you only have $5,000 reporting on your business and you go for more business funding, what's going to happen? They're only going to loan you about $5,000, maybe up to $10,000 on that business profile. If you have $200,000 reporting on your business profile, how much money are they going to give you? They're going to give you about $200,000. So very, very important. That trade lines are very important. So I suggest you mix the two. We're purchasing some trade lines, some net 30 vendors, and you strategically build out the profile. Now, this is where we're talking about bankable funding, right? So you can go and get the non-bankable business credit cards right away. And now those trade lines will be reporting to your business profile and thicken up your business profile. Now, what about people that, there are certain people on this call that's like, Dave, you know, I don't have time to fix my credit and I don't have time to do all this. Well, guess what? Maybe you have somebody that you could bring in as a partner that has strong personal credit, or you can leverage their business credit. You know, I see a lot of people that do that. So this is something that you can always do and always utilize. And then you guys work out an agreement and share the benefits, right? Now, I want to teach you guys something. Who wants to know? Let me not show the secrets yet. Who wants to know how to get $100,000 in one day? That I actually did this one day. Who would like to know my $105,000 in one day personal loan strategy? Let me see a bunch of yeses. If I don't see too many yeses, I'm not going to show you guys. Okay. All right. I'm just making sure you guys are awake still listening to me, because this stuff excites me. But I'm a funding nerd, right? So this stuff excites me. I want to make sure it's exciting you too. So we got a bunch of yeses. We got those yeses in really quick. Cool. I like it. You guys are down with me. Let's go. So This is how you could get $105,000 in one day with personal loan strategy. Now, I'm going to list you guys some examples of some credit unions you can use and some banks that you can use. I personally did this with Patelco Credit Union, Discover, and Pentagon Federal Credit Union, where I was able to get over $100,000 in one day. I got 35,000 on each, right? Actually, Patelco gave me 42, and Discover gave me 35, and PenFed gave me 35. So you could use, for example, Langley Federal Credit Union. They'll do a hard pull on Equifax. NASA Federal Credit Union. They'll do a soft pull initially, and then they'll do a hard pull on Experian upon approval. Then you do First Tech Federal Credit Union. Soft pull initially, hard pull on TransUnion upon approval. Now, what does that mean? A soft pull does not affect your score. A hard pull affects your score, right? So a hard pull brings your score down. But do not get caught up with that, because every time I go for funding, I might get 9, 10 hard inquiries, and then I just go and sweep them off of my credit profile. And how you can sweep those off your profile, remember, they're pulling for the business. So because of pulling from the business, those hard inquiries never had business on being on your personal credit profile. So it's grounds for deletion. You can legally get those deleted and swept off your credit report. So we do that every round of funding that we go through. And when we help people get funding, we do that for them as well, right? But now, what's the key on these three credit unions? Does anybody see the key here? Let me look in the chat. Let me open up the chat. Anybody know the key that you see here? There's a key here. Well, I'll tell you guys, right? I'll tell you, the last time I asked this, I didn't even realize I did this when I made these slides. The last time I asked the crowd this, I was on stage. I said, what's the key here? And they said, it's the feds. You got Langley and NASA, it's the feds. And I said, oh, I didn't even realize I did that. Well, the key is, look, Experian on one, Equifax on another, and TransUnion on the other. So how you could get them all in one day, they don't see the hard inquiry. So when you pull them from Langley, so the way we used to do it, and when I did mine, that was about 2 years ago. When I did mine, what I did was I knew one was pulling from Experian, I knew one was pulling from TransUnion, and I knew one was pulling from Equifax. So I applied it all three in the same day and got approved for all three in the same day, because they didn't see that I was applying for the other ones. They didn't even ask me if I was applying. Now, what you need to do now is, because sometimes, depending on where your location is, so you'll call, for example, you'll call Discover and say, I just want to know what credit bureau you pull from. And they'll tell you Experian or whatever, right? And then you hang up the phone, and then you apply, and they'll pull from Experian and TransUnion. American Express does that. Bank of America does that. And so it's because depending on where you're at in the country, in the region, depends on which bureau they pull from now. And I think they're doing that now because they're trying to prevent credit card stacking, which we'll talk about later, and things like this, right? But how do you prevent that? Is that if you know that they're going to do a pull, say on Equifax, you will freeze your TransUnion and your Experian while you apply. Then you'll unfreeze them and freeze Equifax and TransUnion, then apply for NASA. Then you'll freeze Experian and Equifax and apply at First Tech with TransUnion. So now if you have the other bureaus frozen, they can't go and pull your report from there. So that's a key way that I did that. I got over 100K, and what did I do with that? I bought 3 houses. I bought 3 houses in Milwaukee, Wisconsin with that. So that was a cool little strategy. Cool little strat. And if you guys have any questions, I think we'll have time for questions at the end. You can just drop them in the chat and we'll discuss them. Now, credit card stacking, exactly what I talked about. Let's talk about that, right? What it is. Basically, what it is where you're going to be applying for multiple credit cards at the same time to stack what you're going to get. So you might get 20,000 with Chase. You may get 10,000 with American Express. 10,000 with Bank of America, 5 with Discover, and 5 with PenFed, right? Now you just got 50K, and you could get that all in one day. But the key is when you're hitting that submit button on those applications, you have to time them within 5 seconds. Anything longer than 5 seconds, that hard inquiry is going to see, they're going to see that new hard inquiry, and they're going to deny you saying, you've been searching for credit recently, because they're going to see what they do is not even a person that sees it, it's a computer. They have computer software in place that sees, okay, I see a Bank of America hard inquiry, but I don't see a Bank of America account reporting. So they automatically say you were denied for the Bank of America, therefore now they're going to deny you, right? So what you do is you open up 4 tabs on your computer. Or if you're like me, you open up 4 tabs on your laptop, 4 tabs on your desktop, 4 tabs on your iPad, and you get your daughter in here and your wife in here, and you fill them all out, and then you fill them out, go to the next one, fill it out, don't hit submit. Go to the next one, fill it out, fill it out, fill it out, and then bring them in here into the office, and then, all right, guys, on the count of 3, let's hit submit. 1, 2, 3, submit, 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 submit. And you submit them all at the same time within a 5-second period. And that's how you stack up a lot of money on business credit cards. And we go after 0% interest, high limits, reward cards, things of that nature. Like, I'm going to be hanging out with my Truca family next week. I'm excited to go to Louisville. I love Louisville. So I'm going to Louisville. I don't know if, maybe I shouldn't say it. I don't know if Andrew told you guys about this, but he's doing an event in Louisville. I'm sorry, Andrew, if the cat's out the bag, but he's doing an event in Louisville next week. And I'm going to the event, and my hotel, my first class ticket for myself, my oldest daughter, and my wife, because they're my business partners, are coming to the event. First class tickets for all 3 of us, hotel for all of us, is all free, all paid for with points on credit cards. Man, I love credit cards. Flying first class on points. It don't get better than that. So this is some of the stuff that you can do with credit card stacking. You know, I've gotten these type of cards from credit card stacking. And by the way, I don't use my debit card for anything, right? It's rare that I use my debit card for anything. I always use credit cards. I try not to even keep debit cards in my wallet. I always use my credit cards. The reason being is, 1, you have one more layer of protection, because it's not your money coming out your account, it's the bank's money, right? If something bad happens. And then number 2, the second thing is the fact that I'm earning points. If I just use my debit card, so like if I use cash or if I use the debit card, I just spend that money and that's it. I go to the store, buy groceries, I go to the gas station, buy gas, get the car wash, go out to eat. That's the end of it. Well, with my credit cards that have reward points, I go swipe for gas, I just earn points. Actually, with certain cards, I'll earn 4 times the points. I go for groceries, certain cards, I'll earn 4 times the points. I go out to eat, certain cards, I'll earn 3, 4 times the points. And now I'm getting all these points stacked up. Well, now my wife said, it's time for you to take me on a vacation. Oh, you're right. And guess what? I will enjoy doing it, especially because I'm not paying for it. My credit cards are paying for it. It don't get any better than that. So I love this stuff, you know. So let's also talk about BLOC, business line of credit. So basically what a business line of credit is, all it is a business credit card that allows you to just log into the app or go into the bank and take the cash right out or dump the cash into your bank account. That's the only difference. They'll issue you a credit card just like a regular credit card. You can go swipe it in the stores like a credit card, but you can also use it like a bank account and pull cash out of it, right? But for me, that's good. And it is very good. It's actually better than having a revolving credit card. But for me, it doesn't really matter because I have strategies to turn that credit into cash. Write this down. Plastic, P-L-A-S-T-I-Q. Melio is another one, M-E-L-I-O. These are clearinghouse companies that you can turn your credit into cash. If you need to pay somebody, you need to pay a contractor, you need to pay for a closing, you need to come up with down payment for funds or EMD money, things of that nature. You could send it. Oh man, I wish I had it up here. A paper I just had printed out here where a new deal we're doing, a sub-2 deal, and the attorney, I printed it out to show somebody else, but the sub-2 attorney sent me an email and says, here's how you can pay. You can pay by bank wire like the old days, or you can pay with credit card. You could pay with Venmo. What? So they just allow me to pay them straight, pay the EMD straight with a credit card? I don't even have to, because see, the old days, I had to turn it into cash. That would cost me 3 points on the money because I have to pay a 3% fee. right? And I'm okay with that because all of that's calculated into the deal. Yet now they're like, yeah, just swipe it to us. I said, wow, okay, cool. But good thing is Andrew got me out of the habit of over putting up too much money on EMD. I was putting up 1% and 3% on properties I was buying till I met Andrew, and he's like, nah, bro, I put up $10, $100, that's it. And ever since then, that's all I've been doing too. So now it's, $10 not a big deal. If they really press me, then I put up $100, so that's pretty cool. So yeah, business lines of credit are really, really good to have. Now, a lot of people don't know, but if you have a business that's already bringing in revenue, you could turn your invoices into cash. It's called AR factoring or accounts receivable factoring. And what AR factoring does is basically you're just selling those invoices to another company, and they'll pay up to 90% of the invoice. So if you have, say, somebody that owes you $100,000 for some services that you've done, you can sell that invoice and get 90 grand right away and do what you got to do with that money. There's no other fees, points, or anything. It's just, hey, here's this invoice, and then here's the money, and that's the end of it. So this is good when you got like a lot of account receivables. Very good. Now, revenue-based loans and term loans, what you guys already know, is basically like a personal loan before your business. It's just basically a loan, give you the money, you have a fixed time to pay it back. And revenue-based loans is where you could have a very low credit score. They're not even going to check your credit. They're going to check your bank statements. And basically, they're going to look at the revenue that company's bringing in. And when that company looks like they're bringing in good revenue, they're going to loan you on that business. Typically, we could get them done as long as the company's bringing in 15,000 or more. We could get it done. We like to see 30, and we had somebody that was bringing in 20,000 a month in revenue, and we got him a $50,000 loan. So, and these is cool when you need money very quick. Like we could get you funded in as little as 24 hours with these kind of loans. So there's a lot of places you could go for this. Capitus is one of them. BizFunder is another one. So there's a lot of different ones you could utilize this for. Ooh. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Equipment leasing. I'll go through this really quickly. It's just basically you can, if you have a vehicle that's in the business name, it's an asset. You can borrow money against it. SBA. SBA is probably the best funding you're going to get. It's going to be the longest terms, and it's going to have the most flexible payback options. And basically, the SBA doesn't give you the money unless it's like disaster relief or something like that. They're not the ones that give you the money. They back the bank that's going to give you the money. So the bank is a little more lenient on what they could do for you, knowing that the SBA is going to pay them if you default on a loan. So the SBA is guaranteeing the loan. The SBA stands for the Small Business Administration. And basically, these loans, right, they're unmatched because they'll give you a 30-year term. They'll give you a 10-year term, things of that nature. So these are some of the best products you could get, yet your business has to be bankable. It's a lot of red tape you got to pull through to access these loans. It's easy as long as you build your business out the right way and become bankable. And you'll get large amounts. I mean, right now we're doing one for $350,000 for a gentleman that owns a gym. So that's the kind of money what he's going to do with that money is refinance and pay back all the equipment. So how do I leverage this, right? What do I do with this money? Let me just give you guys some examples really quick. And just want to ask Andrew, if you can hear me, how am I looking on time? Am I good?
You are good, brother. This is awesome. If you guys are enjoying this, give us a yes in the chat. I want to see the interactions, make sure everybody's still awake and a lot. They got the yes. They was sitting on go. I like this.
Good.
Keep going. This is powerful.
Cool. Awesome. And this is how I do it. These are actually got to update these slides too, but I was looking at it prior to this, like, man, I got to update these with some newer stuff here. But I purchased real estate. I'm into cars, as you guys seen earlier. I buy classic cars, and believe it or not, those cars go up in value. I have a car that I bought for $10,000. I put 40 grand into it. I ended up selling it for $120,000. I have a car right now that's being built. By the time I get it, when it's done, I get it appraised. It's going to be worth $200,000. I probably got about 80 grand into it. So this is the type of stuff you can do with this, right? It's think outside the box assets. Real estate's a good one. I'm always into real estate, but cars is fun. That's what I enjoy. So I do that. Watches and gold. I have a crazy watch collection. gold. I buy 24 karat gold. I was shocked. I sold one of my gold necklaces that I had, pure 24 karat gold. I bought it at $40 a gram, 2017. In 2017, I bought it for $40 a gram, and I sold it at $100 a gram. So that's the power of that. When people say, "Oh, that's just a trinket," it is a trinket, but it's fun to wear and made me money, so I'm cool with it. Right? Watches to me are just walking banks that you could liquidate right away with the right watch. When I say the right watch, I'm talking Patek Philippe's, Audemars Piguet, Rolex watches, things of that nature, Panerai, things of that nature. These watches, if there's certain limited edition, different types of watches, I buy them, I sit on them for a little bit, and I sell them, and I always turn a profit. So it's really good. Now, what you can do with this money, you can purchase other businesses, buy more real estate, use it for your marketing. You can use it for capital for other opportunities like coaching programs. That's actually what I spend a lot of my money on, is coaching. Because here's the thing, they could take all the money out of my bank account. I'll make it right back. They can take everything I have. They can take all my houses. I'll make it right back because I have the knowledge, and it's the coaching that allowed me to do that. That's what you guys got to remember, that the knowledge is the key. The knowledge is the goal. I told my children that we was watching this movie. What's that movie with Nicolas Cage? And they searching for the treasure. They go treasure hunt, and they end up on the bottom of Wall Street. What's the name of that movie? But anyways, it's a cool little Disney movie. But they searching for a gold. They found a treasure map, and they're searching for the gold. And then at the end of the movie, they found the gold, but it wasn't gold. It was gold, but then Nicolas Cage runs over to a section where it was lost hidden books, and he pulls out like the ancient 1,000-year-old books, and he's smiling. He's like, "I found the treasure," as he holds the book in his hand. And I told my son, I said, "See, that's the key right there. The knowledge. The gold is nothing. He stumbled over the gold, but he wanted the books. The knowledge is what's matter, what's important." So coaching is very, very important. Now, this is a deal I did here where, and this one's crazy because I still to this day can't believe I bought a house that looked like this. Like, what the hell was I thinking? I was crazy, right? Buying a house like this. Andrew talked me out of buying houses like this. I don't do this kind of stuff anymore. But this house here, I used $14,000 from a Chase Inc. credit card. That's all I used. I got hard money for the rest, closed on the deal. We did the rehab. I resold it, and I made if you see down there, due to seller, $73,591. So I made about $60,000 right after I paid back that Chase credit card. So that was a pretty cool deal. This deal here, I made, what did I make? Oh no, this was a rental here. I ended up selling this one. That's why I was like, what did I make? I sold this property actually. And this property here, I got into it, $50,000. I put it on my Amex, and then I refinanced it, kept it for about 3 years. It was bringing in $5,000 a month. And then I just recently sold that a few months ago. Yeah, oh, there it is. I forgot that I put this in there. I sold it for $120,000. Yeah, some more testimonies. People work with me. You guys heard from Ashley yesterday with the Airbnb. She's an Airbnb magician. She's a queen with that stuff. I helped them get 6 figures. I've helped another freedom lifer, John, helped him get a little bit of money here. Of course, Andrew, I've helped Andrew get a little bit of funding there. That's me on the stage with Andrew, and that was in Louisville, I think, if I remember correctly. That was fun. And this gentleman here, I helped him get $114,000 in 24 hours. In 24 hours, he got $124,000. So imagine, what could that do for you? That's what I'm saying. Think outside the box. Don't think about how much the money costs you, how much it can make you. And he's a key testimony to that, because the money, to get it in 24 hours, the money's a little bit expensive. I'm not going to lie to you guys. That money is expensive. So I said, after we got him funded, the money's in his account. He sends me a text, thumbs up emoji, money's in my account. Thanks, brother. Called him. I said, "You got a second to talk?" "Yeah." I said, "Bro, I just got to know, like, I know you're a money man. What is the logic behind you doing this? Because I know that money was expensive and you're a very smart guy." He said, "It's simple math. It cost me a little bit of money for the money, but I needed the money to do this job that I'm doing." He owns a roofing company, and I need the money to do this job I'm doing. And the job's going to give me $300,000. So why would I not do it? It's a no-brainer. And I didn't have to come out of pocket for anything. Thanks, Dave. And I called him out of guilt, like, oh my God, the money costs a lot. He's like, thanks, Dave. I was like, you're welcome. So this is things to remember of what you can do. So, I hope this helps, and I'm ready for a lot of questions. I hope you guys got a lot of questions for me. One last thing, like Andrew said, I got a gift for you guys. Go to maximizefunding.com. Go to maximizefunding.com, and you'll get a business success scan where we'll scan 150 data points on your business. What you're going to do is fill out your information on there, book a call with us, and we'll sit down with you and go over 150 data points on your business and see how you can become bankable. Now, it's free of charge. We're not charging anything. This is a gift. I usually charge for this, but this is a gift for Andrew. And the thing is here, right, is that even if you don't even have a business set up yet, you're not even sure which way to go, that's even better. Because if you start from scratch, you can set it up the right way and not have to go back and redo a lot of things like I had to do when I was getting started. So I hope this helps, guys. Thank you, Andrew, for having me.
Thank you so much. I love hearing this. I was writing notes while you talked, and I think it's a powerful thing that we get to be here together. It's a gift that you showed up and shared this information with us. I know the link's in the chat as well for those of you who want that free business scan. So thank you. And it's always a honor to hang out with you, my brother. I know a few weeks ago we was having a cigar on the back deck here at the studio together, and I'm excited to see you next week in Louisville. We're gonna have so much fun. But I wanna open it up as David's already invited you to type any questions you have in the chat. Type any questions you have in the chat, because this is a moment when you're sitting with to borrow your phrase from earlier, a credit magician, someone who knows how to get crap done. And, I remember applying for business credit lines and getting turned down over and over, and then the hard inquiries, and then they didn't want to lend me. And I was in this loop of going, oh my gosh, what does other people know that I don't? Like, I see other people getting funding, and come to find out, I used a P.O. box. They didn't like that. Come to find out, I was doing things just to minor tweaks, but because they was wrong on the first round, they're not going to send it back and say, by the way, change this. They're going to say no, automatic decline. And so this information is so valuable. But I have a couple questions for you, but I want to answer everybody else's. All right. Joan says bank account. What about online banks such as Relay? Is that good? What about online banks such as Relay? Is that good?
That's a great question. I'm glad you asked that. I'm glad you brought that up because I meant to speak on that. Online banks are terrible when it comes to business funding. Do not use them. It doesn't help with putting you in compliance. You want to use it for your personal account, fine, if it's for ease and simplicity. In regards to funding, you want to use them old school brick and mortar banks. You want to use this is my suggestion. You can never have enough banks, right? There's no law against how many bank accounts you can open, right? So you want to have a bank at a big tier 1 institution like Bank of America or Chase, because you're developing that relationship with them, or Wells Fargo, one of those huge banks. Then you want to get a bank at a credit union, small credit union, like if you're in Northern Cali, Patelco Credit Union is one of them, Lone Star Credit Union here in Texas, Navy Federal if you have access to people in the military and things of that nature. And then you also want to have a bank at a regional bank, something like Frost Bank here in Texas, something of that nature. Or a good one in Northern Cali when I lived in California was, I hope I'm pronouncing it right, Umbanqua Bank. It's a funny name. It's like a Native American name, but they were a really, really good bank that gives out a lot of money easily.
That's great insight. Elizabeth asked, can you talk about how to purchase a business trade line or how to research?
Yeah, absolutely. So at any time, this is the key about technology now, is that you can always just go on Google and type in business trade line for sale, and all kind of stuff will come up. Or you can ask ChatGPT, and ChatGPT will point you in the right direction. We have a person that we utilize, the person that we utilize, he only works with industry professionals because he doesn't want to be on the front line dealing with consumers. So we have to deal with them. So if you're interested in that, just click that Maximize Funding link, do the business scan, and we can help you get that.
I like that. How do you spell that? That looks like a question I would ask.
Is that the a bump require? They're asking about the bank.
I think so.
Okay, that's a great question. I don't even know how to spell it. Let's Google it. Umpqua Bank. I don't even know if I'm pronouncing it. It's UMPQUA Bank. They were a really good bank there in Northern California.
If your utilization is too high, is it better to get that in order before pursuing business credit?
Yes, you have to. You have to be under 30% utilization. Now,
I'll add to that. That doesn't mean that you should wait, Joan. You should go ahead and get the free credit review now, because then David can tell you what additional steps you need to take. Because in other words, if you go pay it down this month and then next month you have David to look at it with you, and then he goes, well, do this. You could have been doing this at the same time. So getting David's eyeballs is going to be your number one step. But yes, absolutely.
Yes. And there's tricks to that, right? So one trick that you could utilize is going for a personal loan, because they're only looking at utilization on a revolving account. So remember, a personal loan is an installment account. So it doesn't matter what's on there. It just matters what's on the revolving. So if you can get a personal loan and then transfer that debt to that, that's good. And keep in mind too, especially with business funding, that with business funding, when this is what hinders a lot of people when it comes to business funding. A lot of people are like, well, I'm not in business yet. So then they'll put down on the application, 0. How much income do you make? 0, right? Or something of that nature. It's stated income. And if you read the fine print, and it's very tiny, tiny fine print, because they don't want you to see it, but it's in the magnifying glass, it says, how much do you make, or are you projected to make this year? So the way you got to look at that is like, Jesus, if Chase could give me $100K, I know I could turn that $100K to $250K, then that's what you make is $250K. They're telling you that to say that, but it's in the fine print, and that's one thing to keep in mind. Stated income.
I love that. I love that. Mary says, when freezing a couple of credit companies and releasing the other one, will they require you to, in the freeze, the other credit bureaus before they give you credit? I froze all my credit bureaus because my info is on the dark web from data breach. Previous was asked to release all bureaus on a credit before credit given.
So the reason why they're asking you to release all bureaus is because, like I was saying before, that they might check 2 bureaus and they don't want to tell you which 2 bureaus they're going to check. So I would ask them, and you call, at least this is what I do. I don't call and be like, hey, it's David Selvin. I applied for an application. What credit bureau do you use? I just give them a call. Hello, sir. How can I help you? Yeah, I just want to know what credit bureau you pull from. Well, may I have your name, please? My name's John Doe. Because at the end of the day, you don't need them notating your account or your profile. And you have that right to ask that information. It's just these guys, they take things to the next level.
I love that. Austin says, would love to share how I raised capital with everyone at some point. Personally raised and managed 16 million. That's awesome, brother. Look forward to connecting further in some way. Marilyn says, how do you freeze the credit companies?
So you're not necessarily freezing the companies. You're freezing the bureaus, the data furnishers, the Experian, TransUnion, Equifax, and all you got to do is just call them. You just call a bureau. I like to put a freeze on my credit report.
That's powerful. We'll stop there. I want to again just say thank you. Thank you so much for coming and sharing this information. This is the stuff, and guys, I genuinely mean this with everything in me. And as you notice, every one of the people who you see on here are products of the product. People of wealth, we don't ask what it costs us. We ask, type it in the chat, what can it make me? What can it make me? And I think that's a powerful thing. Every one of these people that you're seeing on here are products of the product. I know Marcel had a deal meeting and he wasn't able to make it on to hang out with us. But Judy, you're meeting someone who is come in and has put this to work and has turned it to incredible revenue streams. Mr. Prosperity, someone who you see who has come in and you see his exponential blossoming of his superpowers. And that's where we talk about. It's a community. It's a family of people who it's not easy to get in because we pre-screen very well. You can ask our crew. We pre-screen very well. Usually it's at least one, sometimes 2 or 3 interviews before we accept somebody. And Leo and I spend a lot of time because we're very protective of our family. You see Connor, you see Ashley and Christy, products of the products, people who come in and build and blossom. You will continue meeting incredible people, incredible hearts. Why? Because when you step out and you know that what you need is right in front of you, when you realize there is access to millions, hundreds of millions of dollars, how do I step into the flow of that money? By what you know. When you realize there is millions of dollars of opportunities in front of you, how do I step into that? I remember when I started the first 280 unit development and I'm going, my gosh, I've never done this before. And it's scary. Now we have multiple more developments going under contract. Why? Because we took the leap and said yes now. People of wealth say yes now, and then we figure out how. And I just commend every one of you guys for being here. And I just want to say, David, thank you for being an example of someone who jumps in with both feet, who says yes. And what would you say? I know we had several on here who have already applied. I'm going to be picking a couple people out we're going to be working with. But what would you say to anybody on here who's been hesitant and has questions or been one toe in, one toe out about applying to be part of the community or hopping a last minute plane ticket to come to the event?
I would say you got to be there, right? Come to the event. At least come to the event, meet people, get to know people, because it will change your life. And for me, just to answer your question, simply put, I came in for a year and I renewed for another year. And the reason being is that the people that you're around, I'm one phone, anything I want in regard to real estate and even beyond real estate for that matter, I'm one phone call away from it. One phone call away. Like, well, no matter where I want to do a deal. I remember one time a deal popped up in Alabama. It's Alabama, Mississippi. And I called Glenn. Glenn said, I don't want to do deals. Let me call. Within 2 hours, I had a closing attorney that I could utilize there. That's the power of this group or this community. For me, that's the power. I love it. And just to really hang with people that are playing on the next level, because now it forces you to take your life to the next level.
Absolutely. Thank you for sharing that. And thank you for the kind words in the chat as well. See, Frankie says, join us. Him and Patty are incredible. Amanda says, we're some of the best. Well, thank you, Amanda. Gosh, I can't read that without blushing. I love you too. And I think it's a powerful thing. You know, when we see what we've put together, I'm just grateful every day. And like you said, yes, you're in year 2. Judy, she's in her second or third year. Ashley and Christy are in their second year. And it's because you're lifetimers. And we're going to be doing life together for many years, for a lifetime, because that's what we do. When there's a trait of value that never stops, then there's no place to stop. So if you haven't already done it, click the link that Mr. Prosperity gave you there and go get your free business review. Again, generous of you to offer that and offer your time to do that. So thank you so much for that, David. And any final words of wisdom for people on here before we go to the last segment of the last day?
I just want, and I say this a lot, you may have heard me say this a million times, but it is so true. I want everybody on here to remember that in business, when you're getting into something new, for those that are new to real estate or this is something new for them, is sometimes things seem overwhelming. But just know and understand, you can drive down a dark road in the middle of the night and drive from Los Angeles to New York City in the dark as long as you got your headlights on. Your headlights don't show you New York City though, right? So you can't see the destination, can't see where you're going. You can only see 300, maybe 300 feet ahead of you. But you drive 300 feet, the next 300 feet are revealed. And you drive 300 feet, then the next 300 feet are revealed. And that's the way business and life is. So sometimes you just gotta push forward, and then the next thing will be revealed, and then you push forward some more. So just know and understand that. You don't have, because I see a lot of people that want to get in real estate and they sit on the sidelines because they feel they got to figure it all out. And that's not the way this business works.
Absolutely. Thank you again so much. I appreciate it. Everybody join me in giving Mr. Prosperity a big, beautiful virtual hand.
Thank you guys. I love you guys. Thank you guys for, listening to what I had to offer.
Absolutely. Love you too, brother. Thank you again. I'm excited to see you. You're going to be there for the birthday party, right?
No, I had to switch my flight because my son, he's playing football. He has a 4.0 GPA. And so he's getting an award ceremony that night. So I said, I gotta switch the flight.
Gotta switch it. All right. Well, for the son,
for you though.
I love you too, brother. We'll celebrate. We'll celebrate when you get there. By the way, David's always bringing me a gift or a cigar to events. Always doing something cool. So get a free pass on missing the birthday. We will miss you, brother, but we'll see you on Tuesday.
All right, for sure. I love you.
All right. Be blessed, brother. Thank you again. What a fun time. Guys, I'm telling you, what we do is so much greater than a transaction. And something you're going to notice about us as you're hanging out in person, online, on the summit next week for many of you who are going to be there. And we're going to end up beginning a lifetime relationship together when we are hanging out in person. And what happens is there's a lot of people, and you've been there. And I call it turn and burn. Let me launch a coaching company to get some people in to write a check to get them fulfilled and out the door. And what we have set up, I've been very blessed. Your $55,000, your $10,000, it doesn't, and I say this with humility, it doesn't change my life. But what we have set up is a gateway of attracting incredible people who are ready for a new level in life. And we get to do life together. We get to build together. We get to have a lot of fun together and do business together. On the break there, I was reaching out to a couple of the mastermind members, one of which we're getting ready to buy a 72-unit development with. And what a powerful thing. And for each of you, what my prayer would be, what my desire is that you begin to step up in life. You begin to build your life around the desires you have. So for all of you, my desire, by the way, if this last, day and a half has been helpful in some way, any of the speakers, anything, give me a yes in the chat. And in fact, let's go deeper than that. Give me a yes in the chat if you've taken away some nuggets from this last day and a half together. I want to see the yeses come in. Now, I want to ask you a very specific question as we're getting ready to go to the last short segment of the day. It is almost over, guys. My gosh, time flies. I want to ask you this question. What has been the most pivotal moment? I ask this because we're always getting better. This is a different format than we've done before. This is just to a few people who we emailed and texted on our list. What has been your favorite or most helpful part? And no, my feelings are not going to get hurt. You could say me, you could say David, you could say Connor, you could say Judy, you could say a certain topic, you could say Ashley and Christy. I don't care what you say. I just genuinely want to know if you had to pick out a favorite one or two breakthrough moments, what was the aha moments for you? Give me an aha moment. Type it in the chat. I want to hear from as many of you as possible what the aha moment has been. Because sometimes I'll spend a lot of time on a certain segment for a training, and then leaving there, I find out that it was something I spent less time on that people were actually most excited to hear about. And that's why every one of these get better. I've been doing this in some version or fashion since 2017. Leo and I have launched this family, this connection, and started our Saphir in 2020. And in doing that, we're always getting better by always asking the questions. So let me know what your biggest aha moment was. Was it understanding the structure of a deal? Has it been the automation with Connor? Has it been the short-term rentals can really transform the cash flow? Is it something Judy said? Is it something that Mr. Prosperity said? And just give me an aha moment in the chat. All right. I'll wait a minute and read the aha moments. and then we'll go to your action steps as we finish the day. Connor was the aha moment. Good. Connor is a good aha moment. Ruth says all of it, but Judy, because I'm older and your heart. Well, thank you, Ruth. And Judy is an incredible heart, an incredible soul. Joan says David's section was great, Judy. Actually, every section. I missed a section, but it's okay. I'll be back. Yes, you will. Marilyn says a gift of the scripts and opening call. Absolutely. That's powerful. Austin says excited to connect. Marlon says David. Connor, good. Pentobi says I missed some sessions. Ashley and David were awesome. Good. Guys, I'm telling you, we got a lot left to cover. I have about 12 hours of content left to cover over the next 60 minutes or so. So I am actively deciding what segments to cut out. Here's what I want you to do. If you're in a place to write, get your notebook, get your pen, and get ready to start writing some notes. First thing, I want you to write down my action steps. My action steps. I want you to take copious notes in this segment because I want to give you some clarity. I'm going to give you some recaps. So it's going to be some repetition, but I want you to leave with absolute clarity of what the action step is. Write it down, my action steps. I'm going to describe what a needle moving action is, and I'm going to give you an example. I used to be that I would get caught up in this loop of overwhelm years ago when I was, getting my first few deals going, and I was caught up in the loop of overwhelm. And now running, multiple 7-figure companies and trying to keep the things all together, I've realized that I have to better delegate, better organize, and I have to think differently. Write this down. Focus on becoming more than the doing. Write it down. Focus on the becoming more than the doing. Something is very powerful as you start to step into more income, more power, more opportunities, is the person you become in that growth. 3 years ago, Andrew would not been ready for the developments and the projects and the ongoing and the dozens of people who are now part of our extended family and our mastermind. For those of you over coming days who are going to be added to that family, I pre-congratulate you because it's a transformative journey. I'm going to read a couple of your comments. Focus on the becoming more than the doing. And we're going to get to your action steps. Elizabeth says all the speakers were wonderful. David gave me the most new information. Connor helped me understand the background of creative closers. Judy's like a big hug. Andrew, your part is unsurpassed, and Ashley also did supreme. I love Elizabeth's attitude. Ruth says the difference between owner finance and lease option. Oh, yes, very powerful. Randy says the short-term rental opportunity. Not sure what itinerary schedule is for the meeting next week, but looking at tax reduction strategies would be great. Oh, yes. Thank you for that. Cost segregation being top of list. So thank you for sharing that. You're going to meet some incredible people next week, Randy. So I'm excited for that. Focus on the becoming more than the doing. What is the action step I need to take? I'm going to give a few action steps, and you're going to write down the ones that you know move the needle for you. Because used to, I would think, crap, I need to get deals. I need to get checks. I need to call that person back. The account's getting low. How do I get more money? I need to go sell something. And it was this mindset of reactiveness, of trying to solve everything all at once. But now imagine the same scenario. If it were true, but I was the person who thought like a millionaire. Imagine if you were now the future millionaire, surrounded by people who are one phone call away from the millions of dollars for the next project or deal. You're one text or one phone call away from the opportunity that you've been needing. You're one call or one text away from the deals that are flowing in. It's crazy what begins to happen. What would that future self do? So that person says, okay, this is happening, this has happened, this account's here, this business is there, that is there. That's a lot. All right, what is my next action step? All right. If the next action step is I have houses that I need to sell, well, gosh, now we go down the list. How do I sell houses? Do I have posts up? Do I have signs out? Did I double check the phone number to make sure the phone number that was being called is coming to us? You know, I remember a long time ago when calls stopped for a little while. So what's happening? We have signs out, everything's the same. Why is calls stopping? Then we realized that the phone answering service was on an old credit card that had expired and we hadn't updated it. Oh, crap. So now calls have been going to an answering service that have not been getting answered because we didn't know the card was expired. Simple things like this. And I want to explain this to you because this is going to be a powerful game changer as you're stepping into the next level of your business ownership journey. What is the thing that I can do? The next step on the path to money. For some of you, if you're brand new, it's going to be go on Facebook Marketplace, use the script I gave you, and get a hold of 10 people. Those of you who followed the prompt last night and went and messaged 10 people, you're going to have conversations with those 10 people. You're going to have conversations. You're going to be filling out the property information sheets, and we're going to have a lot of fun because those are opportunities. Every lead sheet is an opportunity. So your next action step may be go to Facebook Marketplace and message 10 people. Your next action step may be go to supercheapsigns.com and order some magnets and signs. Your next action step, if you have phone numbers to dial, is to, as soon as this is over tonight, call the first 3 people. Every one of your action steps should be to have a conversation and get those scripts from and with Caleb. Why? Because my prayer for you is that as you build this business and you use this business to build you up, that you are consistently growing, you're consistently improving, you're consistently getting better. Have the conversation. Ask great questions. For each of you, if you run into a situation or a challenge where there is overwhelm, I challenge you, and if you're there right now, this is going to be your next action step. I challenge you to get a fresh sheet of paper and just brain dump everything you need to do. In fact, if you feel any uncertainty about what to do, that's going to be your next action step that you're going to write down right now. After this is over, brain dump. Brain dump means get a new sheet of paper. This is a tactic that you're going to use all throughout your business career. Get a sheet of paper and brain dump. Oh, I need to email so-and-so. I need to text so-and-so. I need to call so-and-so. I need to raise this money. I need to handle this person. I need to handle that call. I need to handle this deal. I need to send that contract out. I need to respond to so-and-so. Just brain dump all those things. Before long, you're going to find there's 3 or 4 items that are needle moving actions. Well, if I respond to this one and this happens and this, before long, you find that pivot point. They tell the story in nature of a beaver dam. If you aren't familiar with how they build their dams, one of the Freedom Life family members is actually a specialist that goes around to the waterways in Oklahoma for the city. And he goes around to the waterways and he finds the beaver dams and he reports them because they are destroying the waterways and they have to sometimes remove them. And he taught me the fact that a beaver goes upstream from a stick in the water. There's a stick, there's a point in the water, there's something that is a firm footing. They go upstream from that and they start cutting down trees and letting it fall in the waterway. And eventually one of those trees catches on that stick. They keep cutting them down and they keep letting trees fall until finally weeks pass, turn to months, and they've built a whole dam. And he taught me that while that dam can stop the waterways, can redirect water, can make such a massive impact on the waterway. If you ever find the point of impact, if you ever find that one stick they begin building off of, that's what holds the whole dam up. And the moment you can remove that stick that it all began from, the whole dam will break. And I guarantee you there is some sticks in your mind and you're going, I just need more connects. I just need more of this. I just need this action. I just need. Yet every time you almost get there, you feel it's just out of reach because I've been there. And I'm going, I'm in the same room as somebody else. Why are they raising money? But I'm not. I used to think that years ago. And then I realized it was because I had to stop chasing and start attracting. If I show up fully, I invest in myself, I take the actions, people of wealth buy access. If I'm willing to pay, the room who I met, the gentleman who we've done countless millions of dollars to deal with, I had paid $60,000 to be in that room for 3 days. $60,000 to be in that mastermind room for 3 days. Well, isn't that a lot of money? Not if you consider that it returns 10, 20, 30, 40 fold or more. So what's a lot of money? It's relative. Is 60,000 a lot of money if it makes me 600? Well, no, I'll take as many of those as I can get. I find a machine that I put 60,000 in and it spits me out 600. Then how many 60,000s am I going to put in? The answer is all of them. So my prayer for you again is that as you are writing down your next steps, as this is coming to an end here shortly, as we are about to wrap up today, I have a couple meetings I'm going to be getting to this afternoon. I'm going to be meeting with the teams on the projects, catching up, making sure that they have everything they need. Next week is event week. It's going to be a busy week, but an exciting week. Why though? Because connections. Write it down. I am one connection away from my freedom number. I am one connection away from my freedom number. If you're taking notes, you should write that down. Why? Because now when you go through your phone, it's no longer, crap, I got to call sellers. Crap, I got to call private lender. Crap, I got to do this thing. I've raised millions of dollars over the years. Every single one of them have came because of a conversation. A conversation. You are one conversation away from the next big thing. One opportunity. People of wealth, we buy access. Something I'm going to be talking to you a lot about. And as we get to know one another, as we hang out together, as we do business together, as some of you become part of the family, and we're building incredible lives in parallel with one another, there is so many exciting opportunities coming up. And we are in the golden era. We are in a season, guys. Just think we can be having this conversation in 2014 when I started. We could be having this conversation in the future, but instead we're gifted to be having it right here, right now. We can take action now and we can be leaning into this once. In my belief, we are positioned. Now, again, real estate's always there. So I'm not preaching some false urgency of we're in once in a lifetime real estate thing. You can always buy real estate, but we are in a once in a lifetime market. And the way this is set up with the hundreds of billions of dollars that are out there in low interest debt that can be taken over by us, and the 40%, the trillions of dollars of equity that is tied up in houses that people are willing to finance you, it is incredible the opportunities that lie. And so for every one of you, reaching out to people, having conversations, shaking more virtual hands or in-person hands when we're hanging out together. How do I continually position myself in the path of progress? I want you to write this note down. I'm going to give you 2 more notes, and these notes are going to be things you're going to review later. They're going to be almost stair steps, a step at a time. Another note I want you to ask, write it down. Is this the highest and best use of my time? Is this the highest and best use of my time? I constantly am taking inventory. When I'm on the phone with one of our lenders, when I'm on the phone with our project manager of the developments, when I'm on the phone with a partner, when I'm on the phone with fund managers, when I'm on the phone with all of the different people, okay, is this the highest and best use of my time? Is this going anywhere? Is this something because the right phone call can be a multiple 6 or 7 figure phone call, and the wrong phone call. And this is why I challenge everyone, ask yourself, and you're here on the second day, and I like to remind you of this. Ask yourself, does this feel right with you? Is this intuitively lining up with you? Right? Because again, I know I'm not everybody's cup of tea, but I also know what it's like to be alone. And I believe we weren't meant to build alone. You're in the right place. There's a lot of opportunity in front of us. When you ask, is this the highest and best use of my time? There's some numbers you can go through. We're not going to get into all the technicals, but you can start asking yourself, what is your time value to your company? If you're new, it might be $100 or $200 an hour. If you on average can talk to 50 sellers and get a deal, and an average deal is worth $30,000, now do the math. That's just over $500 a phone call. 50 phone calls if it makes you 30 grand. So if it's average phone call is 20 minutes, that's a third of an hour, $500 divided by 3. If your average hour is now worth, what is that? I have to do the math. If your average hour is worth $800 for quick math there, if your average time on the phone, it's $800 for every hour you spend on the phone with sellers, well, gosh, is the other thing you're doing worth that money? Of course, if you're running a business and you have multiple team members, your time may be worth $5 or $10 or $15 or $20,000 an hour. And when you start making that shift and becoming the $1,000 an hour person, ask yourself, what would $1,000 an hour Randy do? What would $1,000 an hour Elizabeth do? What would $1,000 an hour Austin do? What would $1,000 an hour Ruth do? You start asking yourself the question, or higher, $5,000 an hour, $10,000 an hour, $20,000 an hour. You start to then hand off the things that are not the highest and best use of your time. Cost you money then to do your laundry. It costs you money to clean your house. Hire someone to handle that for you. So this is going to be the framework, the mindset that I'm going to be constantly encouraging you guys to step into. Because as you build this business, I want you to do only 2 things: income generating activities for the business and things you enjoy to do. Because if it's not generating income and it's not something that you want to do, like hang out with family, friends, God, take care of yourself, health, travel, whatever the items are you want to do, then why are we doing it? This comes from a background, and this was hard for me to understand because I come from a background that I didn't have a lot of money. So time was being spent to save money. I would spend hours to save a few bucks because we didn't have the money. And so being able to step into that new person, that $1,000, $5,000, $20,000 an hour Andrew, took a process over time. And it was very uncomfortable in the beginning stages. But it was by constantly asking myself, is this the highest and best use of my time? Another question I like to ask, and then we're going to get, you're going to create your actionables out of this. Another question I like to ask is, if I had a gun to my head and I had to create X amount of revenue in X amount of days, what would I do differently? Let's take that down. Let's say if I had a gun to my head and I had to create $100,000 in the next 10 days, if you're newer, if I had to create $5,000 in the next 10 days, what would I be doing differently? Well, gosh, I'd start messaging people on the Facebook and asking to buy their house. Well, gosh, I'd reach out to so-and-so, okay? By the time you get done, I bet you'll have 10 ways to make 100 grand in a month, or 10 ways to make 5 grand in 10 days, or 10 ways to take that action. And now you start cutting down through them. This is a process that I always do anytime that I'm wanting to level up the finances. I'm a firm believer that if you marry smart business acumen with your mission, that finances will follow, but you have to be real about where the finances are. I love to buy things. I love to sell things. And you'll see me do it all the time because I believe it's good for everyone involved. If I believe in what I'm selling, I have a moral and ethical obligation to sell it. I believe the sellers that I'm buying from, it's their best option to sell to me. I believe the sellers I'm selling to, it's their best option to buy from me. when we accept somebody into our family or someone comes to our events, I genuinely believe that that's the absolute best place for them to be. And if it's not, we don't accept them in, because it comes back to the foundation of saying, how do I multiply my money, multiply my time, and multiply my focus? You guys know you've got to take inventory of the people you're around, because there's certain people who you get around and you feel energized and they multiply your energy, time, and focus. They multiply your money. They just win. It's what they do. They're excited for you winning. They're winning. Everybody's winning. And then there's those people. You all have been there at the family reunion or somewhere. Maybe they even had the same last name as you, and they were energy drainers. And you said, gosh, I felt good until I got around them, and then it sucked. When you begin to level up, those people often become uncomfortable. So, to be clear on what you should do, what brings you money, what gets you steps closer to your freedom number. And I'm going to show you a little map that we often use, and then we're going to wrap up here in just a moment with questions. We're going to wrap up here in about 30. Make sure that I got time for the meetings this afternoon, this evening. Let me see. I want to share my screen with you. Where'd it go? Let me grab the screen that I want to show you. All right. I want to show you this pattern Leo laid out, and this changed my life. It well exemplifies what it is that I live now. It's Kaizen. It's a great way. It's a great way to continually improve. Kaizen means constant improvement. Here's how we get better every day. If you're writing down notes, write down the word awareness. To become aware of what's going on around me. You ever been in a place and you were just sitting there talking to someone, you didn't even notice it, and they suddenly said something like, "Do you hear that clock ticking?" And suddenly out of nowhere, you realize there's been a clock ticking in the background the whole time, but you weren't aware of it because you learned to tune it out. Or someone said, "Did you notice that in the corner was X sitting there?" And you go, "I didn't even realize it. I was not aware." Why? Because we were immune to that thing happening. I guarantee you in your life, there is some habits that are self-sabotaging you. I guarantee you in your life, there's some ceiling habits, I call them. There's habits that are putting a cap on your growth level. Right now, you have so much more in you than what you are currently living, but you must open your mind to the new way of business and life and doing things. Now, doesn't mean that we throw away our morals or our values. No, heck no. You should lean into your morals and your values. I think that is the most important, maintaining who you are. Except I realized that there's been things in my life, there used to be habits that were in my life that were insecure habits. They were habits that carried over from the old, insecure, young, broke Andrew, and they carried over into wealthy Andrew's life, and they were sabotaging wealthy Andrew from getting to new levels. So number one, identify the habit. What are the self-sabotaging habits? I want you to write that down. Write down, what is my self-sabotaging habits? Number two, we got to have a plan. If you realize that you're doing something or not doing something, you say, well, wait a second. Every time I schedule to make calls, the kid needs something. This person needs something. I have to answer a phone call. I have to respond to a text. I get distracted. Okay, then what are we going to do to solve that? You're going to put it on a different time of the day when you're not being distracted? Can you remove the distractions? Can you close and lock your door? What is it that you can do? Chad's a perfect example. You'll meet Chad at the event. Chad's one of the Freedom Life family members who is crushing it. The guy has 9 kids. And anytime somebody starts making excuses about not having time, I say, you need to talk to Chad. Why? Because Chad is a busy man, but he says, I'm going to identify the challenges. Someone who knew us for a long time, and he just believed I can just fix and flip more and get ahead. And I said, God bless you, brother. Go for it. 2 years later, he came back into our world and he says, Andrew, I need help. I said, I know. He said, how can I apply to join your mastermind? And I said, well, we're actually closed for enrollment at the time, but I said, when we reopen it, I will put you on the list. Sure enough, we reopened and he was the first one in. He applied, we approved him, and he's crushing it in the business now because he got out of the old way of thinking of I can fix and flip more properties, which leads to more, for him, just like it did for me, more headaches when I'm having more contractors and more projects on more jobs, on more deals I'm funding, on more deals I'm trying to list and sell, and the old loopty that started happening. There's a different way to do things and you've been doing it and it works. So he said, I'm going to identify the problem. For him, that problem was I keep reverting to fix and flipping properties. He said, I'm going to create a plan. He said, I'm going to start gathering deeds like you show us how to do, and I'm going to start playing the money game. He said, I'm going to execute. In his case, he became part of the family. Now he's been raising money in the family, and he's been crushing it on his deals because he was willing to make an uncomfortable change. Another way. And this is just the heart Chad is, and I'll tell you about this on the personal side, because you're going to find that as I'm sharing this with you, we get into more than just business. We get into life, personal. He's kept saying, I want to pray with my family. I have 9 kids. It seems like everybody's busy. I said, what's the plan? We helped him identify a plan to pray with his family and execute. How do we execute? We don't wait for all 9 kids to be there at the perfect time, one time a month. We pray with the majority of them when we can, and we go and pray with the rest one by one as we are able to. How do we identify? Some is better than none. Write it down. How do we plan? Whether it be financially, mentally, physically, spiritually, family habits. And then we execute. We do the thing we set out to do. And then, guys, this is important for growth. Oh my gosh, this is what I missed for so many years. I would finally identify a problem. I would finally plan to fix it. I would execute on it. And then I would just stop there. Identify, plan, execute, 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 execute. And I missed these last 2 steps for so many years. This is where the growth occurs. You go, hey, identify the problem. I planned, I executed, things are better. I like that I am now getting to pray with my kids. In Chad's case, or like in Chad's other case. I love that I now have plenty of private money thanks to this Freedom Life family. I love that I have plenty of deals thanks to the lead sources you've turned me on to. But how do I consistently improve? So he reflects consistently. We talk every few days. He's reflecting on his growth pattern and adjusting it to meet his needs. Why? Because this is not a one size fits all. Yes, you can do tax liens, and we have. Yes, you can do judgments, and we have. Yes, you can do developments, and we do. Yes, you can do trailer parks, and we have. Yes, you can do single family houses, the Boslow method, and we have and do. Yes, you can do fix and flips. We have. You can do wholesales. There's 1,000,001 ways to make money in this business, except what fits your desired outcome. What gets you to your freedom number? Write this down. What's my path of least resistance? What's my path of least resistance? Because there's not just what works best. I know that, for example, fix and flipping can make me $1 million a year, but it is not for me the path of least resistance. Why? Because I've moved over to the money game, buying properties that need no major rehab. And if I can buy 50 properties that need no major rehab, in the same time I could do 20 that need rehab and work, it's called leverage. And so again, everybody is different. I have friends that are doing 300 to 400 flips a year. God bless them. They're crushing it. That's not my path. My focus and path is how do I spend as little time as I can in the single family real estate business and a little bit of time on developments that are for retirement and spend the majority of my focus, effort, and energy into our family that are growing, which is where our deals come from. Our extended family is building, and we get to host events and do what we love because that is the highest income producing activity. Because when I'm up in next week in front of 100 people teaching this business. From that will come tons of family who bring me deals, who we then partner up with and do deals together, and the flow of money, the velocity of money begins to build. So because we're doing this thing, because of the opportunity, because of multiplication, I couldn't be doing all these developments by myself. But because of multiplication, because of the family, that becomes the highest and best use of time. While I still can close a deal, negotiate and close a deal, and I do frequently for our family, for me to do a single family house deal. Write this down. How do I duplicate my efforts? I'm going to explain this to you. Imagine that I want to wholesale a deal. I can make the call, I can close the deal, and I can make $10,000. Imagine, though, that while I'm closing that deal, I live stream it and I offer to close someone else's deal for X amount of dollars. Okay. Now they're going to pay me X dollars to close their deal. Great. I just duplicated my effort. Now imagine somebody else had paid me to train them how to close their deal. While I'm on the phone making $20,000 on the wholesale deal or $10,000 on the wholesale deal or whatever the number is, I can be training the person or connecting with the person who has asked to come pay me to close their deal while I am recording for training for the person who has bought training. That is called triple duplication. It's not called triple duplication. I made that up. It is called tripling your efforts. It is duplicating your efforts. And that's what I mean. What is the action you're taking while you're in town? How can you connect with a lender? And at the same time you're connecting with the lender, you can connect with a buyer for your deal, and you can connect with a seller. And at the same time you're connecting with them, you can connect with the guy who can automate your business. How do we duplicate our effort? Because leverage is where you begin to build true wealth. Leverage of money, leverage of debt, leverage of time, leverage of focus. The Kaizen method, getting 1% better every day. It's a Japanese philosophy that means change for the better. It's understanding that every single day is a little better. It's when Leo come to me and said, Andrew, you're overweight, and I know you're not happy with yourself. Why don't you let me get you, kick you in the butt to get to the gym? I said, I'm in, I'm committed. For the next 8 weeks or so, the majority of them, we were together at various events and places. That's before we had the studio together. And we're talking. We're going to a place to eat, and he's going, skip the bread. But it's bread, bro. I love bread. Skip the bread. You told me you were committed. Skip the potatoes. But it's potatoes. I love potatoes. You told me you were committed. No, it's fish and chicken every day, except one day a week you can have some dessert and bread. Crap. Except I made the commitment, and I didn't go to the gym one day and look at myself in the mirror and go, my gosh, I look totally different. But every day I would go to the gym, jump rope. Every day I would go to the gym, do the curl. Every day I would go to the gym and take an action, an imperfect action, because I didn't know how to work out. I'd never been in gyms before. I grew up doing roofing, working hard, doing the crap. I didn't know how to go to a gym and work out and do all the things on all the machines. But because I was willing to be committed to someone who had been there before me and taken action, now everything began to improve. All right. I want to show you this. This is our philosophy at life, and we are going to wrap up today. My philosophy in life, and this is what the business I want it to do for you. This is the Truca philosophy. Some of you have seen this. You guys are going to be seeing this when we're together in person. This is called the Truca 8. There is your vitality. See, for years, I grew up a preacher's kid, and I studied Bible, and then I studied religions, and I studied all the things. And then I decided I didn't want to be broke no more, so I started studying making money. And I would go to events. I would invest tons of money, all I had, and then some, into the events and the trainings that did ultimately change my life and connected me with the people who did. So thank you, God. I would do that all over again, except I didn't understand the power of also reading and also setting up an environment. I would sleep on an air mattress in a vacant house I had bought. I would sleep in my car in a parking lot of a hotel because I was broke. I didn't understand vitality. I would just wake up and get on the phone and go to bed from the last call and get up and do it all over again. I hated my life. I didn't understand how to set up my life where I was able to enjoy it. I felt alone. I didn't have the tribe. I didn't have the right people around me. And all of this came because I just said, I'm tired of being broke and I'm going to build something. What I didn't realize was while I was building this, the other things kept going to crap. And what you're going to find with us is, yes, the money is important. You hitting your freedom number is important. If you're overchecked or you're short on money, things are stressful. If you're not sure how you're going to pay the bills or the mortgage, things are stressful. I get that. And we need to solve that. But I want that to become the simple part. I want you to begin to enjoy life in the way you knew you were meant to. I want you to be surrounded by the people you know you were meant to be around. People who lift you up, not tear you down. I want you to enjoy learning and building up your knowledge, your wisdom, your wealth. And it all begins to feed everything. Because when your emotions are on track, it becomes easier to do calls. And I used to have a broke room and a millionaire room. I would have a broke room stacked with crap that was stressful and bills and all the things that I didn't want to have to deal with, but I had to. And then I would have my clean room. And when the broke room got overwhelming of all the bills and all the crap, I would go to my wealthy room and do calls because I felt more rich in there. I share that because whatever you have to do to create an environment that is conducive to you breaking out of the old habits, to you breaking that dam, to you breaking through to the next level, whatever you have to do to get in the right rooms and be around the right people. I understand it doesn't need to be me. I'm not everybody's cup of tea. For some of you, you're going like, you're my vibe. Like I want to be around. I want to plug into the guys who are running 7, 8, and 9-figure funds. I want to plug into the guys who are managing thousands of properties. If that's you, then God bless you. You're part of our people. You're meant to be around us, and definitely do whatever you can to get in these rooms, and we will be excited to see you. And for some of you, of course, to interview you for working together more closely with us. But no matter what that looks like, find your tribe. You were not meant to be alone. I want you to be able to enjoy life and to live your purpose. I want you to be able to dominate the real estate investing world in your area, to become a great big fish in your area. I want you to be able to write down your vision without second guessing yourself. When you put in your freedom number, I used to have that little voice of doubt that would say to me, you can't do that. How can Andrew, the old Andrew who made never over $30,000 in a year, make $1 million in a year, let alone 6 figures a month or 6 figures in a week? When I had my first 6-figure week, my mind was blown. Oh my gosh, I go, how can this even be possible? How can Andrew, the country boy, except I'd taken on a new identity? It's just who I am. When you step into that millionaire self, that power, and now you begin to believe the vision that God gave you. God didn't give you that vision for no reason. You were meant to dominate. I'm telling you, it comes about being around the right people. Think about this. If you're in a place to do it, you're not driving, close your eyes for a moment and ask yourself, what happens a year from now when I'm surrounded by a close-knit tribe of like-minded, supportive, and inspiring individuals? Close your eyes and imagine what that will feel like for you. Ask yourself, what will happen a year from now when I have consistently for 7, 8, 9 months been hitting my freedom number and I've upped my goals? What will happen a year from now? How will I feel when I'm surrounded by great people and I have just cashed another check from another deal that I did? Or like Christy, I just got 4 new contracts in a couple of weeks. What will that feel like? When I am dominating the industry, when I am that person who I used to dream of being, surrounded by people of wealth, Not snobby people, but people who lift me up, not people who tear me down, but people who were meant to be in my life, the chosen family. Begin to ask yourself that question. Guys, that's the objective here, is to get you in a state that says, I can do this. I not only can, I will do this. I'm going to implement what I know. I'm going to get on the phone with the scripts that Andrew gave me, and I am going to screw up the call, and I'm going to get better, and I'm going to fix the call, and I'm going to have conversations, because I know communication equals wealth. And when I can be around the right people, I am one connection away from the next 7 figures, from the next opportunity, from the next growth moment. All right. That's what I want for you. So if you don't already have it, go message 10 people on Facebook tonight. If you've done that, you've got numbers, go call those phone numbers that you have tonight and start filling out those opening call lead sheets. What's next? Some of you already reached out to Caleb for a phone call, and I'm excited to talk to you. And I want for you to, any of you who've not already booked in, before we part ways here in a few moments, go ahead and text the word call to the number. I want for you, and I share this, and I'll share it in way more detail when we're together in person, but I think it's important that you guys understand this. Thank you, Marilyn. Marilyn asked, what does TRUCA stand for or mean? TRUCA means human beings. TRUCA is, for us, a group that we used to dream of. I was overwhelmed, lonely, hated my life, hated the business, and wanted to quit prior to 2020. And I'll share when we're in person and have more time how all that transpired and what got me to that place. But I was just over it. It's like, if business is going to be lonely, if building wealth is going to be this mentally straining, then I'm over it. That was where I was at. And that's, I'm a firm believer. The Bible says, ask and you'll receive. I'm a firm believer. If you ask God, it will show up. And I just asked God. I was like, God, I don't know what I need. Sometimes we don't know what we need. I just need something. Like, this is not working. I'm over it. I'm over business. I'm over real estate. I'm over, frankly, life. I'm over it. I am tired of the stress. I'm tired of the overwhelm. I'm tired of being alone. And in that period was a tough time financially, lost millions of dollars from a couple of mistakes I'd made, believing the wrong person, signing the wrong documents, the bad partnership, the whole thing. And in that time, I had friends who I believed to be my friends, but when the money slowed, they decided they wasn't going to be my friends no more. And that was hurtful to me, because I'm a very loyal person. And Leo, who's a chosen brother, is an extremely loyal person. And it's during that period I said, God, I don't know what I need. I'm over it. And it was in that moment that Leo showed up and became a brother to me and became a connection. And thank God for my incredible team and family who are around me. Michelle, who's on this call, my incredible sister, who I love. And she runs so much of the businesses. And Leo shows up, and we're talking one day, and I'll share again this in more detail when I have time. I'll just brush over it for now. I just want you to understand the heart of what we do. And I'm talking about all the challenges, and he says to me, Andrew, what do you wish you would have had when you was going through that? And I explain. Oh, Randy says, are these 2 days recorded and available? Yes, they are. You should receive a link in your email each day upon the completion of these. If not, if you're missing that, just email grow@truca.com. And I get done explaining what I wish I would have had in a tough time. And Leo just says, let's create it. And like it was nothing. And I love his faith. And sometimes that's what we got to get back to. We just got to get back to realizing anything really is possible. And it took me back to when I was 21 and I was starting to do this business, and I was just too inexperienced to know that it didn't work. Somebody said to me, if you call enough people and ask them if they'll sell their house on payment. Somebody eventually is going to say yes. And I kept calling, and I got the no and the next no and the hundreds of no's and the cussing out. And I wanted to quit. I probably quit 30 times a day for the first month. I wanted to quit. It was overwhelming. But then I realized somebody did say yes. At Sontag Avenue, I bought my first ever creative deal. And I was an investor. I was excited. 21 years old, and I'm a landlord. And I was so giddy. My life began to transform, and I went from the poor, broke country boy who just believed things were possible to my faith being turned to sight, owning my first property. And then it just went up from there. And I kept asking the question. I kept getting the no's, and every so many no's started turning to yeses. And then the yeses increased because I got better at asking questions. Type it in the chat. Ask yes questions. I want you to become fun to say yes to. I want you to be fun to say yes to. The world is wanting to say yes to you. The world has been trying to give you money, but so many of us get so caught up in our own heads that we reject the money that is meant to be coming to us. Start attracting. If you're taking notes, write it down. Stop chasing and start attracting. Message 10 people on Facebook. You've already done that. Call at least 5 people and have 5 conversations tonight. Don't wait. If you are feeling a little lost or overwhelmed or confused, again, for all of you, go watch my YouTube. Thank you to those of you who went and gave us a 5-star on Trustpilot. Go watch my YouTube. You'll enjoy it. It'll be a lot of free value, and it will give you more and more of insight into our world. And I just want to say thank you to every one of you. It's the last segment of the last day. You have been here, you've hung out with us, you stuck with us, and you've been taking notes, you've been interacting in the chat. And because of that, you get incredible value. And I guarantee you this will stick with you better than anyone else who popped in and out or didn't take notes and didn't interact. And I'm grateful you're here. So here's what we're going to do. If you already have, after you are messaging the people, after you are having the conversations, I want you to make it your objective in the next 30 days. For some of you, that's way too long. Make it your objective to get at least 1 contract signed. Christy's got 4 in 2 weeks. She took a lot more than 30 days to be able to get to that point. And God bless her for just refusing to give up. It's impossible to meet a man or a woman who refuses to give up. If you just never give up, things will always come around. If you can just get through the no's, the yes is always coming. If you can get around the right people and have the right conversations and become the person who attracts money, not the person who chases it, there's going to always be more than enough. I want to invite every one of you to leave the land of not enough, to leave the land of overwhelm and sometimes stress, and join me in the land of abundance, the land of more than enough, and the land of peace. Now, if that sounds too woo-woo, forgive me, but I want to share that with you because I lived those first several years of the business in that first land. Even though I was getting big checks, even though I was making money, I didn't understand the flow of money. And so although I was getting big checks in, although I was gathering wealth, the cash accounts would consistently get low. Then I finally stepped onto the other side of that equation and realized I can stop chasing and I can start attracting, that I can move from the land of never enough to the land of more than enough. And that as I build my wealth, I can also stack the cash and it can all build together. So what I want for you, I want to put you in, type it in the chat, TREs. TRE. What is a TRE? It is a target-rich environment. It's a place where you level up. It's a place where you are surrounded by people who constantly inspire you and lift you up. Show up in the target-rich environments and understand that everything you need is on the other side of the thing that you most fear. Understand that the target-rich environments are the places where you will grow. Target-rich environments is where I've raised millions of dollars. Target-rich environments is where I've gotten incredible deals. Target-rich environments is where I've made connections from borrowers, lenders, buyers, sellers, so many places, all because I put myself virtually and physically in TREs. If you're already messaging people and you're already making calls, challenge you record a couple of those calls. Analyze. Guys, you choose which of these line items are fit for you. Analyze. What am I doing wrong on the call? For those of you, of course, who are in our Freedom Life family, you know you send me your calls and I listen to them for you. And I three-way in and close the deals with you. For those of you, you're recording your calls, you're listening, ask yourself, what can I do better? Where can I improve? Where am I doing wrong? One of the most common things is we ask too few questions or we talk too much. Ask yourself, how do I better get to the conclusion? Write it down if you're taking notes. Get to the conclusion. That's what the whole purpose of the call is. That's why you hear my calls. They're a little longer than they used to be. I used to close deals in 3 to 5 minutes. Now I've noticed lately, because seems the way the market has shifted, people need a little deeper conversation. And so more times than not, it's 10 to 15 minutes now to close, to get from hello to a contract. But understand, follow-up is key. Write it down. Fortune is in the follow-up. Fortune is in the follow-up. If you follow up better than everybody else and you get more no's than everybody else, you're going to win more than everybody else just by being in front of the people consistently. Write it down if you're taking notes. What tools do I need to make this likely to happen? I'll say it again. What tools do I need to make this likely to happen? Why do I ask it that way? Because I can do something is different than I'm likely to do something. I can walk to the gym today, but that's not likely to happen. What's more likely to happen is that I'm going to get in the car and drive somewhere, right? So understand that what we can do is different than what we know we likely will do. So what tools do I need? For me, I know due to my time constraints now, leading a community, making sure I spend time with the family in the way that I need to, making sure that I'm hosting the events, and my follow-up without a system is unlikely to get done. I know that my connectivity without a calendar is unlikely to get done. It's going to be chaos, not managed chaos. With the calendar, I know I'm going to make appointments. I live and die by the calendar. So what can I do to increase my likelihood for success? This is the game changer for me. When I go from what can I do to what am I most likely to do? That changed everything for me. Now, if you're already in a good financial place, if you're already doing deals, or outside of other things, you're in a good financial place, understand that calling and buying houses on terms, banging out the phones and selling lease options is not everybody's cup of tea. I know that's not good for sales, but I think it's important to say, because some of you are meant to lead a team, and the team will do the majority of those calls. We have a team. We do the deals we do thanks to my incredible team that Leo and I have built. Something else, ask yourself, some of you are meant to play in the money game. Some of you, like Suzanne, are going to turn into lenders and partners on deals. Some of you are going to end up working with us on projects. That's how you're going to make money. Some of you are going to end up stepping into gifts, just like Connor has. He said, I see a need. I'm going to make a CRM for me and my brother's business. And oh, by the way, other people happen to need it. So I'm going to get on with other people who need it. Some people, you ask yourself, well, gosh, I want to do the short-term rental business. Let me have a chat with Ashley and Christy. Some of you, you say, hey, I don't need 100, 200, 500 properties. I don't need a big development. I just need 10 properties, short-term rentals. Great. And let's figure out how to help you get a portfolio purchased through traditional financing. Nothing wrong with that. There's some incredible, the Midwest Gold Rush. Write it down, tattoo it on your forehead. The Midwest Gold Rush. It's real. Property prices are improving. Values are going up. The Midwest is a gold mine right now of opportunity. You can do this in any city. You can do it virtually. Maybe you want to play the money game. Maybe you want to gather 5, 10, 15, 20 properties. Maybe you want to partner with somebody. You say, gosh, I'm not in the financial capability, but I'm down to bang the phones. I'm good at talking. Let me just call and let somebody else be the business brain behind me. That's cool too. I was made for partnership. Leo has inspired me and helped me grow in ways I never breathed possible. Because of our brotherhood, we have built what we've built here. This would not be happening if it wasn't for our brotherhood. I was stuck in the grind and hustle of a business I hated until he inspired me to begin to lead in a way that was no longer stressful. I'm just too old to work with people I don't enjoy working with. I enjoy people I enjoy. And if somebody is not a pleasure for me to be around, I just simply don't spend time there. I'm still young, but I'm too old to work with people I don't enjoy working with. That's what I want for you, is to be able to position yourself, not just about getting the money, not just about getting the next deal, but is this something that I can do? Is this something I can set up to do in a way that I enjoy? Because I want you to be able to be in the same position to only work with people you love working with and around. Because ultimately, we only get so much time on this earth. Why not make it fun, abundant, blessed, see the world, bless others, be a gift to the creation that is all around you, and inspire others to be their best self? That's what I pray for you. I'm going to wrap us up with a prayer. While I'm wrapping us with a prayer, team, could you put the links for everyone who has been on here in the chat? Put the call link for texting us call. Put the link for Ashley for booking with her. Put the link for Connor for booking with him, and put the link for David for the free business review. God, thank you. Thank you for every person who's been on here the last 2 days. Thank you for your blessings. Thank you for Leo, myself, Michelle, the team, and every listener and every contributor, everyone who's commented, and all of the speakers who joined me. It's just been an incredible last 2 days. God, as we bring it to a conclusion, I just pray your blessings on the things, that it would be to the right hearts, the right ears, the right eyes, that even the recordings would get to the right people, and that we would just continue building your kingdom, that we would be blessed to bless others, and that we would have wisdom. All of us would just have next level of wisdom to know the right places to be, the right decisions to make, that you would cause the right people to come into our world and everyone's world who's listening, because you always do. Thank you that everyone who shows up always does. I'm grateful for you, and I pray all these things in Christ's name. Amen. Guys, go step into the next level of abundance. Thank you for being here. God bless you guys. This is a wrap. All the links are there in the chat. Text, call, or reach out to the other speakers on here, and we'll see you very soon. Some of you at the live event, and the rest of you very soon somewhere. I know I got a call with a few of you. God bless. Bye for now.